Streaming now. Our man Brendan should be asking us to bring him on any moment. I know he's saying something in the messages right now. Let me check on what he's writing, and so we'll be asking people.
I'll get you the link.
Thank you, sir. Deeply appreciated. And
hi, Jamal.
Hi, Selena.
I didn't know this. How are you?
I'm hanging in there.
He's got some weird sense of humor going on. He sent me this grotesque image of what looks like a parody of SpongeBob SquarePants. Yes, and someone named Miguel Vaquez put that together. It is grotesque. What inspired that? I mean, what inspired you to present that to me, of all things? I mean, it's funny. It's grotesquely funny, but
I was just thinking, when you said to the usual time, I was like, aye, Captain, and I was like, oh, that reminds me of SpongeBob, because the entrance of the song.
Right. He does say that, doesn't he? Yes. So let's put a all right, everybody put their upvote on the video. You to present that to me, of all. There we are, and it's working well. Okay, and we've got our man in the messages saying he'll be ready in 10 minutes. And so that's fine. So at least we'll be already burning bandwidth by then. And okay, then let's see now. All right, let me get the share, and then I can work on the links. And okay, shut this down.
Let me know when we can get started with some trivia.
Sure. You can start with the trivia now. Just talking trivia.
All right. Yeah. So, the question, this is, what I have here is an article. Well, yeah, should I start with an article, or should I talk about, like, more mundane stuff?
What's the article about?
That's about whether, it's about, mask, basically, coronavirus safety, that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Sure.
I mean, it's incredibly funny to see that, there are still, no one's really enforcing
the mask,
wearing a mask at all.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, there's a more deadlier variant, and the funny thing about this is, we're at a point where it's more deadly than it was when they were enforcing the mask and everything.
Yeah. So I think that it bears emphasizing. So go ahead.
Yeah. So I mean, the thing is, it's, yes, you have a freedom to walk around without a mask outside, but should you really be so angry if somebody who's freaked out about the coronavirus punches you in the face for getting too close? I mean, because just as you have a right to spread your virus to that person has a right to technically defend themselves. And if you are potentially infected and you don't know it, and you're right up on top of somebody, you are potentially assaulting them technically, right?
Yes. By all means, there's nothing technical about it. That would probably stand up in a court of law. And the only thing that would challenge it would be a challenge to science itself, which is, of course, what the anti-maskers and anti-vaxxers are essentially challenging, is science. So, I mean, believe me, you've got no argument from myself. So keep going.
And this, I'm bringing this up because this comes on the tail end of me finding out based on a disaster compilation, which is a sort of channel on YouTube where they just have a shitload of disasters and stuff. In the Netherlands, people are violently protesting lockdown restrictions.
Yes.
Curfew. They're violently protesting a curfew, and it's funny because I left a comment on that channel that said, yeah, and I said mostly all the people there who are destroying everything are white males. And so the person who owned the channel took that down. So I added another comment, and I was like, okay, yeah, you want to challenge that? So I put down something like white males are fucking savage. And what they did was they wound up blocking all comments for that particular video. I wasn't trying to be racist or anything, but it's like it calls to light. Most of the people I saw who were flipping cars, breaking store windows, and going apeshit crazy were males, and they were all mostly white.
Yeah. No.
So I mean, I mean, calling shit brown should not be offensive.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, thank you. I mean, that's what's going on. And granted, it's a bit of how would I say it, belaboring the obvious when it comes to Europe. One would think, but at the same time, most people forget that Europe is very diverse, and there are many other peoples in Europe in this day and age aside from white people, and you don't see them.
A lot more.
Yeah, and you don't see them in those protests. So there you have that.
I didn't really see anyone black. I didn't see anyone Arabic. I didn't see anyone Indian. I didn't see anyone Asian. There's just a bunch of white dudes in masks just going ape shit crazy.
Yeah.
And I barely saw any. I didn't see any women.
Right.
There were no women. I have to emphasize there were no women.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, these are all the Euro incels, the Euro trash. And so let me ask him, does that mean no? And okay.
I think he's on.
Is he on? Okay, because we called him earlier. Are you on, Brandon? Brendan? Let's see. No, he's not on. Okay.
Oh, it says Brendan Zogat on the top of the screen.
Because I called him, but it's up to him to to come on when he's ready. It's hard to tell with him. So he'll come on soon enough, I'm sure. Right now, what's going on? Am I online? That's what I need to know. Okay, you can hear me, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I can hear you.
All right. So.
And I'm going to, what I'm going to do is I'm going to close out YouTube on this computer and move to my other one.
Right.
Now, tonight I'm producing on a different floor of the house. So hopefully there should be no problems. And it should be relatively easy for me not to sleep.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, you're live.
Good. Yeah, always make sure of that because I'm just, having problems right now working with the posts, and hopefully that changes. Okay, it could be just, the way certain things are responding. So other than that, let's see now. So I certainly agree with everything you said there. And we've got Brendan coming on soon, and then he'll hold it. And then I'll, as soon as he's done and goes back, then we'll have Selena Khan come on and talk a little bit. And everybody, of course, I'll ask them to pray for her health, that she recover from her cold very quickly.
Yeah, I also have like this. I've also had the sniffles as of late.
Oh my God!
Without a doubt, I mask myself religiously, and I even spray my. I probably shouldn't use the spray in this way because it says not to, but just for the hell of it, I kind of spray my things with this microban stuff, which kills the coronavirus. The only problem is it might have. I'm guessing if I come in contact with it, it has the risk of causing a bad reaction, or maybe a super bug like freaking antibiotic resistant streptococcus or some shit, which nobody wants. Trust me, you do not want skin eating streptococcus.
I don't know if streptococcus is skin flesh eating, but certainly you don't want streptococcus. I had it multiple times in my life growing up in the filth of the San Francisco ghettos, and by all means, I shouldn't be alive by all normal statistics, but everybody knows that. Or rather, too many people don't know that and have no idea where I'm coming from most of the time, really. But we can get into that some other time.
Okay. Yes. Actually, based on what I'm reading, necrotizing fasciitis, which is flesh-eating bacteria.
Yeah.
Yeah. It is actually caused by streptococcus.
Okay. So it's a strep variant. Then okay, and so all right, that's not surprising. Though when I had it multiple times, that wasn't the manifest symptom. So it's got to be a variant.
I'm glad it wasn't. Yeah, it's a variant.
It's got to be a mutation. Yeah, because the flesh-eating virus that I remember originally came out of the rivers. It was the I don't know if you remember that, but okay, why isn't that going up?
Oh, like people swim in streams and shit.
Right, right.
Like on those movies where everyone just all of a sudden just runs out to a fucking filthy fucking pond. Oh, let's go splash in the lake.
Okay, this is
Yeah.
what's disturbing
I'm
me. How did
sorry.
that?
You're not gonna find someone black doing that. That's for sure.
No, no, they have better sense. Okay, did this somehow get? There's no pinning these things to the top of a page on the main page. So how's this happening? Yet the
Are you on Facebook?
Yes, I'm on Sora Aoi's timeline, and for some reason, the hyperlink I just posed didn't go to the top of the page, and I noticed that the 3D rendition.
Try to hit the refresh button, the reload button.
Oh, I did, and it didn't go up, and so, yeah. So, and for some reason, the 3D rendition that Selena Khan usually usually goes to the top of the page, and it didn't this time. So I'm not quite sure what's going on with that. So that's rather frustrating, and it's like I got it pinned to the top of the page somehow, but that doesn't make sense. Okay, something's going on where okay, she went in and somehow I'm not posting as myself. That's why. All right. So, okay. So
Now I would like and share, but I'm banned for another 24 hours.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate your telling us that. No, it makes sense.
Douglas.
Yeah,
Douglas. Excuse me. You should be able to do that. So what I did was that I sometimes forget. So what I did is that your first posting that you did on Facebook, I pinned that. So then right now I just unpinned that. So you should be able to do that.
Okay.
So when you go on it, you will see on your the one you post the before, like the last post that you post. Okay. There is three dots in there. So the very top, click on it, and you will see pin, something like.
Okay, thank you. Yes, word. You said it correctly. Yeah, you got it.
I pinned it, so you can pin on your post, so it should be fine. I did it like long time ago.
Okay, good, honey. You did well by explaining it. Thank you. You corrected it. Thank you, honey. So deeply appreciate it. And now let me see if I can do that on this other timeline, and shut this off. And here we are. Let me see, pin to top of the page for this page. And then I will do that with the Renegade Military Historian page. All right, honey. And so we're getting another message, which is probably going to be our man Brendan coming.
I see the 3D image now.
Okay, good. And
that is so cool. It would be so badass to try to do that with a sigil. And I don't know. I can't help but go there.
Okay, come on. Yeah, there we are. Yes, there. So, get started, son, and tell us what's going on with yourself. And
how's everything going, everybody?
As well as it can.
Hey, Brendan.
Yes.
Hi, Brandon. How are you?
Hello, GMO. Hi, Selena. How's it going, Selena? Good to hear from you as well.
Just busy, work. Just like
good.
You and I are in the same situation, just always working.
Right. That's not a bad thing. I feel it.
Yes. That's a good thing.
Yes,
So go on.
I have a few more haikus.
Great, and speak loudly.
Let me put on my headphones real quick because it seems like this phone's janky.
Yes, thank you. Okay. By the way, I want to remind everyone that if it weren't for Brendan Zogit, I wouldn't be on tonight. He helped immensely with so much. So again, there's just no doing anything without Brendan. Honestly.
Okay, I'm back.
There we are. I was telling everyone how we wouldn't be on tonight without you, how you're responsible for so much about the functioning of this program.
Thank you, Dave.
And that's why you're my second son. And, so just to emphasize.
I'm glad I can be of assistance here.
Thank you. As irresponsible a lout as I am, I'm still doing better than his first father. His biological father actually did. Yes. So there we have that. You can give people details on that someday. So go on.
Oh, yeah, let's not relive that part. But basically, so I was inspecting, like, the wind damage near my area because, like, that's if people don't know, like in California, like Northern California, we got like one of the biggest storm fronts we've had in a while. It's called like an atmospheric river.
Yes.
Is the term for it meteorologically. And like we got hit with like 50 mile per hour, 60 mile per hour gusts, which is pretty abnormal for this area. Like it happens every once in a while, but not often. So a lot of our infrastructure got hit, like a lot of power outages and stuff like that, because California doesn't usually get these big storms.
Yes.
But we're probably going to see more and more of this. And like the concern, I guess, was because there were so many wildfires that it probably washed out a lot of stuff that we don't even know about yet. So we'll have to wait till after the storm is over, because it's still going right now. It's like raining where I am. And Douglas, you probably got hit by it too, because you guys are first.
Oh yes,
given your proximity to the coast.
Yes, it's been raining throughout the night and day. I slept through all of it indoors because I was on for so long on Monday, as our man can attest. Both Jameson Reese and Brendan Zoget and George Knight can all attest, along with Maria Gregorich and everyone else. God bless you, son. So go on. Aside from the background, at least we're still getting you, thank God. So the cell towers haven't all been destroyed.
Right, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it was interesting though. This morning I was having trouble even using my mobile internet on my phone. So like definitely some stuff got hit for sure. But so I went out to inspect and like see like how the nature was doing, and I wrote a couple haikus because I was so inspired by like a lot of the trees. Like the stuff they go through is amazing. It's like they're just, the patience they have is breathtaking. And so I wrote a few things about it in the haikus, and a lot of the birds, I went and observed some birds. Like there's this like overlook near where I live. You can like go up, like drive up it, and it's like basically like a giant hill, and you can like look over the edge and see a lot of stuff. And it was amazing to see the birds. Like they don't really, like the weather like this doesn't really affect them. It's almost like they were having fun, like there were like really small birds like hitting the wind currents, like going so fast. I've never even seen birds go this fast, but they were like cutting, zigzagging, going, just letting the wind take them up and backwards and sideways. Like you could tell they were having fun. They were playing. And like even the vultures and stuff, they were, and I saw a hawk too. My favorite part was I saw this hawk, and they would go to like the edge of this ridge where like the wind's coming up the ridge, right? I don't know if I can describe this well, but over the air, but it's like the wind's coming up this ridge, right? It's like a giant hill. And so the draft there is like it accelerates, so you get like a super gnarly wind current, and the birds would jump off the edge. It was amazing. They would jump off the edge and like basically like levitate, or they get stuck in the wind current, but it would just be like a special tide or like an ebb and flow where they just sit there and just like, I don't know if they like enjoyed it or what they were doing, but they would jump off the edge and just be stuck in this wind current and like spread their wings. And it was really funny to see. It was interesting. Like the hawks were doing it, like all these different birds were doing it. And so, it was amazing to see that, how they actually enjoy stuff like this. I feel like some of the animals, like people think, oh, poor animals, like they're stuck in it. But they've adapted to the point where like they actually enjoy, I feel like, certain weather events. Like, just like some people, like I like the rain personally. Mm-hmm. So I was connecting with the birds in that way. And I wrote a haiku about it. So let me get into these.
Wonderful.
The first one I wrote was about, because I was crazy enough to go out in the storm last night, like, and drive around in it just to see what it was like. And trees were flying everywhere, like pieces of branches. And so I wrote, I just wrote something about how the trees, like, the reason why trees are even able to stand up is actually partially due to the wind and stuff. Like, if people don't know, like, biologically, like, without the wind, like, trees would not be able to form their, like, a perfect, I don't know what the word would be, like, a more reinforced structure. Because they've tried to grow trees in, like, geodesic domes, and, like, they don't grow the same at all. So there's definitely a symbiosis there. So for me, it was, like, seeing these trees, like, lose some branches, and that's, like, their way of, like, getting a haircut or something. It's like they lose some parts, and they get more part, then it allows more growth later.
Wow.
Instead of like in a human garden where we prune like all the time, we're like pruning.
Yes.
But nature does like the pruning naturally, actually. So I wrote something here. It's here it goes. Regeneration. Gust of the storm is flowing. Tree perseverance. And so that last line was like the perseverance of the trees. I mean, like they can just take hits and keep growing. And out here in California, we have a lot of like palm trees and stuff, and that's like their natural habitat is like the high winds. Because if you ever see like a palm tree with like a bunch of dead fronds on it, it's usually because it doesn't have a lot of wind. So like for the palm trees, like I'm almost certain that they enjoy like these like windy events because they get to shed all those old palm fronds and stuff. So that's what that's where I was getting that from, like perseverance, like tree perseverance. And then in the spirit of the haiku, I went out in the wind and just kind of tried to connect with it as much as possible. So I wrote this one about the wind. Celestial winds, great mover of the goddess, here and there the leaf. So like to me that was just like what I was seeing, like in the spirit of the wind. Like it can move, it was moving things. It's like it's a regenerating kind of force. And even in like places like, I think it's I want to say it's Sweden maybe, or Norway, or one of these Scandinavian countries, they have a concept where it's like if they want to like relieve depression or remove like stagnant energy, they'll actually go out in the wind, and it's like almost like a wind kind of bathing they do.
Interesting. Wind bathing.
Yes. Yeah, it's like it's some kind of like concept that only they have, because like there's a lot of there's like some hard weather out there. But to them, they see it as like the same thing the trees do. Like they go out in it and it washes away like all the old energy, and to them it's invigorating. So I got that kind of spirit with that last one that I was getting.
That's delightful.
And then that last line, like here and there the leaf, that was like kind of like for me like the essence of like a haiku. It's the way the way it just plays around like the wind. Like a leaf will be here and then it'll go away and it'll come back. To me, that's how it seemed. Mm-hmm. And then the final one was when I was inspecting like the area that I'm in, I saw a magpie, which is like a type of bird, and they were like enjoying it too, like just like the other birds I saw on the ridge. So I wrote this haiku about it because it was just funny to see them, like they'll go up into the breeze, like deliberately go into like this high wind spot just to get more air, more speed, So it looked really fun to me. So I wrote this haiku about it. Magpie on the breeze, ascending to the treetop, amusing themselves. And like, so those were my 3 haikus for the day.
Wonderful.
And, yes. So for me, that was like a really good experience. Like, even though it is gnarly weather, and like most like people, for the most part, I'm not saying everyone, but for the most part, people are like, oh, I hate this weather, like it's fucking up my day and my jacket's all wet and stuff, but me just like observing the nature, like nature seemed like it liked, it enjoys this kind of stuff, like it doesn't like the same monotonous like dry sunny weather, like it actually enjoys certain things like this, like especially the birds. Yes. And so for me that was a good thing to connect to and kind of observe.
Mm-hmm. Selena just brought a beautiful statement that seems very much like haiku. She said, "Tree in the winds, it's called interconnectedness of all life forms. We are all connected, but not aware of it. The phenomenon of all living things interconnected." There we are. I don't know if that fits within the haiku.
I like that.
Okay, yes. And thank you, Selena. That was
like
delightful.
I was saying, like a lot of the Western poets, they would like I can't remember who it was right now. One of the English poets, he was one of the first people to like adopt the style of haiku. It wasn't exactly haiku, but he adopted the style. But it had more lines, more syllables and stuff, because in English. So yeah, like that can definitely fit in the the aspects of haiku for sure. A lot of the English poets would agree with that.
Yes. So, by all means, continue.
Right. Well, that was all I had for the haikus, and my lunch break is ending pretty quick here.
Oh, damn. Sorry about that, but we're certainly glad to have you for what little time you can spend with us. And
I appreciate it.
Yeah, and we love you dearly. And
I do have a bit of astrology if you feel like
please.
It's relevant.
Yes, by all means.
So, like, right now, or like during this time, the transition of Venus from being in a morning star. She's currently invisible, which means she's in her, it's called like a heliacal disappearance, meaning like the sun, she's close enough to the sun to where like you can't see Venus. So astrologically speaking, that's a little bit of a negative, but she becomes basically Persephone, right? Like the goddess of the underrealms. And so the interesting thing about that is we won't see Venus again as an evening star until the end of April, I believe, towards the end of April. And she will emerge in the sign of Aries, where she's not exactly exalted, because as like Persephone, the whole story of Persephone being taken by Hades to the underworld, and basically there's not really any other word for it, but like deflowered, or she was basically taken by Hades, you know, that whole mythology. So her Venus emerging in that specific area of of Aries is basically she's going to be what's the word for it? Not malefic, but more like the energies won't be as good, you know.
Okay.
So that could indicate some financial trouble, which basically coincides with what we're seeing now. Like there could be some financial problems coming up, you know, after February into May. So we'll have to wait and see how that goes. And so that was like a bit of it, you know, a bit of the astrology.
That's not surprising. I mean, honestly, I think it's miraculous that I personally have enough money to pay the rent after all of the computer equipment I was forced to buy. I still have to buy a new microphone, of course. But one of the things that I would like to do, since I've already personalized this, is ask you to talk a little bit about, you looked up my astrology because I was born at high noon, and you found out a bit of invincibility there. And I think that that's so delightful to share.
Yes. There is definitely a resilience there.
And compare that to the Satanist, or rather disambiguate that from the Satanist who declared himself Sol Invictus, or Invincible Sun, who was responsible for the sacrifice of Heather Heyer at Charlottesville.
Yeah, I mean these people aren't invincible. I mean, they don't know anything about like afterlife, or you know what happens after death, or anything like that. I mean, like it's a joke to call themselves that. And it's an insult to Constantine, even.
Yes, thank you.
But
thank you.
So those people don't know anything. But when it comes to your sign, it's called Purvashada, and like that is like basically like the depths of like the world ocean, and the symbol of it is the goddess riding on the waves. So in that sense, the Venusian energy is what carries you over the waves of creation, and you have that thing with you to where it's, you know, no matter what kind of storm is going on or what is disturbing the waters, you'll always come out on top in that sense, due to the grace of the goddess. And so that's where that difference comes in, you know, because even the sun itself is emerging out of the goddess, you know, as the Egyptians can tell you. Like you have like Neith, the sky goddess, and Horus, and Ra, which is if you look into the Vedic, it's like the sun god, or the sun deity, or the basically the lineage of the Sun Kings goes to Ram. So it's the same word as Ra, like Ra, Ram, like that all comes from the same essence.
Yes.
And but the main detail there is that they are all coming out of the goddess, like the Shakti, the Durga, the energy of the deep, you know, the unfathomable energy of the goddess. So in that sense, you should be heartened.
Yes. You know, and I want to thank you so much for that. The one last thing before you go is when I went into the 8 hours of the Holy Days season that transitioned us from one year to the next on Monday, I did speak of how Christians have got to get over that hang-up of the worship of the sun, S-O-N, replacing the worship of the sun, S-U-N, which so many of them trip off of. And I'm like saying that that's, you know, just no big deal. You'll hear what I explain when you listen to that, and then you can elucidate on that the next time you're with us. So our love goes with you, and take care of yourself.
Much love, everybody.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah. Wish me luck for this closing shift. It looks like people are coming in for their fried chicken here.
Oh my God! Yes, the obsession with fucking fried the bird, and you know, we and I got my vitamin C liposporic from our man Brendan. He'll talk more about that the next time we're on, and of course that saved my ass a number of times. Hugs.
Yes, and it will continue to. Yes. All right. Much love, everybody. Good night.
Yes.
I'll talk to you soon.
Good night, Brendan.
Yeah.
Good night.
Oh, that. Thank you. Yeah, that good night from Jameson was just so inspiring. That was just, oh my God, Jameson. I know you'll probably be awake throughout the night. It's not a sleepiness it's something else. There's a world weariness there. Like somebody
Well,
turned you down for a date or something.
no, I just lost a match horribly in Magic
Oh,
the
if
Gathering.
that's
And
all it is, there's little sympathy that I have.
all it is, that's world shattering for me, man.
Oh my God. Yes.
I guess one man's trite insignificance is another man's dagger in the heart.
Okay. I'll bear that in mind, and I won't be so dismissive next time. So there we are. We can all how would I say that? We can all empathize in Jameson's loss. And so with that, Jameson, I'm going to bring on Selena Khan. Hey, honey. Darling. Let's see if I can coax her on. Yes.
Yeah.
So, baby,
I'm
we'd like
here.
to hear. We'd like to hear you talk about the last several days, how you came to be walking barefoot in the snow. Oh my God.
No, I didn't say. Why do you make up your own story? Anything that I would say, if I said, oh, by the way, New Year's Eve, I was in Manhattan, and then you have your story start to make and all. So, no, none of those things. Nobody can walk. This is very cold. So I was in the snow. I didn't realize it. I was in the car for a long time waiting for an agent to bring their buyer to show a house. Now they were late, so I turned the heat on. I was in the car, and it was so hot. I didn't realize it because I was on the phone with another, client. So I came out, and I didn't realize I was so bundled up. So I was walking almost like, I would say 2 minutes. Before I realized I was covered with snow. It was not much, just, little flurries, nothing. It's wet snow. So, that's about it. But it just, microbes that, you breathe in, and everybody gets that when you are out and about. So I had a little bit runny nose, but nothing gets me like really in a sense of making me like sick in terms of like runny nose, coughing. None of those things happen because I'm on top of my game in terms of vitamin C, vitamin D, and my immune system is very strong. I usually don't get sick. In fact, I don't get sick at all. And the other thing is that everybody's so afraid of getting sick and then die from it. So I don't have any fear of death. So nothing really matters to me. I just go by how I feel, and everything is great. Like, JMO was talking about, look, I'm not criticizing, I'm just sharing and all this, so don't get offended. Like you mentioned that people wear masks, and if they don't wear masks, then they're spreading germs and all this. But I'm not going to go into detail in this. I have a different opinion. I'm really not afraid of, coronavirus or any virus. I have no fear of death. I help people that had, suffered coronavirus, and then I give them a hug. Like 2 weeks ago, I had this family close to home, and I was part of it. So there was another agent involved. So, she was like, "Oh, Selena, don't come close to me. I had coronavirus, but I recovered and all this." I said, "Don't worry, it's a hug, and nothing will happen." And so that's who I am. I do wear masks only where I have to. But other than that, I don't wear masks because I'm not afraid of death or getting sick. That will never happen. So that's how strong I am. It's not my arrogance, but I do have certain thought process that in my mind, and I do a lot of research on so many things. Too many things. It's only in a natural world that how we live in this world. I'm not of a material world, man-made world. So I do pretty much live that world. I'm in a very meditative state in terms of not fearing anything that are man-made in this world. So so that's what happened. So I wasn't sick; it was just a little runny nose. But I had tea. What I do is basically I boil ginger, and then I cool them, and I put honey in it, and put honey, cinnamon, cardamom. Then these are old spices. These are ancient remedies for, common cold and all this. So before I get even sick, so that's what I do. Like gallons, I will be drinking this for probably like 2-3 days. So therefore, there's no sickness. Now, the other thing is that, so what happened, past 2 weeks, my work has been extremely disturbing. So it's kind of like, almost like make me feel like I'm being taken over. Because of the people that are involved in it, that they're so greedy, they're so irrational, they're jealous, they don't have anything, that they just see things as in terms of how much dollars they're going to get out of this business. So I'm being very nice to them. One of my listing in Chinatown, so it's a lot of drama here, and then I've been trying to make them understand, and they agree with me because they have nothing else to say. I make things so simple and easier and profitable for them, and then days go by, and then they change their mind. So I kind of like, I like to earn everything. I don't want anyone to give me anything when it comes down to work and business and making money. So I reached to a point that I'm not going to work with them in this manner because aggravating. I'm very peace-loving person. I enjoy my life. I learn all these things by, being patient to everything in this world. So to me, it's like patience is nature's secret. If you want to achieve anything, you think about it and you work on it. So these people are driving me crazy. They're not bad people. They're just being greedy, and they cannot overcome the money aspects of this business. So that's what's been happening. And then few other thing. I don't know. I'm just all my
It's wonderful.
personal
Thank you,
thing.
I appreciate you sharing all of this.
So yeah, and so I'm planning some new things. Those are personal. Like I had a date today. I mean, not today. Day before yesterday. So pretty much it was a different type of date. It was a business date. So I'm going to involve a group of investors. Not a large group. Probably like max 3. So I'm just going to go for this investment, real estate investment. These are called, flip or fixer-upper. So you buy a rundown property and then you fix it in 3 to 6 months. And then interestingly enough, all of these people, they're all Chinese people. Sam who is the person that I had this business meeting with him. This is like, it's unbelievable. It's been like year and a half, off and on. These are street money lender. They lend money to people, investors, like high interest rate, like 13%, 14%, but it's for short term. So anyways, what I learned from him is that he was so persistent. Every time he used to call me, Selena, do you want to come? And I just wanted to give you some ideas about investing and money lending and all this thing. So I was like ignoring him the whole time. I will call, make an appointment, I'll go, and then not show up and make up something. So finally, I had this meeting with him on Sunday, a little bit like, so it was a good discussion, good plan. So yeah, so I'm just gonna go for a new venture besides doing real estate.
Oh, wow.
So,
wow, exciting. I'm so excited for you.
Well, it's not that easy. It's very intimidating, but just to learn, see how this thing works.
Yes, that's wonderful. And by the way, don't ever worry or be, how would I say it? You don't need to qualify your stance on the pandemic, because it's like Crystal River. I try to calm Crystal River down about coming on my program, because she's afraid that because my stance is so emphatic concerning the pandemic, concerning masks, concerning vaccines, like many people, she's a person who doesn't feel that that vaccines are necessarily without risk, and she's also someone who has felt that there's been much how would I say it? Just a kind of fear that borders on an overreaction, or too much of a sense of anxiety about the pandemic, and she's afraid that if she comes on my program, that I would basically steamroller her, or basically ambush her on air. I would never do such a thing. When she brought up,
but does she know? Does she know that I really want her to come? Probably, like, if I can talk to her, because I enjoy her presentation. I mean, definitely you are on top of everything, but other people, they should come and join and spend their few minutes of time, share their thoughts and ideas. So look, I'm a type of person, I'm very upfront and straightforward. If I have something like disagree with someone, I don't say I disagree with them. I just said this is my response to the subject. So pandemic, coronavirus, all of these things. I'm in touch with a few doctors that I'm close enough, and some of them they're very much into it is what it is, so that's them. I don't agree with them, but there are two doctors that they don't practice anymore because they have their own reason, and I agree with them. The disease and health, hygiene, and all of these things. I don't just make up something like, oh well, I don't care, I'm healthy, blah blah blah, so nothing happened, I'll not be sick, and then people shouldn't wear masks, and this is nothing. That's not my reason. My reason is that when people, I have my own discernment. I understand things my own way. I cannot go with other people's idea. To me, everything is man-made. About vaccination, I'm definitely anti and against vaccination. If I know anyone, I can probably advocate against vaccine. So it's just me. Like, everybody has their opinion. We shouldn't be fighting with each other. We should hear each other, and then that's your way, that's my way, and no one should. Anyway, but that's not the real world. It is something that, as if we are all supposed to fight against each other and hate against each other just because you wear a mask and you are a bad person, you're sick, you're spreading germs. So I was in Whole Food like a few months ago. So there's this. I was wearing a mask. Definitely, that's the law. That's the rules. So you have to. So I'm there. So mask is like, I'm so bundled up. It was very cold. So what happened was that one side of the mask came off, and I had so many things. I never use shopping carts, so I'm like, handful of stuff in my hand. So I was trying to put the stuff down somewhere and then fix my mask. So it was like a lunchtime. So basically, this woman, she's a nurse. She's wearing hospital gown, pajamas, whatever. So she's on the line, and she said, like yelling at me, kind of like I did something wrong. But anyway, I didn't say anything. Then I looked at her. I said, you shouldn't be coming to places like this. Your hospital closed. You should come. So she doesn't say anything, and I said, look, I was fixing I'm not here to fight with you. I understand, and I agree with you what you said to me. But look at you, you're wearing hospital pajamas. You were literally spreading germs. So anyway, so the thing is that I don't argue with people. I don't fight with people over anything. What you're saying, that's your reality. What I'm saying is my reality. Two different things. How can you fight? So I wouldn't comply with anyone, and I don't want anyone to comply with me, what I believe. So that's how I look at everything in life.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. That was delightful. And really appreciate that, honey. And so, as you said, you know, it would be wonderful for Crystal River to come on regularly. But she feels that enough of her points are at ends with mine, but everything she mentions is always about the pandemic. So there's really little that she has in terms of personal politics or that is antithetical to myself at all. So the one thing that she was concerned with was, as an example, was that we were hard on Noreen because she took a stance. But there's a difference. As I explained to Crystal River, I would gladly have Noreen Helpand on again. I'll have to talk to her personally beforehand. The problem is that she's picked up a way of presenting herself via the Revolution Radio, where even I had to do this at the time under the insistence of Mike Ringley. When I worked with him for several years, Mike Ringley insisted on my perfecting or presenting a truly emphatic style of rhetoric, and that when I didn't want to present myself that way, it was just something I had to do to maintain myself on that platform. And that was to use the quote-unquote Michael Savage or Alex Jones style of presentation, which he felt was a winning formula. And that means a lot of shouting. That literally, instead of any form of communication, there's a shouting down of everyone else. The ironic thing about this is that neither one of those people or any other kinds of people who are on these kinds of platforms have any real audience to shout down in terms of people on the set. They're just shouting into the mic. In other words, instead of...
So let me share something. I'm sorry to interrupt you. So my point is that I'm not going to go over what I wanted to say over Noreen being, she shouts. That's the way she presents herself, probably. But the thing is that I would say that when you, I like to go over this with you about and information. But I would say by this though that when you there are guidelines to every circumstances, like even if you are in your house, in your living room, or in a restaurant, wherever, there are certain things that everybody must respect each other based upon whoever. Like I probably go completely against somebody just said something and it's totally against my principles, my philosophy, my perspective, but I wouldn't say anything. I'll hear them and I will say, oh, I disagree or something. So I really want more women to come and frequently, especially Crystal and Noreen at this point. So I like to share something with you some other time, so you will understand, and they will come and they will just present themselves, and then they will maintain the rules and guidelines that you have for your transmission. They will agree with it, and they will be able to say whatever they wanted to say. So I don't see that is such a difficult thing. But like I said, so if I talk to you, then I will understand it's going to work out or not. But I would definitely want as many women possible come and share their ideas. So if you give them a chance, they will come.
Yes. Thank you, honey. Definitely appreciate that. And as always, you're such an angel. So, of course, we've got a while yet before the top of the hour. I'd like you to talk a bit more about what's been going on with you, and if you wish. Otherwise, of course, we can bring Jameson on, and he can help occupy the bandwidth until Peter Moon comes on with us. But, honestly, you haven't been on in so long, and you and I haven't been able to personally speak in so long, the way the schedule
I
has
know, like you mentioned, yeah, the time difference. And then, I was so tired. I slept a lot as well. I'm by nature, I sleep a lot, more than other people. Everybody knows, whoever, I share any time, they'll just criticize. Oh, I'm going to die soon because I sleep too much. But it is my comfort, I earned it. It gives me so much insights, and my ideas, my brain functions so well. So, but yeah, I understand. So if you sleep, I would think that you probably is the same way, like similar sleeping habits or so. So I understand. No worries. I know you are busy. You work. I do work as well. So that's not a problem. But I wanted to share a little thing with JMO. If you're there, he put out some beautiful pictures that he took. I was blown away. I mean, what a gift that he has. Those pictures are amazing. I love taking pictures. I do take pictures. I have probably 40,000 pictures. I have it in my cell phone, but I do have this camera that I bought so many years ago, 3-4 years ago. It's a professional camera. I do have the lens, but I took a small lesson years ago, but I forgot about it. I don't know how to take pictures, but I love to take pictures, and I do take pictures. But I admired those pictures so much that I would love to talk about it one day, probably before, or I will call you, JMO, if it's okay. I'm very much interested, and so yeah, let me know when I can call you. I like to go over, and I would definitely I wish Douglas lived in New York. Oh my God, it would be every big fun gatherings. It's so, I used to have this life with hanging out with friends and doing simple thing, nothing besides, those wild life going out. But yeah, I like this. I have a lot of hobbies. So yeah, I would love to go over it one day, probably.
And I'd like to live a bit in New York too, so I should move in with you for a little bit of the year sometime.
No,
travel back and forth. Yes.
no. I apologize. I'm sorry. I can be with people. I'm no. That's not my point here. You're more than welcome. I can help you out. You live on your own. I have very bad experience in my life with men. It's all tragedy. I'm not going to blame anyone, but I hate men in terms of, when you are in a relationship, it's just no respect. So I'm sorry, but I do love you, respect you.
Of course.
I will more than happy to help. You're my very good friend. That's all I can say.
Yes.
I mean, that's all I can offer. Nothing more than that.
Yes, honey. Now, in terms of the poetry that Jameson wrote, tell us a bit about the poetry he wrote.
Oh my God, no! You didn't read it?
Oh no, I didn't get a chance.
You should. It's a nice, it's sort of a very positive and sentimental feelings, but again, written in words are very rough. So someone has to I don't know. My understanding is I understood the poetry in my way. I like those words. I like the aggressiveness. So I like that kind of poetry. So that something that is so good that you like something. It's hard to put it in words, because if you do it, then you're gonna corrupt the whole feelings of how you felt. It doesn't matter who wrote it. It happens to be JMO that we know, but it could have been anybody else, but that happens to be him. So I just wanted to compliment him that something he wrote is so beautiful. I liked it so much. Yeah.
Much thanks. Much thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. Keep writing. Yes. Don't stop.
That was wonderful, honey. And so aside from that, darling, in terms of some other things that have been going on lately in the world, maybe you could give us some of your insights. And I know that,
Oh, my God. So many things going on. Yes. All right. Am I talking over to you like you say something? Because it's the time delay, like a few seconds, and I hear you and then I don't hear you. So I apologize if I was interrupting you.
You're fine, darling. You're fine, darling. Yes, please, by all means. Go on. Yeah.
Well, so here's the thing. This is very interesting. If you have, when you get a chance later, I'm like very much into technology in terms of knowing what is happening, the knowingness. So so there is this technology, it's called G, letter G, letter P, P as in Peter, G as in girl, T as in Tom. So GPT, write it down, you can look at it, -3. So this is a technology funded by, what's this face? Oh my God. The Tesla guy, what is his name?
Oh, it's what is it?
Elon
Musk.
Right, Elon Musk. So he's behind this technology. This is gonna be well, the thing is that technology is something that it has benefits to it. Depends how you respond to it. Like social media. So if people think that, okay, we're just going to go onto Facebook for 24 hours and fight with each other. So there are so many things you can do. There's so many things you can write. There's so many things you can share and agree with everyone. There shouldn't be but that's not the case. We go, there's this agent from my office. I don't know if she meant that to me. We've been like, she's Jewish. So once, I think last year or year before, I put an image. It's an image of swastika, but it's not swastika. Mm-hmm. Like those lines, like just typical swastika. So it is something Indian culture. They had this like very sacred symbol that's it's a geometric shape, and there are a lot of things in it. So I put that in only because it's so beautiful, look very pretty. So she was furious. She complained to my, broker, and then they called me. It was like a whole fucking drama. This is how ignorant and hateful people are. They will take everything personally. You say good thing, they'll take it personally. You say negative thing, they just make their own way, and then they react on everything. So I noticed, I don't have much friends, like, except for, let's say, right now, by now. So I know Peter, Crystal, so who else? So, you and I are good friends. So over here, we're together. But other than that, like Brandon and Derek, all Sarah Shields and who else. So these are the people that I know. I came to know them through you. So therefore, like, my friends group, I consider you guys my friend on Facebook. So other than that, few agents from my office, but I don't really socialize like in terms of every morning you go there, you write something, you give a philosophical perspective, you think how people, you figure out everybody's life pretty much. That's a group of people. That's what they do. So she put a statement on my page. I don't remember. I don't even know how to use Facebook. So basically, she said, "Don't send me private message. If you do, I don't read them. I will delete them." Something like that. Even if you do it, why in the world you have to come show your meanness? It's like, I just don't understand. So that's what people do, and I get very emotional when people behave such manner. It doesn't matter who they are to me. Just saying this thing, it bothers me. And I see this thing everywhere. Like people just don't like each other. They just don't they don't get along with each other for no reason. So it's a work for me. Like two girls in my office, these girls are insane. I had to work on them, and then just being overly nice to them, flattering them. Is that's what you need, like compliments, and they will treat you like unnecessary, overly nice, and all these things. That's what they need for life to function. These are idiots. That's what they do. Like I would say, send this message to whatever, and they'll just deny. So I had a big argument with them, and they were very quiet and they were very apologetic because they knew they did wrong thing to me. So why do you do this in the first place? And then I explode. Anybody would, not in like, like, why would you do such a thing? And they're like, oh, we'll apologize. We'll not do it again. So why would you do it? Oh, we didn't understand, thought you just making up nonsense that doesn't make sense. Right. So these are the very low mentality people. That's why they cannot achieve anything in life. So when they see other people are doing well, they're just being jealous. They're just being hateful and disturbing. So that's what they do. So that's what this agent she wrote. She doesn't understand that she's hating herself. Who wants to know who sent her messages and all this? Why would you? I know that she did it intentionally because of that image. So I cleared it out with my broker, and they all know that she's cuckoo. She does this thing to everyone. She fights with everyone in the office. Thank God I'm not in that office anymore. I also, I know how to avoid everything, how to overlook everything, and that's what I do when I notice people are, not stable. They're so emotionally imbalanced. They will think everybody's out there to get them, and they're non-existent. People don't even like them, and they think they're important. So that's the world we live in, and so that's what she did. So therefore, now back to technology. GPT-3, it's called generative generative pre-planned transformation. So basically, this can be very, very helpful to people who are, I would say, older people. Now, what it does is that, for example, like if they implement and successfully, it takes time. Probably the next 5 to 10 years, it will be like everyday thing for us, for people. So, for example, you will be in your computer. I'm telling you my version of it, so that's my understanding. So, for example, they will have avatar. A person will come any appearance and like a human form, as if like you're talking to someone. So you will have to just type your input. Will be like, I don't feel so good today. So then on the computer screen, you will see there's a person appearing and then telling you why you wouldn't feel good. These are AI, but coming to you as if you're talking to a person. So if this type of input and output help people, like people grow old being alone, but there will be a lot of things, a lot of technology will be with it to go for children or anything that people, you just talk to the computer, type in or say it like voice activated. So you say, I don't feel good. And they'll say, why you don't feel good? Did you do this? Did you do that? It might not be very accurate because it's a machine talking to you. It will never be like, like a natural person. They don't have soul. So they will only speak from a perspective of what they're built with, what kind of, this computer, this, AI, looking like human, that it's created by human people. So there are limitations. So these are the things that, will be happening, will make life easier. I don't know how, or simple, or I don't know. So that's one thing. And then a lot of technologies that what is the other thing? Oh God, I forgot. All right, the currency, the tech, what is it called? Cryptocurrency.
Right.
Now, why cryptocurrency? Why Bitcoin? Why? What's in it? What is their value? Why? So about Bitcoin, all right. So no one knows who is Satoshi Nakamoto. Happens to be the name behind Bitcoin, but no one has seen him. No one spoke to him. So who knows what? So that's that. However, the technology, the idea of Bitcoin that he created, it's limited. It's only 21 million, and then after once they reach to a point of 21 million, there will be no more Bitcoin. That would probably like 20 until 2045. So now what is happening is that the idea of reserve currency that we have right now, which is US dollar, it's a big argument. I'm nowhere near to trying to articulate. I'm just saying that my understanding, because I owned a Bitcoin, it was like recently, like a few weeks ago, it reached 40,000 ever. So a lot of people made money. Whoever invested, this man, he's a very young man. He purchased like. He became a billionaire just by, when he purchased his Bitcoin. God knows he had a lot of money, but so he became billionaire. He's not Indian, like he looks like Indian, but he isn't. This is the guy who was behind, building Facebook and all this. So Bitcoin will become very much in use. People use Bitcoin. Gradually, there will be no, what is it called? The standard U.S. currency is right now is the currency that, like, if China wants to buy oil, they have to convert their currency into U.S. currency, and then they will buy oil. Right. Or so that's a reserve currency. So they don't need more, obviously. Now, what is the good side and what is the bad side? So group of, people who disagree with the idea of Bitcoin. I mean, it is out there. It's a 12 point some billion market. Market. So basically, it is going to be more and more. And what will happen is that that there will be people that they will. It's for drug dealers. And who are the drug dealers? Anybody in the power, they are the drug dealers. Like Bank of America. The HSBC, and it's not I heard from somebody. I haven't been there. I haven't seen anything. So I read this thing. So I'm giving this, naming these banks as a reference that, I heard this, or that these are the people. So not necessarily that Bitcoin would be the thing of choice to drug smuggling and then making money and all this. People do it regardless. Bitcoin didn't exist 10 years ago, but people did. There's drug smuggling, crime, and corruption. Everything is happening with having U.S. currency, but it's gonna be a good thing for people in middle class. We send money to each other. Like if I want to send you money, I don't have to have anyone's help right now. Like PayPal is taking your money. If I send you $25, PayPal will make $3 out of $25. So we don't have to do this anymore once we have the system in a process and running. So I do support Bitcoin, cryptocurrency. So that's my opinion. And technology is changing. There's this thing called Internet of Things. This is so huge. I can go on and on, but not tonight because I'm not ready. I don't want to say anything. Might not be correct. So yeah, I mean that's where I spend my time knowing things, what's going on, what's new, how people are suffering, why people are suffering, how we can make the world a better place. So I read a lot. So a lot of things we can do. I do have a lot of ideas, but people will laugh at me like, how can you think, it doesn't work, because people are so self-centered and only think of themselves. But you go in your community, if it is so, like, you don't need police patrolling your city. You can participate, that you create your own community of people, that you take turns, like a small neighborhood. So we can really improve life if we take the word hate from our life everything will work so perfectly harmoniously. So I guess that's all.
Oh, that's beautiful. Well, and this is another example, probably the only other one I can think of, where we have a difference in opinion, though my stance on this is not necessarily that emphatic. I've always approached Bitcoin very much as something that most people shouldn't trifle with, that it is definitely a frontier zone that's very lawless, and I personally...
No, it's not.
I know.
What is your resources?
Yeah, and so I point out that Selena Khan,
No, I'm
of
saying,
course...
where did you get that idea? It's like a frontier.
Well,
like,
you know...
give me some reference.
yeah.
I like to read them.
I
could be wrong.
Well,
on
Bitcoin,
Bitcoin,
I've written columns on this in the past, and I certainly wouldn't want to, get into any kind of confrontation with you here. I'm just saying my stance.
Listen, I'm the only
different
human being in this world. No one can come and fight with me and argue with me, because I'm pretty much, the moment I sense that somebody is kind of like ready to fight, I just stop, and I really stop it very nicely with a loving way. So no one will fight with me. You can bring up, you can make your point. What is there to fight? Orange and apple, what's good? What's bad? You like apple, I like orange. What is there to argue about?
Yes.
So you're making your point. There's not one thing. There's variety of things. Whole world is full of beautiful things. You like something, other people will not like. That doesn't mean they're wrong, you're right, or you're wrong, they're right. So it depends how you make your argument rational, logical, not in terms of what I'm saying is right, therefore comply with me. If you take away that mindset, there will be no argument in this world.
That's right, baby. Yes. And so, like I was saying, but this is a point where we can agree to disagree, and how we're...
Absolutely.
Yeah, and how we're just, I think that it's really... gangster of Selena Khan to thrive in the Bitcoin environment. It just shows what a gangster she really is, and I think that's great. She's able to really handle herself.
So if you say gangster,
that's a
what
compliment.
Do you
that's
mean?
A compliment.
You're saying I know, I understood. I'm just saying, for example, that you're not talking to me with somebody else years ago when you thought Bitcoin is not such a good idea. And you stick to that idea, and then you advise people not to go near that. I heard that. Nothing wrong with it. That's your understanding. That's your knowledge base. That's what you thought. That's what it is. But here's another person happens to be me, Selena, and I say, oh no, this is such a great idea. So you express your idea based upon what information you have and gathered on Bitcoin, and then I'm here. Bitcoin, I invested, I understood the market, I lost money. Then I also, listened hours of listening to people who are talking about what Bitcoin is. It's not about they're explaining what it is, instead of like, you should go and invest it. So they're giving examples, they're giving that people will have rights. People don't have any idea that. So anyway, that I'm bringing up again, detailed information about what we can do. But my point being here is that you thought that it's not a good idea at all, and I thought that it's great. If I have money, I would invest it. And it's a great thing. So like I said, there is no argument in my life and in my opinion. I just share my thoughts and ideas. That's all it is. You disagree, it's fine. You agree, it's fine too. You don't even have to agree. Why would you agree? You should have your own ideas and thoughts. So yeah, that's how I look at everything.
Yeah, that's right.
Selena, I wanted to ask if you can actually help guide me with the process of like getting acquainted with Bitcoin myself, because I'm interested in using it, but not for like buying illegal stuff, but more or less as a means of having like a pocketbook to sort of curb my own spending, because I have a really bad problem holding on to money.
Well, you're not the only person. I mean, I lost so much money. I was so greedy. Oh my God, Bitcoin! You buy it. I remember back in 2017, I became so greedy. I just started buying like several of them. I'm just So the thing is that I was greedy. I lost it. I didn't understand because Bitcoin has its own personality. If you don't agree with it, you will fail, bound to fail. So that's what happened to people. Like they, like in investment world, in real estate, for example. That's my knowledge base and all these things. So people will say, "Oh well, we'll just buy it, and then we'll fix it, and then we'll sell it and make profit." That's very simple. That's just a theory. But in reality, so you have to formulate a plan that people don't do. Like people open up restaurants with the idea of, over there, my friend John is so successful, therefore I'll have my own restaurant, make so much money, and I'm so jealous of him. I will have my better restaurant than him, and then I will be, more richer than him, and all these things. So when you go with a mindset of competing, showing off, and all of this egomaniac thing, nothing will work for you. You have to be truthful to yourself. You have to know how to climb Mount Everest. It's not for everyone. Everything is for everyone in this world. You have to have if you want to know something, like, everybody can write poetry. But if anybody wants to write poetry that they have no idea how to do it, they'll just plagiarize and then write something and then just So everything that, if you passionately know something, that you want to do something, it's so easy to be successful. But it needs tremendous patience and knowledge. So it depends. I'm very thorough. I'm very deeper into everything. Like anything that anyone tells me, I will just go deepest point of the argument, and then or anything that I will research it. I'll find it. It's not that I'm being critical. I just want to make sure that I'm doing it right. There are right ways and wrong ways. And it has nothing to do with you're a good person or a bad person. There are a lot of bad people, shows that somehow they're very wealthy. Like, I'm not talking about rich people, like in the power and all this. I'm talking average, middle class people, they became wealthy and all these things. How do they do that? And nobody likes them. They're very quiet. They mind their own business, do their own thing, and they become successful. So there is something that takes people from point A to point B because they're very thorough. That's all they have in mind. So about GMO, like, if you're saying, "Oh, I don't have," you do have. We all have abilities. We all have ideas, but we don't have patience to take one from another, or with, okay, it didn't work out, and you give up. People give up so easily. So everything is like, I don't know, has its own rules. And if you follow that, those are not written rules. Like if you open up a restaurant that there's like a boom town, nobody goes there, but it's beautiful. Food is great. You'll never make money, and it will be like, oh my God, if you don't understand that part, you'll be like, oh, it didn't work for me. That's not the case, because you did not have the right ingredients to make it like bring something into fruition. So it needs a lot of things. So hard to explain, hard to tell people. But what I do, little thing, big thing, I always tell myself that how should I go about. I go with the right ingredients, and I'm not into like big thing. I'm a little I live in my small world and try to learn and know every day, and that's how I do things.
Yes, honey. That's oh gosh. Okay.
I think I'm done. It's okay.
Oh no! We're getting a little glitch right now, but it's you were fine, honey. And what I'll do is, I'd like to talk to you privately as soon as possible. Obviously, after transmission today, I'm going to be sleeping throughout the day, and then I might wake up, either sometime tomorrow evening or the day after that. Hopefully, we can talk. We certainly need to catch up.
Yeah,
and I'll
sure.
tell you about some.
You need to do something. I do have a lot of things that I set aside for you. So we have to work on those. So just reach out when you're done resting and sleeping. So you are at your best in terms of, sharing ideas, and then we'll go from there. Absolutely.
Wonderful. And so thank you so much, darling. Well,
you're welcome.
Anyhow, so I love you dearly, and we'll take it from there. Now, we've got a few minutes till the top of the hour. Let me check around as to who might be inside of the... okay, let's see now. So we should be bringing Peter Moon on shortly after the top of the hour, but I can what I can do is just kind of provide the kind of shall I say, impression I had about Bitcoin, either now or after you're gone. With my stance, it was mostly political. You have to understand, this is one of those cases that I come from a very politicized background. And so when I take a look at the economy of the world, what many people tend to think of, and they have it bass-ackwards, I believe, is that they will feel that economics is somehow impacting politics.
Douglas, just give me 1 second. So here's what I have to tell you. I will leave now, say good night, and I will listen to you, because I'll listen to you now, plus I'll listen to this again tomorrow. I'll take 2 hours to listen to your 5 minutes thing, whatever it is that you will be explaining, and so I can understand. So I'm going to say good night, and I will, we'll catch up. So go ahead. I will listen to you.
Oh, before you go, honey.
Good night, everyone.
Good night, Selena.
Good night,
I'll be in
Jamo,
touch with you.
Yeah. Absolutely. I'm looking forward to it.
Wonderful.
Okay.
And honey, before you go, I just want to say that if I don't get to it in the next 5 minutes and we get Peter on and we're talking about other things, I will get to it when, I will get to it when I go into monologue. So what I'll do is I'll put a timestamp. I'll put a timestamp on that for you, and then you can listen to that. I'll give you a link. Yes. And
probably I will not be able to listen to you tonight. I have to listen to you tomorrow, because I have something to do. I have to wake up very early tomorrow. But I will listen, because this is something I like to know. In the past, you only touched up a little bit, but if you go into detail, that would help me as well. I like to know both sides. So yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, darling.
All right. Okay. Good night, everyone. Good night, Jamo. Good night. Who else is here? Derek. Good night. Tomorrow. But I will listen, because this is something I like.
Good night. Good night, Selena.
In the past.
Good night, baby.
All right. Good night. Bye.
Yes. So we're bringing Pack One on now, honey. Thank you so much, darling. That was wonderful. And Pack One, cut loose. Just take us to the top of the hour. Catch us up on everything going on with yourself.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry, I was late. So we had a friend of ours that came and actually visited us a couple weeks ago. She's she lives in Hermosa Beach out there in California. She came by today and gave us a surprise visit. So we went in and had a couple drinks and hung out for a second. And then in the midst of that, I realized I was late for my massage. So I had to go and rush over and get my leg and my back worked on, and as same as last week, everything felt amazing, and I'm actually walking more. The massage therapist told me she was going to teach me how to wrap my knee this week. She was going to come to my house and teach me how to wrap my knee, that it'll help with the stability of my knee. So
home visit. Oh, that's delightful.
Yeah. And she it was crazy, because she, you usually keep your legs on the massage bed and stuff. She said, I'm going to pull your leg over off the bed a little bit. And she grabbed it, and I don't know what she did, how she moved, but man, that thing popped so loud and hard. And it was just the biggest, most intense relief, like rush of relief.
Wow.
So yeah, I feel like $1 million right now, man.
Oh, that's incredible. I'm so happy to hear that. Really excited for you.
Yeah, like I almost want to run, but I don't.
Yeah, don't do that.
Yeah. We'll give it a little bit longer.
Yes.
So aside from that, so my update, like my wife, she's still doing her job, still working. They're extremely thin and short on help at the hospital right now. There's no CNAs. And it's to the point where I mentioned a couple weeks ago about sitters, and those are just like basically someone who sits down in a room with a patient. That it might be someone who's been arrested, or it might be a psych patient, or it may be a patient who's not trying to follow a doctor's directions or whatever, a flight risk type patient, and they're short on those. And so you have nurses, covering all these shifts, and just overwhelmed. They're overwhelmed right now. They're bringing it up to their higher ups, their nurse managers and stuff like that, about not having the help. But you have these agencies filling as many spots as they're available to fill in. Everyone's just so short staffed right now with everything going on. It's nuts. And I know my wife, she's been hanging in there, but I know she's drained. I try to, when she gets home and stuff like that, try to get her to relax and rest, what she will. But being home, she still wants to be up and moving around, doing whatever. But yeah, it's crazy out there with all that going on. It's just I don't know. And like I said, last week they took away the hazard pay, which the nurses were getting an extra $20 an hour, because of the COVID pandemic going on. But now that the vaccine is available, they're not affording them that extra $20 an hour, which if you ask me is ridiculous. It's not cool, because they're still facing the same risk. Yeah, I'm seeing it, online, and I don't know anyone personally who has caught COVID after the vaccine, but I've seen cases where people who have been fully vaccinated are catching the virus, which that's kind of scary.
Yes.
It's all a mess right now. We just, and I feel it more so now than ever. This sense of trying to hang on to what I once considered normal, and I've said it before, everything we're dealing with now is the new normal, mask and social distancing and everything. But I don't know. It's not getting to me, but I'm still kind of just now starting to feel that denial that, like it's not going to be the same, and trying to live a normal life, but then at the same time maintain these regulations and social distancing and masks, and and it's crazy because I've been good with it. It's almost a year now, and up until now, I'm starting to catch myself where I get to the grocery store and I jump out the car and I start walking towards the door, and I get to the door, I'm like, shit, my mask, and it's nothing to play with. It's nothing to play with at all. So, yeah, that's pretty much in a nutshell what I got going on. I'm getting ready to do for my business, run a special for Super Bowl, and I know. I'm one part of me saying, social distance, wear your mask, wash your hands, stay away from people, and then business side of me is like, hey, are you having a get together? Buy some fajitas, buy some rice and beans. It's kind of messed up, but it's more or less, these are like, they're meals that feed 4 or 5 people. So basically I'm just pretty much running a special for like a family, just, a family special or whatever. But I don't know. I catch myself more now trying to hang on to something, and it's kind of messed up.
Right. But honestly, I think you're doing as well as you can in this situation, and I feel so bad for the hospital at where your wife works when she's gone, when you and she moved to California, which I definitely want you to do for your own good and for the good of your family. But at the same time, how are you going to get your massages then? You have this specialist now who's treating you. So how's that going to work out? You're going to stay until this treatment's complete, or what?
Yeah. So, what she said, the way my knee felt to her, and how where she was at with it, she said 5 to 6 treatments. Yeah. So that's I've been going once a week, so that's about 5 to 6 weeks. So I'll still be around. I'll be here till about June, July.
Okay.
So I'll still be around it. Hopefully those couple treatments get me where I need to be. It seems to be working so far, and I haven't had a problem. I'm up and down these stairs now, and I feel good. I picked my son up today. I had him outside in the because it snowed. It couple nights ago, 2 nights ago, it snowed something like 6-7 inches out here.
Holy shit!
So I had him today outside on his little sled, and I was pulling him around, and we were having fun outside, and I couldn't I had no restrictions, whereas before I couldn't even really walk without feeling that pain that pulls you back. But yeah, so I'm pretty optimistic about this treatment and what she's been doing for me, and it's crazy because I've had massages before, but she uses like hot stones, really like extremely hot stones. These stones are really hot, and that's what she uses in on the joints and the pressure and on the knots, and it seems to really be working. So yeah, I'm excited.
Yeah.
I was just like shit, like, and I'm like I'm ready to go. I'm like, she told me today, she's like, I'll come over to your house and show you how to wrap your knees so that you get extra support during the week. I was like, yeah, come on over. I'll probably end up getting my daughter a massage when she comes over. So so that she's not really she's doing me a favor by coming over and at least get her some money. So yeah,
wonderful, and I'm so glad that your wife's not jealous about this.
Yeah, we're gonna book a couples massage for Valentine's Day. So she needs one too. She needs one too for sure. She needs one.
Yes.
Yeah. She can see the difference. Because it's been 6 months, and she knows I'm a mover. Even with this leg restriction I've had. I'm still moving around, but it's more of a pathetic movement. It's almost like someone sees me moving around, they feel sorry for me, and it's like the last thing I want. I just want to get my shit done. And it's killed me a little bit. It started.
Oh shit!
My I wouldn't say ego, but my mental state. Because it's like, man, for a while there, I was thinking, man, am I gonna need surgery? Am I ever? And I'm looking at Mike Tyson, who came back at 54, 55 years old and just picked up a new fight, and was out there fighting and looking like fucking Mike Tyson from 91, 92. And I'm like, man, will I ever be able to move the same again? Feeling like my life's over, and I got this, this guy, 50 something years old, 20, 30 years older than me, rocking it out. I'm like, I need to be there. So once she did that, and I got the movement back, I'm like, oh yeah, it's coming back. Once I get 100, I'm not looking back. I'm gonna get back in the gym and get back to where I was, because that's where I was the most comfortable in my life.
Yes. Yeah, definitely. Really glad that you have you have this opportunity, and God knows you deserve it. You deserve to feel better, and you've earned it. So I'm certainly happy that you're getting this treatment. So aside from that, I'll also be happy when you feel that you've had enough of it, or that you feel that it's resolved your issue enough where you can, take that move to California, because that's going to involve some physical work too. That's going to be some real physical movement, I'm sure. And definitely you want to be in good shape before you move any boxes or anything else. So
luckily for me, I found a company. I found a company so I was looking at U-Haul, and U-Haul, man, just for like the 26-foot U-Haul I think it was like $3,500, and that's just for the U-Haul. You still got to pay gas and everything else, mileage or whatever. And I actually ended up finding a company that is gonna come. They're gonna come and they're gonna load. I still have to like pretty much get everything out to like the driveway or garage or whatever. They load it up and move it for me, but it's like $1,700 cheaper than if I got a U-Haul and drove it myself. And they carry the shit. So yeah, so I was like, oh man, that was a heaven sent right there.
Fabulous. That's fabulous. I'm so glad, honestly. And by the way, everybody always takes a look at some of these companies like, starving students, because we all want to help the starving students, right? Well, at the rates they charge, their name is a misnomer. If they're starving, it's only because no one's willing to hire them at those rates they're charging. Unfortunately, a bunch of people get suckered into it. So there you go with that.
Here they call them college hunks in a truck.
Oh God! Oh God! So they're promising sex is basically what they're selling themselves with to the widows and the like. Oh my God! Well, then we have that. Well, I thank you so much, dear Pac-Man. We love you dearly. Yes, sir. And sure, love with your family. Oh, and by the way, were you able to? Oh, he's on camera now. There we are.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah, don't eat up all the bandwidth. You'll knock us off.
Sorry. I'm so sorry. Yeah. I was pulling my phone out of my pocket to mute and
no worries. No worries, because I need you to answer something else before we bring Peter on. And Jameson, do me a favor and bring Peter on now, okay? Thank you. Yes, thank you. And Pac-1, before you go, just make certain that I, of course, had you help me out on Monday, and I spent 8 hours talking about the holiday season. And I did ended a bit by referencing your son, so do listen to that, and I hope that you'll give me your reflections upon what I said next time you're with us. I don't believe you've had a chance to listen to it yet.
No.
Okay.
Nope, I haven't.
Okay.
So. I started going back to the first section from the night before you guys got cut off.
Okay.
So,
well, believe me, the section afterwards is actually far more important. Okay. So everyone should listen to that.
Okay.
And,
sure.
Yes.
All right.
And, thank you. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes,
All
sir.
right.
Thank you. Have a good night. Thank you. Love you, Doug.
Yes.
Bye.
Love you dearly. Share it with our family. Okay. Bye-bye for now. And okay. And with that, we're going to turn towards Peter Moon, who's going to help us, until it's time for monologue. Buy me enough time to kind of get my head together, pull it out of my ass, so to speak, and had to catch up on a lot of sleep after being up all day on Monday. I don't know if Peter had any chance to listen to that. I was talking about the holiday transition between last year and this year, and I was talking about how basically we have the traditionally religious holidays that are like Christmas and in a sense Thanksgiving, which of course has its roots in I won't even go into that right now. As a matter of fact, I was so sick of going into that from the past because it is such a distasteful subject that I didn't even bring it up when I was speaking about the holiday season and how extraordinarily historic this holiday season was. But our holiday seasons consist of basically half a dozen holidays. There's 6 of them. There's the there's the Halloween, then the Christmas. These are actually very religious holidays, though most people don't realize it. And obviously, Christmas is Christian. Most Christians don't realize how Christian Halloween is, and that it's actually more Christian than Christmas. And then after that, we have, of course, New Year's, and then Epiphany. And after that, we have the, Thanksgiving's in there, but I tried to ignore it. It's one of the holidays that I don't even really celebrate. So that, of course, is between the Halloween and Christmas, and then you have that Halloween, Thanksgiving, Christmas, and then the New Year's, and then you have Epiphany, and then you have the Martin Luther King Jr. Day, which transitions us into what I call a civic religious holiday, which is something that I explained the definition of throughout the transmission on Monday. So everybody do listen to that, and that's far more important to pay attention to even than the part we had leading up to it, because I finally got myself together enough to do a full program, to perform a full program. And so what extended it this year was every leap year we have Election Day. And that is, again, a civic religious holiday. And the Election Day, or rather the inauguration thereafter, is what made this so historical. And that would lead to, in a sense, too, a civic religious holiday. So that would be those, along with the Martin Luther King Jr. Day, that would be 3 civic religious holidays. And if you don't understand that term, again, you'll have to listen to the transmission. So with that, check into that. That was the latest transmission prior to tonight's. And with that, we bring on Peter Moon. He is, of course, someone who is a wonderful human being. He is, in a very real sense, my biographer. And I do want people to follow him on his own Facebook timeline, which of course has the big banner that says Time Travel Education Center, but is actually separate from his Time Travel Education Center website, which is timetraveleducationcenter.com, I believe. And his Facebook, you can friend him and follow him on Facebook at peter.moon.566. And as for his real website, which we ask everyone to visit, where our Roswell book will be on soon, this is the skybooks.usa.com. And every book he has ever published is maintained in print. And so bear that in mind. And with that, Peter Moon has some profound news to announce tonight. He's going to announce this profound development, and we feel it's literally earth-shattering for us, at least, and it's beyond words, this accomplishment. It's something that actually is a turning point in my life, most certainly, and Peter Moon has helped to bring that about, and we love him for it. So, Peter Moon, take the stage, please.
Well, I think this is something that began, if I'm correct, about June of last year.
Okay. Yeah.
And it got interrupted in September, but I actually put the finishing touches, not the absolute finishing touches, but the finishing touches of the manuscript for Douglas's book, Roswell, The Roswell Deception, and other and the demystification of World War II. The Roswell Deception was what everybody will call the book, but is finished. What that means is I have finished. It's more than a first draft. It is a complete draft. Now, I finished the epilogue on it, where I write the preface and then the epilogue to kind of introduce Douglas to my audience, and then I wrap it up to build up the excitement for the next book. And so I have to reread everything. And then that'll take a couple days, make any corrections, my own corrections, and then I will send it to Douglas. I'll send it to Georgia Knight as well. And did I miss anything? Did I state anything wrong? I have tried very hard not to miss anything. And what I write in the epilogue is that all of this stuff is out there. It's all out there in the internet.
Yeah.
Some of it might have been deleted from Douglas's websites, the tapes the lectures that have been lost, but it's basically still there.
Yeah.
And the problem is, it all has to be, what do you call it, collated and assembled and put in front of somebody to read it, so it will become digestibly understandable. And this is what I've definitely accomplished. I'm satisfied with that. If I've tried hard, you might have some specific things to say about this or that, and that's fine. But it's done. It was, and I think part of the fascination of it, when I first listened to Douglas 8 years ago, it was 8 years ago.
Right.
I was very interested. in all of this stuff. Now I have a certain not an absolute, but a certain mastery of the material, of how it was that Japan did indeed win the war. That's very hard to swallow for somebody who's been subjected to the propaganda generated by the Office of War Information and its descendants, the people who descended after it. It's because it is so powerful and you've been onslaughted by it. And now, if you follow the logical conclusion, this is disclosure step one. Some friends of mine, I used to speak at the disclosure group in New York City. And I will go back to them. I don't want to go back anymore because it's just, it's not that big of a deal. Mm-hmm. But I will go back for this book if they're not having meetings again, because they can't have them now with COVID. So I would go back because and a lot of these people are abductees, and I'll go back and say hi to them. But some of them told me, some of the sharper ones told me that they were waiting for disclosure, and that disclosure was imminent. This was several years ago, but the problem was there were so many dead bodies and the people. The only way it would be released is when the people who were responsible for the dead bodies would die off. This is what they said. Well, I don't know how. I mean, they follow. I've sent them the newsletters and stuff on this, but now I know who the dead bodies are. There are a lot of Japanese war prisoners.
Yeah,
and there's other people too, and there's just tremendous lies. We could attribute some of the dead bodies in Haiti from the Franklin Roosevelt terrorism that was committed upon that island. There are all sorts of unnecessary deaths that have taken place. The 3 million Muslims that were wiped out in the Philippines in was that the Spanish-American War?
Yes.
And so some of the genocidal madness that Americans have been complicit with, and it's just not known. It's just not known because people are, look, the average person, which is pejoratively referred to as the working stiff.
Yeah.
Because what is a working stiff? It's somebody who has to make a living. So he becomes a stiff because he becomes subject to the system. And this is an unfortunate term, but what is a person supposed to do to earn a living? You have to. It's like people are set up to be pawns.
Yes.
And this is a very unfortunate circumstance. And you can make up all the reasons why they're born into that karma, but it's still not right. But what choice do you have is to become a working stiff? I mean, when I was in high school, I remember, what am I going to do? Become a working stiff? Most of my contemporaries were studying liberal arts, and what were you going to do? The alternative was to become a scientist and work for the evil empire, because you're going to become the scientist's slave.
Right.
So to become a liberal arts major was nothing. I mean, you're not going to go out. What are you going to do? Go give lectures to the McDonald's Corporation on fine art or fine literature? It's not pragmatic. In actual fact, I probably would have become, if I had stayed in the Bay Area and hadn't gotten involved in Scientology, I would have probably become a data processor. Those jobs were available, and I would have become at the root foundation of Silicon Valley. And it's probably what would have happened with me. Wow. if I had remained in Northern California. But in any case, I mean, just because it was a pragmatic function that I could do. Mm-hmm. And but but anyway, you know, you're faced with the proposition of becoming a working stiff. One of my childhood friends, we were one of the only few to play football in the 6th grade out on the grass when there was like only be 4, 5, 6 of us out there. When all the other kids were in the auditorium, we'd be out in the, you know, 30-degree weather playing football in the grass.
Wow.
And, you know, he's still my friend today. And he was interested in music, and he became a professor of music. And he teaches, he's retirement age, but he keeps teaching. And so he taught the first class in rock and roll in college. There was an actual course in rock and roll. So he found his niche in teaching music. But so he wasn't a working stiff in that sense. He enjoyed, you know, I think his mother said to do something that you like.
Right. Follow your bliss, as they say. Yes.
Right. And he did a good job of that. But you know, I mean, and then you met my friend Doug, who you know, he's retired now.
Right. And he was retiring then, for God's sake, when I met him. Yeah.
I think he was just retiring, or maybe he had retired. But yeah, he's retired now. His wife's retired. Yeah. They were traveling all over the country, having a good old time. Mm-hmm. And I don't think they travel so much anymore. Well, they'll travel in California. They've got all these places in California they go to. Mm-hmm. And so, you know, he did. He's done well for himself in that regard.
Right.
But the whole idea of working stiff is a person only has, what does he have available to him? He has the skinny line of his fellow workers. Uh-huh. And maybe if he, you know, goes bowling at night or plays softball or whatever people do with his drinking buddies or whatever the hell people do for recreation, you'll get a certain amount. But most of that stuff is you'll meet in those crowds is very status quo consciousness. It's very status quo. And then if he watches TV, he's going to have especially back in the day when there were only 3 networks. Yes. You get a very canned version of reality. One of the best canned versions of reality is in the old television show called Dragnet. I don't know if you saw that. You must have seen that in reruns, Douglas.
Of course.
Yeah, and is the one. I mean, it's classic. It's actually very watchable because it's just so watchable. It's made to be very watchable. But and you know, we would watch it in high school and laugh at it, right? Because you know, Joe Friday was such a ultimate square.
Yes.
Pardon?
He was such a caricature, yes. And as a matter of fact, just so people know, Dan Aykroyd and Tom Hanks, before he became something totally repulsive, did a great parody of Dragnet, and it's actually
it was incredible. It was incredible.
Yeah,
the Dragnet they did on the TV.
Yes.
Or on the TV show in the movie. But so I mean, what they did is they did one show on LSD where he's just delivering he's delivering all this false information about LSD. It's been picked apart, but this is what LSD is. You know, because it was the moral censorship of the day. This is what you should think. This is how you should think. And most of that thinking was already in the generation of my parents conformed to that thinking. I don't think my parents would have thought enough about those issues to agree or disagree with them, you know, and I don't think they would have taken, you know, that show too seriously at all.
Right.
But, I'll never forget my father's reaction to the JFK assassination. Right. Now, I didn't hear it directly. It came via my mother. She said, the first thing she says, oh, your father says it's a conspiracy. He's upset. He's a conspiracy. It's a conspiracy. This is right the day it happened.
Wow.
And then, of course, the news comes out a few days later and, reassures everybody that Oswald was the lone gunman, and he buys it because he accepts the consensus that was given to him.
Oh
he
my
doesn't.
God.
But he didn't have time to look into it further. He knew it was a conspiracy. It was obvious to him.
Right.
But, this is somebody who was, would get calls to go out in the middle of the night to some oil well someplace, and God knows where. And so he was not somebody who he would read the financial page and some of the news, but he didn't have time to do what Mae Brussell did. You got to remember, Mae Brussell was a
wealthy, yes.
Unemployed, wealthy housewife.
Yes. Just so people understand this, Mae Brussell was a millionairess, a multi-millionairess. She was the heir to the I. Magnin fortune, and so that was why she was able to do what she did, including employing people who were paper cutting companies to actually cut paper clips, to clip articles out of newspapers for her. And this is back in the day before we had the internet, and she was just filing newspaper clippings the way that basically a hoarder would. So that's
But she had a file system.
Yeah, she had a file system, yes, but so do many hoarders, and it still winds up, it wasn't as bad as a hoarder. We get the image of somebody without a system, but she had files because she was rich. She could afford the files, so it didn't become like a hoarder's environment. But you get the point. And
the thing, this is the beauty and the tragedy of Mae Brussell.
Yeah.
She did all of this research. She was playing the game that we were a democracy. Mm-hmm. She was saying, we've got to make this stuff aware. She was a political activist, and playing the game and sure, she had a lot of opposition. And all of her good work, which was really well-intended and was good work, led her to the doorstep of Michael Aquino,
yes,
which became her demise.
Yes.
And by following her trail, I was introduced to Douglas. This is by following her trail, listening to all her tapes as they came forward progressively, because I'd known who she was for a long time. And when they became available on the internet, I just, wow. And then they all led to Michael Aquino, which was not surprise. Well, it was surprising that she ended up there, because I had already known that there was a big issue there, and that's where my Spandau mystery novel, the next sequel to that, which I've never written, and now, in fact, I'm writing it. It's not just in the form of fiction, though. That's the thing.
Yes.
It was going to the door of the Presidio, yes, and what had happened, and it was in 1989. It was before Peter Moon had come along to Montauk. The characters in there are fictitious characters, but they were going to go after solving the problem at Montauk or figuring it out. They were going to San Francisco for a vacation, and there they would bump into all of that, which was just in its heyday. But in any case, Mae, all of this good work she did and this investigatory trail brought her down what I've often said before is an alley, whereas if you pursue the trail of Satan, you will end up with red eyes staring at you, yes, in a dark alley. And I had a tragic phone call today I told you I have a friend who's a targeted individual.
Yes. Yeah.
Boy, is she targeted. Wow. She had called me up the other day and told me that she had suffered a concussion. She was in an accident, and somebody had she was at a stop sign, and this person is gunning for her. I think she even moved out of the way, and he twists and he guns at her, and he crashes into her.
Oh my God.
and it made no sense. It was very aggressive.
Yeah.
And she is like, has to be pulled out of the car with the jaws of life.
Oh shit.
It's like, and then they put her right in the ambulance, and she calls me today to tell me more about it. And she's just beside herself that they didn't ask her any questions. And, you know, they kind of moved her car, and she's looking at getting justice.
Right.
And I'm trying to explain to her, I said, the police don't care about this. I mean,
Thank you.
It's not their job to care about it and do an investigation on whose fault. The insurance company will take care of whose fault it is. They'll assign 70-30, 90-10, 60-40, 50-50. And then there is a dispersal of money to take care of whatever. What insurance company is going to pay more, et cetera. And it'll basically wash away the damage to the cars. Those will be paid for minus your deductible, and then whatever hospitalization you need. So that's all the insurance companies are there for. And the police are there to, you know, basically make sure the blood and guts are picked up, and that the car is taken off the road, and that everybody's more or less as okay as they can be. You know, they are like the stewards of cleaning up the accident and getting people onto the proper rails. And they're not there to do a criminal investigation of the accident or the circumstances behind it. And she doesn't seem to understand that. And when I told her that, she didn't want to talk to me anymore.
Oh, that's so sad.
And it's she'll call me back, but it's like she can't take that. You know, it's like it's unjust, it's unfair.
Right.
And I said, well, the fact that your car is gone means the monitoring device on the car, which she says there's a monitoring device. They're also putting things into the car that smell. I said, that's going to be all gone. Look at it. Look at it as a blessing. I'm trying to get her to look at it as, okay, the car is gone. You don't have that car anymore.
Right.
I don't think they're going to do it with the next car.
Right.
But
right.
No, the mind will pull it back. I hope she survives this. But the problem is, you cannot go down into these dark alleyways. And this is unfortunately what happens to people who immerse themselves in studying the dark side of, you know, satanic or whatever you want to call it.
Yes.
So this book that we've done is different.
Mm-hmm.
It ends with me explaining what an egregore is.
Right.
And how an egregore, and an egregore is like, I don't like the way it's defined by a lot of people, but an egregore is basically the root word it's a Latin word for aggregate. Yes. It's an aggregate of energies, and energies like of a team, of a body of energy that is there to accomplish a purpose, a theme. A baseball team has an egregore. That's a spirit that is made up of the individual members of the team. It's a team spirit. It could be a working group that has a team spirit. The Olympic team, which is all a bunch of individuals doing different events, has a team spirit. So a theater company. But when we get into the stuff that Douglas was involved with,
right,
this above these crates with above cosmic crypto cosmic top secret, whatever it was.
Yes.
It's like this. All these crates have all this energy attached to them. This is like the biggest secret. This is disclosure. This is disclosure. But people will say that's not disclosure because there's no alien body in there. There's no, there's no thing widgeting back and forth. There's no head underneath the, big brain head that is telling us all what to do. It's people have a preconceived idea of, take me to your leader, alien type of thing. Yeah. And of course, if you're preconceived, if something fulfills your preconceived answer, it's not revelation. It's confirmation.
Right.
So people who want that should be not asking for disclosure. They should be asking for confirmation.
Yeah.
Confirmation of their errant idea. So when you look at all of these energies that were around these crates that Douglas was assigned to collate, and what's curious is his boss, who I don't know his name, but this man wanted Douglas to do it because he was too lazy to do it himself. Now, this man must have had the highest security clearance you could have, at least at the Presidio, or he wouldn't be over these materials and wouldn't be asked to collate them.
You know, it's an interesting point. There's really not even a need to get too detailed about it, because really it's just going to lead people down a fucking, like, how would you call it? It's like a steeplechase where people will try and grab onto something and they'll try to find anything they can do to wreck what they consider to be a construct. And they'll just grab onto, oh, this security clearance level means this, or this security level security clearance
they will
level
show
means
that
that.
they have more expertise in security clearance than you could possibly ever have.
Right, is what people
because
will
they've
claim.
read it in a manual somewhere.
Right, and beyond the stupidity of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is beyond the stupidity of this, and I will address that.
Thank you.
But the point of it is, whoever this guy was,
Yeah.
did have the security clearance to access these materials.
It was my operations manager, whose name was Andrew Minjuris. And the funny thing about it was that, just to put this in context for people, it almost doesn't matter whether he did or not. To give people an example of the corruption of the situation, and this is what I pointed out, this is a perfect storm that is everywhere. It's just like you have what they call a perfect storm. The perfect storm is only perfect when it happens to hit people who are in the right place at the right time. Planet Earth has hundreds of storms that are overwhelming the planet at any given minute of every single day of the year. The storms are always everywhere, and the storms are generating the equivalent of the power of all the atomic bombs, all the nuclear weapons on Earth unleashed at once are generated with almost every single storm. And so all of these storms have immense power in the atmosphere that is just being unleashed mostly in places that people are not at. Suddenly, when they hit in just the right place where people are at, then you've got a perfect storm, and you've got real trouble for the people who are underneath the power of that storm. In terms of the corruption that was at the Presidio, and it was indicative of the universal corruption pervasive throughout the military, throughout the Department of Defense, you've got the perfect storm of civilians working with the military, and the inevitable leaks are going to happen. You have a confluence of two very corrupt worlds. And in terms of the Presidio military base, the woman who was absolutely in charge of the library, theoretically, was Juanita Taylor. And Juanita Taylor was a black African-American woman who was the ultimate example of everything wrong with affirmative action. And I had at first a very rocky relationship with a black woman who was also at the library, who we later on grew very fond of each other and overcame our own difficulties with each other to the point where I considered her the best of friends. And her name was Carolyn Garrett, and she was an older black woman who was the exact opposite of Juanita Taylor. She was a very capable black woman who simply had none of the empty ambition that Juanita Taylor did. And she had nothing but contempt for Juanita Taylor, who was in charge of the library, basically saying pretty much, you know, the way she expressed it, this was her words, "I'm no Southern nigger. I'm no Southern nigger. I know how to read and write." And as to Juanita Taylor, who did not know how to read or write, and she was placed in charge of the library. Now, there's an old tradition of this that goes all the way back to the Manhattan Project, where in the time of the Manhattan Project, the Americans decided they needed women to type everything out, And it had to be bitches because, you know, men were not going to lower themselves to data entry. That was considered something for cunts. This was like the total misogynist, patriarchal attitude pervasive throughout the Los Alamos and the entire Manhattan Project. So they said, well, we've got to hire women. You know, cunts can't keep secrets. So we got to hire a woman who won't be able to tell the secrets that we're having them type to the rest of the world. So they made certain that all women employed for the Manhattan Project to type out everything having to do with the atomic bomb were completely illiterate and could not read or write. So they put them through training courses so that they could do data entry, but they didn't know what they were entering. So they knew how to type, and it was based on not knowing how to read or write. I have no idea how that worked. You can look this up yourself. This was supposed to be how it worked. And this is something that since then they've basically put in history books. And this way, the women were just like doing something that was like a monkey based on reaction without understanding what they were entering or the importance of it. That was supposed to be, in theory, how it worked. And they claim they got it down. They claim they got the system down. It's a meaningless divergence from the point with Juanita Taylor, but it may have been in that spirit that she got all the way up to the top and was put in charge of the library, simply because here's the contempt that all the men had behind her back. They basically would tell me, yeah, we put the nigger bitch in charge because she can't read or write and she's not a threat to any of our security. It's pretty much that. And it was a combination of that, and it almost gives them too much credit. It's almost like they were rationalizing it after the fact, because she had been placed in charge already of the morale at the Presidio military base, which was piss bucket fucking low. She was in charge of morale at the time that President Nixon resigned. And granted, any normal person would have had a hard time during that period of time, but she was particularly incompetent. And so she was in charge of the morale at that time. And at that time, the military considered itself totally stabbed in the back when Nixon resigned, because he was Vietnamizing the war. And in that sense, that was a major victory for the military, which wanted out. When he had to resign, the entire process fell into chaos. It was like a supermassive retreat that had no executive commander-in-chief. To try and put this into some perspective for you, the reason that the German war machine is considered the best war machine in all human history, full stop, is because every military historian who has any sense of professional acuity will tell you they fought a losing battle of nonstop orderly retreats for 2 world wars. And that is considered next to fucking impossible. For a military commander to lead an orderly retreat without it disintegrating into a rout, that is the ultimate apex of professionalism. Professionalism for a military, what distinguishes a professional military from an unprofessional military, is the ability to lose and retain coherency. When you see unprofessional militaries, once there's a loss, there's no retreat. It disintegrates. The entire military effort disintegrates, and everybody just runs. So only the Germans have held through 2 world wars, proving themselves the best war machine in all human history. And everybody acknowledges that, who has any sense of military reality. And they were professional enough for their nation to survive and retain a coherent military to rebuild again. No nation on earth has survived that. So when it came to the sense of the military professionalism and any sense of what was going on with the Americans in Vietnam, they disintegrated. when the Americans withdrew from Vietnam, it turned into a rout. It turned to a rout so desperate that there was a mutiny at the Presidio military base. This is the most important military base in the fucking world to the Americans, other than the Pentagon. And what happened was all the men went into mutiny. They raided the officers' homes and raped the officers' wives. This happened on site at the Presidio military base under the morale watch of Juanita Taylor.
This is because of the withdrawal of Vietnam.
Because of Nixon's resignation during the withdrawal of Vietnam. If Nixon had stayed as president without the character assassination, without the efforts to completely destroy him, to the point where he just said, fuck it, I'm resigning, I quit, you won't have me to kick around anymore. Fuck you. And he left the American retreat from Vietnam in total disarray. Once he was no longer in charge of that, Henry Kissinger took over. And you've got this guy running the United States specifically for Israel, to the point where he was given the Israeli version of the Congressional Medal of Honor. Because he just said, okay, we all go fight for Israel now. Because the entire world, the Arabs, the Europeans, the Japanese, the Communist Chinese, the Russians of the Soviet Union, everybody said, fuck Israel, they're the aggressor during the 7-Day War. And America was going to stay out of it, and the Arabs would have wiped Israel off the map. But Henry Kissinger took over, ran the American empire, and said, okay, now we're all fighting for Israel. He won the Israeli equivalent of the Congressional Medal of Honor because he says, we're going to put all of our military effort into Israel. We're going to give them everything. And he supplied them with everything with how they won the war. It was the U.S. and Israel versus the world, which meant effectively it was the U.S. versus the world. And so at that point, combined with the collapse of the U.S. dollar because of that, because Nixon, one of the things he did was he took America off this standard that was not the gold standard. Everybody fucks it all up and gets it all bass backwards. The entire world was taken off the gold standard by Franklin Delano Roosevelt, who put it on the Bretton Woods monetary system in which all the world's money was pegged to the U.S. dollar. This was all ended by Richard Nixon, who said, we're going to end that system formally so that nobody's required to do that, and we're going to regain autonomy for the United States because the United States is no longer autonomous because the dollar, in turn, was slave-circuited per Franklin Delano Roosevelt to the petrobuck, which was the output of petroleum that was rendered by how many barrels of oil a day the Saudis were putting out. That was how Franklin Delano Roosevelt bought the Saudis out from under the British Empire so that America could retain control of the world's petroleum after he blew all of America's petroleum in World War II. All the oil we're getting now is no longer sweet petroleum that bubbles up to the surface like we have in Texas back in the old days when America was the Saudi Arabia of the world. All the oil we have now is this dirty oil that we have to use sweet oil to expend. We have to expend that in order to reach this dirty oil and process all this oil out of the shale, which is what we're using to make America an oil exporter today. That's not all beside the point. It's all wrapped up into this big ball of why America died when Nixon resigned. Because he took all that control with him. He just said, fuck you all, and when I go, you're going to miss me. And believe me, America missed him. No matter what they say, once he was gone, the U.S. dollar collapsed because he had taken the world off the Bretton Woods monetary system, taken it off the petrobuck, but there was no one behind the steering wheel now. And it all collapsed. The military effort to retreat from Vietnam collapsed. We were taking everything and putting it into Israel, even though all our oil was coming from the people who were undercutting us. So it just, everything collapsed. This is why Jimmy Carter took over later on with this total fucking mess. And Ford was just this transition point between them. Ford was just basically holding on to everything as best as he could, but it was just, he inherited something he had no control over. It was like Truman coming in after Roosevelt had died. This was just as decisive a period point in American history. At that point, in the Presidio, the troops went into full rebellion, full mutiny. They said, we don't have a commander-in-chief anymore. We're being run by a fucking Jew. Because Kissinger took over and said, guess what? We're sending you all to the Middle East if it comes to that. The orders came down that the troops were just this close to landing on the shores of the Levantine to defend Israel and to fight and die for Israel. And all these U.S. troops were just saying, well, we were just doing that in Vietnam for this war we didn't believe in. Fuck, we're going to Israel. The fuck we are. And so they rebelled, and at the Presidio military base, they invaded the officers' homes, raped their wives, gang raped their wives, half to death. This actually happened. Whole thing is covered up, but you can still find some hints of it. The Presidio mutiny. Guys were on drugs everywhere. My dad and I, we had full access to the base because, of course, he was a retiree and had spent a career in the Navy that was stellar. So he had full access to the base to use the post exchange and the commissary. I was with him when we were walking around one day, and one guy was so drugged out, he didn't even fucking see us. His eyes just big as moon pies, just walked into both of us. We thought he was going to swerve or walk away while we were walking down towards the commissary of the PX, and he just rammed into us, totally unaware we were there. So doped out. This is how all the troops were at the Presidio. So this is the environment I grew up in the Presidio. Wound up working for Juanita Taylor because after that fiasco, where she wasn't able to do anything for morale, granted, you might ask, what could anyone do? But she was peculiarly incompetent. So they got her out of morale and put her in charge of the library. It was like, what are we going to do with this ignorant nigger bitch? She's totally useless. She's fucking incompetent. She could barely speak English. By the way, just so people get some perspective on this, anyone who's ever listened to me knows that the last person on earth you could call racist is Douglas Dietrich. But this is the whole story behind, just in brief, behind what we're talking about. When World War II took place, then, James and Reese is saying Southern drawl is impossible to interpret. Yes, it is basically what they call a kind of a Creole. It's kind of a Creole dialect, and it's basically impossible to understand because it's like, wow, and this is how everything she said had that inflection for Juanita Taylor. So what happened was when World War II went down, all the white guys had to show how patriotic they were, and they were all signing up and shit. And yes, James and Reese is saying it's worse than Pidgin English. Yes, a good example of Pidgin English would be somebody from Jamaica. And you can hear a great accent there. And that's what, who was that black general was from Jamaica? He was the guy in charge for a while. He showed his own piss sample over at the, Powell, Colin Powell. Thank you. I couldn't have gotten that out without Jameson. So Colin Powell is someone who has a Jamaican accent, or what's called a Pidgin English. The Creole is like the deep Southern drawl that blacks have in specific. It's, for all intents and purposes, its own language. It's impossible to cut through that and make sense of what they're saying if you don't grow up listening to that. And so when you have somebody like Juanita Taylor speaking on the phone, people would ask that it be turned over to myself because they couldn't understand a word she was saying. Now, how did that even happen was because in World War II, all the white guys had to show how patriotic they were, and they abandoned all their posts as firemen and policemen and these blue-collar jobs and went to war. And they had to get the blacks to replace them, and there was no blacks to replace them on the West Coast. So what they did was Kaiser, of Kaiser Hospital fame, of Kaiser Permanente fame, Kaiser Industries fame, Kaiser shipped all these families of blacks out of the Deep South that were considered unfit for duty. Now, this is not the fault of many of the black men. Bear in mind that for a black man, there was what were called vagrancy laws. So they would arrest people like Martin Luther King on those laws. They would say loitering and vagrancy. Basically, any black man who did not have a reason to be in an area per employment was considered a vagrant and a loiterer and then could be arrested, at which point he's provided employment back in the day by being rented out like a slave, leased out to northern corporations who on contract would have him coal mining in the Deep South. This was all slavery without the onus of slavery, and this went on throughout World War II. Now, because these blacks had criminal records, they were considered 4F. Now, 4F means you failed on 4 counts. You were illiterate, you were criminal, you didn't have the health, like, because most of them were breathing in all that coal dust from mining and shit, and they were just not healthy anymore, etc. And there was something else, I can't even remember what it was. But all these black 4F guys with their families were all basically purchased by Kaiser, who brought them over to the West Coast. And so when he brought all these blacks over to the West Coast to work in the war effort, that's when you had things like these black mutinies, where they're loading ammunition with no safety mechanisms, and they're blowing up and dying. And then you have these various ship mutinies of these blacks who are loading ammunition onto ships. This has all happened during World War II because of shit like this. But they didn't know where to stick them. Where do we stick all these blacks we brought in? Where do we stick all these ignorant southern niggers? So they stuck them in Japantown because they had emptied Japantown of all the Japanese. So Japantown, which was like Chinatown back in the day, you're talking about 17 square city blocks. And James is saying you cannot win a war with racism in the ranks. Of course not. Anyhow, so what happened was when Japantown was emptied of Japanese, and he says you can't even run a goddamn military. Yeah, you can't, but they did anyway. And that's where the story, of course, that our man Peter Moon added a chapter into the Roswell book was about who was the man who became the king of the Lado Road, Peter? It was the black man who was over there in Burma.
Perry?
Yes, Perry. Thank you. I couldn't have gotten that without you.
Perry?
Yes, thank you. Yes, that was an example of these men being brought over to Asia, where they were used as slave labor in basically what were slave labor battalions to build the Burma-Lado Road that kept supplies going to Chiang Kai-shek's nationalist China from out of India through the CBI, China-Burma-India Theater Front, which most Americans have never fucking heard of. And so when you had here at home all these blacks being moved to the West Coast, they said, well, let's give them all that land that we stole from the Japs. So they had taken all the Japanese out of Japantown, which used to be like a Chinatown, moved in all the blacks and just gave them the property outright. Just gave it to them for free. So what happened was all these blacks were just living. This is how Japantown became an all-black ghetto. So anyone who goes to Japantown, the first thing they're going to ask themselves, first off, the first thing you're going to do is most of you will never go anywhere near Japantown because you'll be scared for your fucking life because it's a black ghetto. And you'll be just too white to go in there and feel that you're going to get out alive. So Japantown became just... So Jameson said, where are all the Japanese? Well, they were all interned in camps, and then after Emperor Hirohito ordered them free, they all went back to Japan, or they escaped to Brazil. Almost none of them stayed in the United States. The only ones who stayed in the United States were those who had served in the go for broke military units, because nobody would take them. So they were stuck in the United States, and they stayed in the United States, and their descendants are dying off in the United States one by one. One of the last ones was like that Japanese-American doctor that I had in the Tenderloin, who even said, yeah, we're unicorns. When I asked her about her family, and I said, you're one of the last Japanese left in the United States. And she says, yes, we're unicorns. So the Americans lost all their Japanese, which is one of the reasons why America is failing at everything. The only ones who stayed here were the totally Americanized types who were all fucked up because they took on a totally American diet. By the way, I'm not kidding here. Half of the Japanese success story is based on their diet, eating all that fish and all that very little meat. And, once they took on that whole American diet of milk and all that shit, they grew larger, but they were like all retarded. Me and Beaver used to observe that about a Japanese-American cop, one of the last Japanese-Americans who was a cop over there at Japantown, assigned to Japantown duty because he was the only Japanese guy they had in the San Francisco Police Department. And he was just kind of this simpleton. And, we... he had this way of communicating where Beaver and I were in a car once, and we parked, and we didn't know that it was... like saved for something else, like they had relined it for like yellow or fire department or some other type of use just recently. And we were used to parking there. When we parked there after it had been relined, he came up and he said to us, "Do you want a parking ticket or do you want this space?" And we both said, "We want the space." We want the space. We couldn't get what he was saying. Then I realized he was offering us a choice between the space and the parking ticket. He had such a way of saying it. We didn't get what he was saying. So finally, I got us out of the situation because, you know, I told Beaver, "Calm down, let me handle this," because I talked to him like I would with someone who was developmentally disabled. This is how many Japanese Americans are. Of course, you had the girl who became an MD who I was talking to, who's kind of an exception. But honestly, she said that she made a point of being a vegetarian herself. So in other words, she had retained that Japanese tradition. And she too agreed with me that most of the Japanese who wound up eating all that milk and meat and all that stuff the Americans did were just retarded. It just doesn't go well with them genetically. But anyhow, so my point is that the Japanese are all gone from Japantown. They never returned. All that property was given to all the blacks that they just resettled there. It's a total black ghetto. They didn't know anything about property maintenance because none of them had been landowners. And none of them were given any money to maintain the property. So the properties just all ran to the ground. And you could drive around Japantown back in the day when I was growing up, and you'd see forlorn Buddhas and forlorn tea gardens just overrun with weeds. And of course, it just was a total crime zone to the point where that was the only bank, was the Japantown banks were the only banks that had armed security. Nowhere else in San Francisco was there ever armed security except into the Japantown banks, because they were robbed so many times that until they put armed security in with orders to shoot to kill, then the robbing stopped. But the Japanese consulate, which used to be in Japantown, moved out of Japantown because the Japanese said, "Well, we're tired of just walking out the door and getting raped or assaulted or mugged every time we walk out the door." And so they said, just fuck it. And they just moved the consulate out to downtown financial district or something, which is, of course, imagine that. If you imagine the Japanese consulate moved out of Japantown, there's nothing in Japantown other than Koreans. It's all Koreans. So if you go to Japantown, they're all Koreans. There's no Japanese in Japantown. And they do what the Koreans do in black ghettos everywhere. They just run the environment, carry their own guns, and threaten to kill black people who come in their stores. That's how everything is run in Japantown. But it's out of this tragedy where the other place they settled them was Oakland, which was, by the way, you can look this up, unincorporated territory. Oakland was considered unincorporated territory in that there was no real formal county jurisdiction of anyone there. It became the black city of the United States because of the resettlement of all these blacks they couldn't fit in Japantown. And that's how Oakland became black. Because you got to ask yourself, where did all the black come from in Oakland? It's not like, you know, they settled there by crossing the Pacific. It's like, no one ever asked, how did Oakland become this black ghetto? That's all black. This all black city. And you know, that's how it started. So Oakland became black. Japantown became black. And basically, these are the two big black, you know, areas in the greater San Francisco Bay Area Metroplex region, to the point where the running joke has always been, what's the longest bridge in the world? The Oakland Bay Bridge, because it leads from Africa to Fairyland, because, of course, San Francisco's, you know, got the gay connotation. So there you have that. And out of all of this nightmare emerged Juanita Taylor, who was this illiterate black bitch who could neither read nor write, couldn't speak in any way you could understand what the fuck she was saying, who did have she was like a thimble full of mental processing in an ocean of ambition, and she managed to just claw her way all the way to the top using affirmative action. And she was useful to the Department of Defense because they could say, well, you know, blacks are moving up. And she was a poster child for that. But she was incredibly incompetent and corrupt. And so when they put her in charge of the library, she technically had the security clearance. So she technically had the security clearance to handle the Roswell items and a bunch of other shit. And she was totally incompetent and incapable. And we kept her totally unaware of everything because all she would do is generate endless problems. One of the reasons I'm so familiar with black history, people might say, how does Douglas Dietrich know so much about black history? The reason why was because Juanita Taylor did one thing. She loaded up the library to the point where at least a third of the library's materials were whatever she could get on black history. Black this, black that, black units, black battalions, the first black soldiers, etc. Oh my God. You know, because of her, I know about people nobody else even fucking knows about in terms of black history, including the overwhelming majority of blacks. And that's the only positive thing I could say about the bitch. She didn't know how to read any of it. She just saw it was about black people. She knew that much. Like, through her, I found out about Eugene Jacques Bullard, who was, you know, the first black American military pilot, you know, who participated in some of the deadliest air battles in history. One of the few black combat pilots during World War I. You know, if it weren't for her, I wouldn't know any of this shit. These days, I could bring that shit up and talk about it, but it's all thanks to this crazy, idiot, thoroughly contemptible individual in every other respect. Spent a lot of her time in the back room masturbating over pictures of Shirley Temple. I kid you not. It's just awful working with her. And, but underneath her was Carolyn Garrett and Andrew Mingeris, and neither one of them had the security clearance. So here's the situation. Andrew Mingeris was the operations manager of the library. He was not in charge. Her position was in charge of the library. You'd call her like fucking chieftainess librarian or whatever. None of us even remembered the title because we thought of her as just the idiot in the room who we just like fobbed off to the back room to masturbate over pictures of Shirley Temple while we did all the work. And nobody else really did any of the work. No, you know, the person who did her share of work was Carolyn Garrett, and that was about it. Everyone else there was pretty much fucking useless and beyond useless. But Andrew Mingeris was one of those people who was just riding there. He was what you'd call a sympathizer with Michael Aquino. And he was the guy who helped Anton Szandor LaVey run guns to Israel out of the former Third Reich's cached weapon stores that Anton Szandor LaVey visited Europe. And Europe was still awash in old World War II weapons. He managed to purchase a cache of old weapons from the Third Reich. And so he was shipping those to Israel through Andrew Mingeris. I personally saw them coming through his home. So Andrew Mingeris was doing shit like smuggling weapons for Satanists to Israel, whereas, you know, I was left basically doing most of the work. Now, because I was the lowest of the low, I could not say no, and when I protested, I was threatened with basically being framed. And so that they would say I was trying to steal the government property and leave the library. Now, Carolyn Garrett had nothing to do with this. This was Andrew Mingeris. So the real person who had the security clearance technically was Juanita Taylor, totally incompetent, totally out of the loop. Andrew Mingeris, therefore, was given the responsibility of collating these documents and items for Roswell. Didn't want to do it, fobbed it onto me. That's the way it usually wound up anyway. Many of the other old ladies we had there, Andrew Mingeris in particular used to joke about them. He used to call them the Carnegie ladies. And that term came from Andrew Carnegie because Andrew Carnegie was a wealthy individual who would finance charities. And for some reason, he called these old biddies the Carnegie ladies that I never understood had something to do with that, like Andrew Carnegie's funding of various charities for some reason. And because these old ladies had hands that would shake so tremulously with Parkinson's disease, they couldn't even do data entry. They couldn't type. We just couldn't use them for anything other than reading stories to the children in the children's room. So we left them kind of like the woman who theoretically, generally, were supposed to be watching over the children in the children's room during daylight hours. And that was like what they did, which was, they were pretty useless at that. They needed diapers themselves. And they just refused to retire until the last dog died. So that's, I don't even remember their names. Aside from that, we have one Asian woman there who I cherished very much, and she did her share of work. And but of course, Carolyn Garrett and her, they would never fob off like the duty for running the crematoria, as we called it, the incinerator. So that was given to me. And so just everything that was really dirty work was given to me, or hard work and heavy work. And Andrew and the other white guys just did nothing. So we have that. There were two other women who just did their share of work, one that was useless to charge. So that's the general scenario of the library in which everything went down. So in terms of the situation, now people understand the environment that Juanita Taylor came out of. Now, Carolyn Garrett was a northern black woman, a northern black African-American woman, and she may have come from the East Coast. I really don't remember. But she basically lived the majority of her life in San Francisco and Oakland. So she was basically a regional black person. And Juanita Taylor was this displaced Southerner who's just was everything I articulated. So that's the environment in which all of that went down. So hopefully that gives people some perspective of the kind of corruption under which the Roswell documents were being worked with. So people need to understand this. This is a perfect storm of all pervasive incompetence and corruption. So when I say how incompetent people were and how corrupt people were, here's what people are going to try and respond with. It's just the incredibly stupid bullshit crap they're going to come up and say, oh, that's not how it works. Oh, that's not how people do it in the military and all this shit. And the best yet is the kind of crap where people like Stephen Outram were claiming that the Presidio had no incinerator. But by the way, if you can imagine a military base without an incinerator, that's just impossible, because every military base generates material that has to be incinerated.
Well, you see, let me say the logic of somebody like him. He's going to look on the internet and find no evidence and say there is no evidence.
That's right. Like, that's what he did. That's what he always did. There is no evidence on incinerator. What's that?
Yeah, in other words, I didn't find it on the internet, therefore it doesn't exist. And this is but this is just stupid. And I'm familiar enough with how things work in the world that it doesn't surprise me. But the point here is that the security was non-existent.
Thank you.
But it was also Majoris was serving as a gatekeeper to you.
Yes.
It was a gatekeeper to you. The person who is what you would call a zealous UFO researcher would be frothing at the mouth to get to this stuff, especially when he saw the labels on the crates.
Interestingly enough, the majority of those so-called researchers would reject what they saw because it didn't support their preconceived desire to...
Exactly. Yes. But the thing is, when disclosure should give you ontological shock. Otherwise, it's not disclosure. If it fits what you already knew, it's like, it's like...
It's nothing. Yeah, if it fits what you already knew, then
it's
nothing.
I knew it all along. That's another thing is, and I've explained this before, it was one of the most disturbing experiences with Qigong, is that when I would explain it to somebody, what I was doing, they would nod. I haven't really talked about it too much face-to-face with people, but they begin nodding as if, yeah, I know that. I know that.
Right, as if they somehow knew the Qi. Yes, that's
well, right. It's disturbing because, and my girlfriend, who once she got on board with the Qigong, because it took a life-threatening experience for her to experience it via my teacher, she saw exactly the same thing. And people will, people who otherwise wouldn't play chess with you, and I mean chess in a metaphorical sense, they might not challenge you if you told them, Biden's a good president or Trump's a good president. They might just take what you say at face value thinking that's your opinion. But when you start talking about Qigong, they'll start wanting to play mental chess with you. Because you're mentally challenging their preconceived ideas of what puts them in their shithole. Right. And they're going to defend that shithole.
Right.
And it's because they are right. They are right. And this is, and so, as I was saying earlier, all of the associated egregore or aggregate of energy that follows all of that information, which has a lot of energy behind it, of a lot of evil people, it comes up with attached clusters of energy and whatnot. So these things come out of the woodwork, so to speak. It's like ectoplasm, but it's not ectoplasm. It just sort of sees through and into people's gray matter. So this is what happens with these people who will counter your story. First and foremost, your story has to be treated as your story. It is your story. Let's hear the story. Let's not throw fish at it until we hear the story. There's no purpose in throwing fish because it's a first, to them, it's a story. If it makes sense to them, good. But when it starts upsetting their preconceived ideas, it's like the egregore, they're part of it. They're part of it because they've assigned themselves up for it, yes, because they've watched so much and they're so knowledgeable and they're so smart that they've made themselves stupid.
Yes, yes. And this also comes from a desperate need to not feel one-upped. They feel disempowered, especially when it comes to a paradigm-shattering disclosure, and which people are really not seeking at all, because when they receive it, you can see how hostilely they react, and they do everything they can to destroy the messenger. But again, just to place into context some of the stupidity of the concepts that they have or will try to work with, people will talk about two things. One is the incinerators, which the person who did a great job of basically deconstructing that was George Knight, which is why he deserves a copy of the manuscript simultaneously to myself. George Knight investigated the incinerators at the Presidio military base and brought documentary proof to the fore that they existed. So George Knight has that on record, and he can be consulted when anybody needs to consult him, whether it's Peter Moon or anybody else. He's always very open to speaking to people who are not conducting some kind of ad hominem attack or who are abusive. So it definitely...
These things are going to get less and less.
Yeah.
And because this will be so appreciated by so many people, because much of my audience does not have that, and some of my audience will, the people who, when they read it in the context, there'll be some of the naysayers will appreciate the context and they'll get on board with it. One person I think who definitely was not a naysayer, who I think will really accept it, is David Childress, because he suspected this stuff all the time. He even published a book on what's it called, the Battle of Los Angeles or something like that.
Right.
And he ended up in a big lawsuit over that.
Oh shit! Why? What happened?
Well, that's sort of the karma, and it wasn't his fault. We drove out to Montauk. He explained it to me. What had happened is Ken Thomas, a conspiracy researcher who wrote Parapolitics and has really done a lot of conspiracy research into the octopus and the big drug raining stuff. And Ken might be on his last legs. He used to appear on Facebook, but he might be. He was fading away. But he was, I guess, perusing around and found, I think it was a library. I think it was the LA library. He found this book that was in the public domain because the copyright had expired.
Right.
And he based his book on it. He wrote a book for Childress, which is what he will do from time to time. And Childress published it under Adventures Unlimited.
Right.
And because it was in the public domain. He didn't copy it word for word, but he, quoted the guy, took it, not intentfully plagiarizing, recognized that it was in the public domain. Now, the author found out about it, and he was kind of an old guy, and Childress did a good job of making fun of him because he just like, what do people think what I'm saying? Now, so this guy
sounds like Anthony J. Hilder.
He hired a lawyer, and Childress had to defend it. He had to hire a lawyer to defend it. And because he doesn't have, apparently, not at that time, I told him he should get insurance,
right, where
they would have defended him for him, and he would have won the case, hands down, if he had insurance. So what happened is the book had been out for a year. Now, when the book is out for a year, you really can't say anything about it.
Right.
You can't. Unless you can prove that you didn't know about it or were kept from knowing about it. And then even then it's sticky. You have to attack within a year's time. However, the attorneys told Childress that, look, you're going to spend more time fighting this. You'll win the case. It's over a year. But this guy's nuts. You're going to have to fight. You don't, he says, just settle it and get it done. And I think he settled for about $8,000 or something, just to have the guy go away, so he didn't have to keep churning lawyers' fees.
Right.
You see, because the guy would have, it costs a lot of money to go to court.
Right.
And fight it. So he could have won, but it was cheaper to settle. So but anyway, the book, I don't know, I have a few copies of it. I looked at it, and but I don't think Childress ever bought into, I think he said it made a lot of sense. I haven't spoken to him a long time, but I'm sure he will sell the book through his catalog. Right. But and I think he will get on board with it.
Right.
Not that he has time to get on board with the books that I publish, but
understood.
I think it'll be meaningful to him.
Right, and I do hope that he reviews it, and hopefully someday I'll have a chance to talk with him about it, both privately and publicly, because David Hatcher Childress will tell you himself, he got his start off in life basically when he became David Hatcher Childress, essentially as an adult with a coherent identity, was when he started off on a foreign adventure by teaching English in Taiwan. So he actually went to my homeland and heartland and began to teach English there. And that's when he began to open up to the world, and it gave him all of the experiences that ultimately culminated in his creating Adventures Unlimited Press. And so he has this very wonderful, childlike wonder view of the universe that he's able to disseminate through Adventures Unlimited Press. And he is someone who has told Joe Boyer. Now, Joe Boyer has spent years working with David Hatcher Childress. And Joe Boyer, of course, brought myself on, and one of these few people who was not trying to set up an ambush, but an earnest young seeker who had heard about myself. And he had asked David Hatcher Childress about myself, and David Hatcher Childress basically told him that he agreed with the majority of what I said, whatever he means by that. When he says the majority of what I said, it's up to us to parse out what he means by that. So we don't exactly know what he means by the majority.
Well, he can't agree with everything because he doesn't know everything you said.
Yeah, thank you. I think he
liked what he heard. He liked what he heard, obviously, about the Japanese stuff.
Right. And so when Joe Boyer tried to get him on to, quote unquote, have a debate with me, where, Joe Boyer explained to myself that that's just the selling title he would have used, but it would just be a friendly conversation. And Joe Boyer is one of the few people I would have trusted to arrange for something like that, where it wouldn't be an ambush, where we would not be slugging it out, where we would have a friendly conversation. David Hatcher Childress said no. He demurred, and that's probably because he's, I'll just say it bluntly. He's afraid. He would be afraid of just the repercussions of that. Things may change after the publication of this book. So that
he's got, he's done very well with the ancient aliens.
Yeah.
And
yeah, that's true.
I mean, what I tell you, he really pissed off Hoagland.
Good.
And this goes back to, there was a girl, and sometimes people would confuse her with Laura Lee Solomon when they heard of Laura Lee Solomon. It was a lady named Laura Lee who had a radio show out of Seattle area. Mm-hmm. And she used to do, she'd interview people like Linda Moulton Howe, like she interviewed me and Preston, and Childress. But when she had Childress apparently, and she used to do Hoagland a lot. I mean, she was not like censorship. She kind of had an attitude about the Montauk stuff that was a little off. But
did she ever offend Preston Nichols or attack him? Or
no, she was like, she was kind of maybe borderline snide or outright snide. I mean, I heard, but who cares? It's like you have radio shows and you proliferate the information and you get the word out. And I mean, I can understand people being discombobulated with the information. It's what do you expect? I mean, we had a lot worse reactions than her borderline snideness, Right. And she wasn't snide on the air. She was, she was polite and did a decent interview. Okay. But I think I heard this story from Childress himself, and this is only as good as my recall. But he was, she had all these people in her living room, and Childress was there. And Childress was showing slides or pictures. And he did a book, I think it was called, I don't know if it was called Ancient Aliens on the Moon or whatever it was. I don't know that it was called Aliens, but he had stuff on the moon. He had pictures of stuff on the moon that were edifices, constructs. And this is right at the time Hoagland was famous for the face on Mars. And Hoagland got so pissed off because he was upstaging Hoagland. And he wasn't trying to upstage anybody. Childress had these pictures of stuff on the moon. Right. And he was just yelling at Childress, calling him CIA, you're CIA.
Wow. What a piece of shit.
And he thought, this guy's just nuts. And he was so bad that Laura Lee, who was a big supporter of him, had to shut him up. She had to shut him up. She stopped him. And I think she disengaged him at that point. He was so outrageous. Good. He was so vindictive. And then later, Hoagland started promoting these himself.
Yeah.
Because, or in his own way. Right. So, this is the sort of, if you want to become a writer or publisher or author of this stuff, this is the stuff that can, afflict one. Of course, I had no public persona, virtually no public persona. I didn't want one. I don't even want one now. It has been forced upon me as Preston began to recede, and of course as I went beyond what he had done, because I needed to promote my work. It's part of the job. But in the beginning, I just loved being behind the scenes. I was behind the scenes when I worked for L. Ron Hubbard. I'd much rather be behind the scenes. I don't want anybody to know who I am. But I wanted to be an author, and I wanted to get my books on the shelf, but I didn't realize that it would be accompanied by public notoriety. I never thought about that. It's like, it's okay. Everything's okay. But so this is not for people who are easily affected. Right. I absolutely loved as creepy art when Paula's mother was coming to America
Yes.
And she was promoting her event, and it was being, some guy in Romania was just attacking the hell out of it. And
attacking this art you're talking about? That was
no, his art form, and attacking Paula's mother. I mean, he had perfected the art form. He was just like,
okay, I see what you're
putting
saying.
out these videos, these YouTubes, and going, brothers and sisters, what is this person? Who's this person? She's saying she is from the inner earth, but we know from Agartha, and brothers and sisters. And it's like, how do you even talk like that? I thought it was so funny. And she kept referring to Paula's, he'd write to Paula and referring to her as your delinquent brother, which I thought was so funny, you know. He's anything but a delinquent brother.
Understood.
He's a wonderful, wonderful human being, even if you don't agree with his take on spirituality. He's just a wonderful human being.
Well, it's so bizarre because his take on spirituality, I mean, basically the man's a Tibetan monk. I mean, so what disagreement would your average...
That's beside the point. That's part of his spiritual evolution.
Right, which is what I'm saying. It's very non-committal.
He is one of the finest human beings I have ever met, I would say this. And that's not because he's my brother-in-law. He's just a very fine, even-keeled, joyful person to be around. Oh,
yes, and I meant nothing negative by saying he's...
No, I'm just saying he's so... I know, I'm not like suggesting that you were. Right. So it's like, you know, to these people are attacking him, and it's like, oh, you know, it's people come out of the woodwork.
Right.
So,
and by the way, so people also understand when it comes to my operations manager, Andrew Minjuris, he was not Latin American. I understand that he can be easily mistaken for people who are not familiar with the name. He was Greek. Ethnic. He was obviously born in the United States and a U.S. citizen. I need to emphasize he wasn't naturalized or an immigrant like myself. This man was he was American, but he was Greek ethnicity. So hence the name, the rather bizarre name, Andrew Minjuris is his surname. And yeah, just wanted to make certain that was out there so that people wouldn't mistake this individual for some Latin American, because I'd hate that onus to be on the Latin American community. But anyhow, yeah, please continue. Yeah, then I'll
I'm just talking about the nature of people who attack. What do they have that video on animals who attack?
Yes, when animals attack. That's right.
Yeah, it's like you know, people who attack. Researchers who attack, and it's like, what is the attack about? It's that, you know, I know something you don't know, or you know something I don't know, and it's very childish.
Of course,
I have been involved in, I guess, what you would call radical thinking most of my life. In other words, I'm not thinking what other people are thinking. And I think, of course, this was prior to Scientology, because I started stepping outside of the status quo thinking, completely understanding that people who subscribe to the status quo are begging for extinction. This is what leads to extinction. When you go with the herd, because what happens with the herd, you know, they go to the slaughterhouse, right, in one form or another. So there's nothing to be gained. And there was so much radical stuff going on when I grew up that it was easy to perceive. The problem with the radicalism that was going on is people become radical because it becomes status quo to be radical. And they're not really radical. They're just, you know, they're wearing costumes because that's what everybody's wearing. And while we're on the subject of this, I have to point out something that is unknown to history. I just saw on the internet earlier that let me see if I can go to it. Right. And this is very, very current news. National terror alert declared over domestic threat. In other words, since the run-in on the Capitol, they're expecting terrorism all over the place, and they're citing what happens in the Northwest recently. That there's now a great willingness on the part of Homeland Security, which seems to be much less stronger than they were under the Trump administration. There doesn't seem to be an esprit de corps. It seems to be more of a dubious. In other words, the threat is they're being threatening to basically people they think are loyal to Trump and are going to throw up the government. They don't say it in so many words, but they might as well. So there's a national terror alert on domestic terrorism. In other words, if you're a Republican or a Trump supporter, be on the lookout if you're vocal and turning violent or predisposed to violence. I don't remember what year it was. It was probably 1970 or 69. The Black Panthers of Oakland came into the Sacramento Capitol building in California, surrounded it. It's got a round, what do they call it, cupola at the top, right, just like the one in Washington. It's got a different color now. It was I think it was red at the time. Maybe it was gold, but anyway, instead of white. But they went into that and they brought their guns and they put the whole legislature on alert. Right. This was when Reagan was the governor. Right. But you know what? Reagan, who was very, I guess what you call conservative and anti-radical, as much as everyone freaked out, and as much as there was, they didn't, I don't recall them arresting all these people. I recall them actually acceding to some of their demands. Right. However poorly it was handled, it wasn't handled anywhere near as poorly as what happened in the Capitol building earlier this month, because they didn't start. I mean, they were buckling down on these people anyway. Right. They've been buckling down on it. In other words, it eased some of the tension, and they didn't crucify these people right. for coming into the Capitol. Right. There was a desperate act. And they made their point. They did make their point. They got their point across. And of course, it didn't handle all the race relations, but it did slowly. In other words, it wasn't, and even by Reagan, who was, what does Joan Baez call him? The drugstore, drugstore, what is it? He's a drugstore truck driving man. He's head of the Ku Klux Klan.
Something like that, yes.
Yeah. When summer comes rolling around, you'll be lucky to get out of town. That's what she sung about him. The drugstore truck driving man. Yeah. So, because it was implying him involved in all the drugs. So there was drug trade that was going on. So, yeah, it's like this is different times, different appetites, different stuff for different times. And there is a tremendous lack of leadership in the country right now. It's just tremendous, and there's no spirit, and a lot of people are having buyer's remorse over Joe Biden. From what I see and hear, I'm not paying too much attention to it. It's not too, Trump gave the networks something to talk about. He was interesting, whether you hated or loved him. Biden is like,
Well, boring is better in a number of ways.
It's most like boring. It's like I don't want to look. I don't want to look because, anyway, that's so much for that. But Yes. So you're not going to see. In other words, so much of the reaction you've got was to stop your information from coming out.
Yes.
Just to stop it. To stop it. To stop it. Now, when this book comes out, it's going to be out.
Yes.
The cat will. Well, the cat's. I think you said the cat was out of the bag when you first went public in 2011.
Yeah.
It was. But people were reacting to the cat.
Yes.
Now it will be into print in such a way that it will find its way to people in the government who will begin to, and I will tell you, so many of the people and the young people in the government, they have no idea about this.
Yeah.
They'll read this and say, oh, they won't have as much, because the younger generation, like say if I take my daughter, I don't think she has any preconceived ideas about World War II. She didn't grow up with it.
Right.
Now, I just, they'll be more open to it because they didn't grow up with it. And those of the people in my generation will say, oh, that explains that. That explains that.
Yes.
The people in the government themselves, they just can't hold up the ridiculousness anymore. Yeah. They're probably more concerned about, losing Mount Rushmore or something.
Yes, it comes down to something ridiculous like that. Honestly, you're right on the mark. And then thank you. And believe me, I'm just very excited. More excited actually than I can express. It's overwhelming enough where I really have not absorbed the implications of this myself yet. But we all know one thing: the world will never be the same for any of us, either ourselves or the people who will be impacted by this, one way or another.
The hidden data coming out of the woodwork. When I went to bed, or before I went to bed, after leaving the show last Sunday, I turned on the TV and I saw some guy. His name is Hilton. I don't know he's got an English accent. He was on Fox News, and he was crucifying Anthony Fauci and doing it by the book for all of the, this wasn't a conservative agenda he was pushing. He was just saying Fauci's misbehavior, how the Obama administration had ordered them to stop pursuing this coronavirus because it was dangerous and they didn't want it experimented on anymore. They told him to stop because he had funded the lab in Wuhan, and then in spite of the orders, he still arranged for funding for more stuff where they were actually putting the virus into human beings. Mm-hmm. And this guy was crucifying Anthony Fauci so hard and so good that I don't think Fauci will be able to survive this. I mean, he could, because then they would show him talking to Rachel Maddow, and Rachel Maddow's pumping him up. And he's saying, we finally have transparency with the Trump administration. I can say what I want. We can have full transparency. So this guy in Fox is asking him for an interview because you want full transparency. He won't be interviewed.
Right.
This is Anthony Fauci. This is what we have. And he is only one example of what we're being fed right now by the media, of people who lie, cheat, and steal, and, you pat them on the back. And this is building a lot of rage in people. It's best to stay out of it. I will also share with you, because you'll be interested in this. I had my first run-in with where it hits home with the coronavirus today.
Uh-huh.
I mean, I'm basically in my own little bliss, living in my own, what do you call it?
Well, a bubble.
Castle. No, I'm like, I'm not, I don't have to deal with people. I go out and put on my mask happily. And I don't have to deal with people. I don't have to, it's minimal. So anyway, Paula calls me today and says, I'm coming home. I need your help. A lady has contracted coronavirus in the office. And she was the one who was bitching at everybody, saying, oh, you're going to get corona. You better know. You better do this. You better not do that. You know, she was always, kind of looking at everybody suspiciously. Her husband had coronavirus. And so they were thinking about keeping her on the job. I said, if they keep her on the job, I said, you're walking out. And she said, she agreed. But they thought better of it, and they, she's now quarantined.
Right.
What this means is everybody in the office had to get tested.
Oh, okay.
And Paula's saying, I don't want to get tested. I don't know what to do. I need your help. I'm coming home. Can you please help me? Mm-hmm. So her mother had pointed out that the swab test that they put up your nose, mm-hmm. they have the capability of penetrating, the brain barrier, and they can leak a fluid. And this has been tested at universities. This can severely compromise your immune system. Mm-hmm. It's dangerous. And you can find a lot more websites saying, oh, there's no danger in this. There's no danger in this. Because it can make you more sick. In other words, so if the coronavirus, if they do this test mm-hmm. on you, and they find that the coronavirus is that you're test positive, which is very flawed test.
Right.
You can, but the fact that you have the test can compromise your system, and whether you have it asymptomatic or not, you can get the illness. Right. Just from the test itself. I don't know what the percentage is, but there's a definite, so anyway, I started, I called a friend and he says, well, you can go to the drugstore and get a drive-in test and they'll give you the swab to put it in yourself and you don't have to put it in all the way. My sister she's doing the test right now. I'll call you right back. Yeah, it went fine. Mm-hmm. But we could not find a place that would allow you to put the cotton swab in. We went to 3 places. You couldn't get an appointment at any of the drugstores because they were too full. So we went to 3 places where you could, these urgent care type places. Mm-hmm. And they looked at me like I was crazy. What do you mean? No, we cram it up there. They didn't say cram, but it was like, I didn't have her go in. I asked. I said, and so what you have to tell them is that you have a sinus condition. You can't do that. You've got a problem.
Okay. Interesting.
So what we found was a test on Amazon.
Okay.
You can get a saliva test.
Right.
And it costs about $110. I said, don't worry about it. I'll pay for it. I'll pay for it. And they'll send it back to you. You send it back to them, FedEx, and they'll give you the results. And she called her employer and said, I want to do it this way. Mm-hmm. And they said, okay. They said they'd pay for it. But then it turned out her boss tested positive.
Right.
So it's like there's only one person in the office. And this is a busy office.
Right.
It's busy office in the cold because they're handling people's oil.
Wow.
So, she's not going to work tomorrow until she hears from them. She could conceivably work from home. Instead of using a radio, she could use her cell phone.
Right.
But so this was like, wow, you've got to be on top of this. And you see people all over, they're lined up to get these tests. They don't know what the hell they're doing. They'll go. And I think one of her best friends in Romania pointed out to her, she says, people that are like living from week to week on the paycheck, they're going to get this test because they need their paycheck. So this is the working stiff syndrome. You don't have a choice. You've got to support yourself.
Right.
So this was she's been able to insulate herself. The saliva test was approved by the FDA mm-hmm. in October, I think. They usually don't do this sort of thing. And there have been tales of people who don't put any, or, who just put like some foreign substance on it and it'll come back positive.
Oh.
The results are as good as the election results. Reliable election. You can't say the elections are good. So you have mind control being exerted on the population and most people are going to accept it. And that's the way it always is. Except that it's gotten a little more personal. It's gotten a little more personal because the sickness is getting worse. It's supposed to peak in February, whatever actual sickness is going on. And, you know, it's getting more frenetic. We could not believe how crowded the streets were in Long Island.
Wow.
On like 1:30 in the afternoon. They should be, this isn't lunch hour. What is all this traffic? It's a Wednesday. There's traffic all over the place. You might expect it at, you know, 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock or even 6, but not at 1:30. The traffic was heavy. And most of the stores are open. We don't have the lockdown that you have in California.
Right.
I mean, you can go, the restaurants are mostly open. You wear a mask until you start eating. You know, you just can't go to movies or concerts or Broadway or that sort of thing. Right. But it's pretty unrestricted. But people are getting sick, and and the places are full of people wanting to get tested.
Right. Well, our man Jameson Reese says that what you're referring to is, of course, the CVS test, and it's the do-it-yourself. And he says, honestly, ever since I did the swab test for CVS myself, my left sinus has been jacked the fuck up, like bad. So this, yeah, it sounds, that it just...
We couldn't they won't give us the self-test in CVS. They didn't know what we were talking about. Get the hell out of here. They didn't say it like that. No, but any place I went, the only test they knew were cotton swabs up the nose. And they had to be done by their people. And I don't want anybody putting a cotton swab up my nose. Not even a doctor. Because they're another person. But I mean, it's like they're all so regimented in their thinking. Mm-hmm. And they were polite, but they were very directed in what they were doing.
Right.
I remember stopping at Staples right when the COVID started, and I needed to go into Staples to use the bathroom. They would only let one person in the store at a time. That's how paranoid it was. Yes. One person at a time at the store. I was very proud of the fact that I could hold it all the way home.
Hey, congratulations! I'm proud of you too. But
it wasn't nearby. It wasn't a Staples nearby. I had gone to get some part for blinds, in you know, over half an hour away. And but anyway. Bladder control, yes.
Yes, so that's important in men. For the fact that you could hold it, I'm proud of that too. Being able to hold myself throughout the night, we men have to watch out for things like that. As we were, it shows our prostates working in our bladders and everything. For those of you who don't get it, you're too young to understand. I
can give you a good exercise for the prostate.
Yes. And
this you want to hear it?
Yeah, sure.
This got my qigong teacher. God, I think it was a $5,000 or $10,000 a plate dinner at where he got to meet Dr. Oz or something. But this was afforded to him by one of his students, a student he later kicked out, but the student's father. They were very wealthy. And the father had a problem with his prostate. And when my teacher taught him this exercise, he was so impressed that he bought him he brought him to this dinner. And then he tried to arrange a whole thing to put him on media. He wanted to put my teacher on major media. But basically, the Sanhedrin he was brought to wanted him to kiss their ass. Right. I say that metaphorically, not literally.
Right.
And you're going to do it this way, we're going to mark. No. No. I'm not your lackey. And he was very respectable of Jewish people and the Jewish religion, but he was not going to kowtow to their things. But anyway, this man was because this is the exercise. And it's hard to teach people, but what it is you lift your anus. You lift your anus 9 times. Now, when you lift your anus, you're also lifting your colon. This is good for the colon. And you're lifting it, and you have to get the hang of it, but you lift it 9 times 9. That's 81 times. And you do that 9 times a day. And that will clear out your colon. It will help your prostate. And this will fix, virtually all prostate problems that one has, is by lifting, and it'll keep you young. It'll keep you young. I looked at one guy, he's a doctor. I hadn't seen him in a long time. He was a friend of mine 30 years ago, somebody I occasionally saw. And I saw him about 5, 6 years ago, and he looked like he was dying. I couldn't believe how dead he was. Wow. And then I found out he had a prostate issue. His prostate was really messed up. He had cancer. I haven't seen him, but he got it cleared out. He got it cleared out with regular medicine. Although he's a chiropractor, he got it cleared out, and I understand he's much better. Okay. But I tried talking to him about Qigong at that time, but he was a little far gone with whatever happened. Right. And he went for the quote unquote regular therapy, which helped him. But it's a very sensitive area as you get older. And it's something that I do every day. And it's, as I say, it's lifting the anus 9 times 9, 81 times. And then you do that 9 times a day. You can do it right all in one. I like to do it when I'm driving, because driving, it makes me do something useful while I'm driving.
And how do you disambiguate this from Kegel exercises?
Well, Kegel is breathing, if I understand. Is it not?
Not really.
Actually, that is the Kegel exercise you just described. It's an exercise that's also recommended to women to strengthen their pubic triangle, because as they age, that weakens, and this allows them to be less susceptible to prolapse. Yeah. It also allows women to, be able to milk a guy. But as a guy, what it does is it's used in meditation. It's called like a root lock. It's like it's like you're locking your root chakra by doing that, and that allows you to strengthen a lot of your earth energies.
But correct me if I'm not. Kegel is a breathing method, is it not?
No, it's not. It's like the muscle.
Because anytime I start teaching Qigong and somebody says that's Kegel, it's not Kegel. I'm talking about breathing though, not this.
Interesting.
No.
Well,
Kegel
they don't
All
understand Kegel then.
They might have misinterpreted what the exercise was, but Kegel refers to it's the muscle in between your anus and your scrotum. Right. It's like the same muscle you use when you're trying to pull in because you have to use a bathroom and you're trying to hold it. Yes. When you really got to pee.
You're going to be lifting your colon when you do this.
Right. Yeah, that's what it does. Mm-hmm.
That's exactly. Well, it might be. I think that what Peter is talking about is something a little more different, because it concentrates on the anus and lifting the anus, which is a way to improve the entire floor area of the pelvis.
What I'm getting at is by doing this exercise. It gets that entire area.
Yes. Yeah, Kegel. It's very important to me. I know everything about Kegel.
You're right.
Yeah. So the reason it's important to me is because I had to teach my father Kegel exercises to save his life. And Maria Michaela Grigorich is saying pelvic floor exercises for women. By the way, this is extremely important for me because my father, of course, was extremely damaged by the horrible treatment of just the medical industrial complex. And I'm talking about the entire UCSF and Veterans Administration system. And just so people understand, the Veterans Administration has no MDs of their own. They use the MDs of the local students' hospital, which is the major hospital industrial complex within the city that the VA is in. So with the VA Medical Center at Fort Miley, VAMC, VA Medical Center, VAMC at Fort Miley in San Francisco, all of their doctors are UCSF doctors. So the UCSF doctors are student doctors. They hate that term, of course. They consider themselves like full-fledged floor doctors, but they're not without their full medical degree yet, many of them. And so they come in there and they practice on the veterans. And my father, of course, had at one point in his life had penile cancer. And because he had penile cancer in the head of his penis, they performed a penectomy where they removed the mushroom tip head of his penis. They were going to remove more, but he wouldn't let them. So my father, of course, had felt that they had ruined him as a man. And of course, I helped him, being someone who adapted to a completely definition of what it means to be a man long time ago myself, feeling that much of these gender definitions are quite preposterous. I helped him really overcome that, but that's a different story. But in terms of that, just as a side note, when he adapted to that, the interesting thing was, I swear to fucking God on this, and this was something that people, it blows their minds. For some reason, once he became asexual because of that penectomy, he basically became much more intelligent. His IQ increased manifold. And so Our Lady Maria Michaela Grigorich is emphasizing how she became familiarized with pelvic floor exercises. And I want to thank her for that. So I don't have her permission to share exactly how she became. Well, basically, I don't think
this exercise is also good for women.
Yeah.
And women have a prostate as well, although it's not. Sometimes that information is obscured.
Yeah.
And they ejaculate as well.
Right. Well, she's familiar with them after 7 lower abdominal surgeries. So in my mother's case, of course, there was a prolapsed vagina occurrence. And so this helps the woman's maintain their pelvic floor, the strength of the pelvic floor. So in the case of my father, what had happened was that after he had the penile cancer, then they said, oh, you have to come back for these penile, just sticking the camera up your penis, which is the way that they would maintain his watch on his bladder. And so all of this I found out was totally unnecessary. That penile cancer has a very low recidivism rate. So they were just training their students on how to conduct this camera insurgency up the pisslet with my dad.
They were misusing him and abusing him.
Yes, and it was, and they ultimately killed him by doing this. Ultimately, the repercussions, built up upon themselves over the next several years. But the initial wave of how they almost killed him, I got him over the hump with that, was the stupid student doctor never looked at his record, and they just assumed that instead of having had a penectomy, he assumed he had a really long foreskin. And then he shoved the camera up there in such a way that he jammed my father's ability to urinate. He basically destroyed my father's ability to urinate by jamming up the pisslet. And so then my father was unable to urinate, and they were putting him on diuresis to relieve his heart failure. So the diuresis, of course, is what they gave Derek Talley, and he's been public about this, so I can talk about it. They gave it to Derek Talley, where through diuresis, they made Derek Talley lose the equivalent of my entire body's worth of water weight from his body. So I weigh 160 pounds, which is the most I ever weighed in my entire life, and I'm the healthiest I've ever been. And but basically, Derek Talley carried the equivalent of my body weight as I weigh now, in water weight. He carried that in water weight, and they gave him diuresis so he could just piss it all out. And he wasn't in heart failure, mind you, just to disambiguate that. But most people gain water weight because they're in heart failure. And so to have my father lose his water weight, they were diuresing him, but he couldn't piss. So his bladder swelled first to the size of a bowling ball and then ultimately to the size of a camel hump, and then pushed him into heart failure. So they triggered a heart attack in my father with his being unable to piss. So when by the time I brought him back to the hospital, then they had to stick basically a bladder bag up through the urinary tract, and it's a catheter. And I had to learn how to catheterize my own father. But I wasn't going to do this the rest of his life. And I taught him Kegel exercises. They told me I would be doing the catheter the rest of his life, that he'd walk around with a stupid bladder bag, and that, the stink of urine would accompany him everywhere. Because if anybody's familiar with elderly people who have a catheter going up their piss slit with a bladder bag on the side, then the smell of urine accompanies them everywhere. So I wasn't going to have that. And I taught him Kegel exercises until we overcame it. And so it was gradually other things they did later that killed them. And so believe me, when you're elderly, the entire medical industrial complex, they're out to kill you. And they're doing it, whether they say they're not, they're just doing it. They're killing you. So this is why Peter Moon is quite right to evade the medical industrial complex as much as possible. So
they generally make money for all of these things that they kill you for. It's not It's not that they're doing it because they want to kill you. They want to kill you because they get paid for it.
Yes, there is that. I mean, take a look at the VA. It doesn't matter that all that treatment was free for my father. What good is free murder processing? They're thanatizing him. That's what the process is called, is thanatization. Thanatizing, processing him for death. That's exactly the medical term that they used. Now, in terms of the entire philosophy behind that, there's a triage where anyone who's age 1 to 30, they will go all out to recover you and reconstruct you. Because that's the heroic kind of medical recovery that they're capable of, and it gives them good press. And you're probably going to live enough decades where you'll pay back a good deal of what you owe them, even though no one ever expects you to pay back all of it. Sometimes people do, and other times you pay them enough where whatever they're getting, it's astronomically orders of magnitude above what you pay in any other country on earth. So they're always making money. But once you're age 30 to 60, you're at this plateau level where they're not going to recover you if there's a big accident. They're not going to go out of their way to do something crazy like experimental surgery. They're just going to say, basically, like, we're just maintaining you. That's the attitude at that point. When you're age 60 to 90, then basically the philosophy is you really shouldn't be here at all. Their philosophy is this person's taking up resources, they're taking up space, and would they begin to help you die? That's their idea. That's what they're trained to do as doctors, is let's help you die. And so they will intentionally do whatever they can to kill you. So that is a truth. That is a truth. They'll make money while doing it, but they are also trying to kill you. And then they charge your family all the money. So most people at that age are insured, are covered by Social Security. So either way, they're covered. Regardless of whether you pay or not, the doctor gets paid. This is why it was so profound to me and so bizarre when I was in UCSF with one of the incidents of my collapsed lungs, when my lungs have collapsed 7 times in my life before they were finally operated on. And they did this wildly experimental surgery where they stapled them to my rib cage. This is why it's so preposterous. Whenever you hear my gang stalkers try and say I was never in the military, I suffered military injuries that were due to exposure to cyclosaurine nerve gas when they blew the binnaker, that's the Arab word for bunkers, in southern Iraq. When the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers went in there and blew those bunkers and unleashed all that war gas that Saddam Hussein had used to kill the Kurds, and it hit the first line of Marines, and all our mop gear didn't mean shit, all our chemical warfare gear, because none of us was wearing it. Rather, we had it on bodily, but we weren't zipping up with our hoods on because we would have died. Literally in the desert where it's over 110, 120 degrees outside, and you're wearing that shit, and you're losing the equivalent of all that water weight that Derek Talley lost due to diuretics. You're losing all your own body's worth of water weight within 15 to 20 minutes inside of that mop gear, that chemical warfare gear, simply because you've got no air coming in, no air coming out, and you're in the desert, and you're in a rubberized suit in the fucking desert. It's like, imagine wearing that into a sauna. Imagine wearing a scuba suit into a sauna, and you're talking, you understand what I'm talking about. It's something no one would do because you wouldn't get out of the sauna alive. So none of us was going to get out of that desert alive if we zipped up. And when those clouds of gas came by, we just sucked it all up in our lungs because none of us was going to zip up and die immediately then. We all took our chances to die later. And most everybody around me did die later. I was one of the few people who survived because, of course, I'm not baseline human, and I had all that nanoplasma transferal in me. That, by the way, does not mechanically reconstruct you, just so people understand. I could just as easily have died if I had gone for treatment at the VA. If I had not been dishonorably discharged, and if I had gone for treatment at the VA, if I had been, quote-unquote, privileged enough to do that, I would be dead. The only thing that saved me was mechanical intervention. And that was after collapsing 7 times my lungs, which would have killed anyone else. Then they finally said, fuck, okay, we'll do something with this guy. He's going to die anyway. Let's do something wild, and let's see if we can get in there and staple his lungs to his rib cage. Something they never tried before. And they had to unhinge my lower jawbone from my skull to do that. And when they unhinged my lower jawbone, they didn't take the skin off. It just hung low like a horror film where my mouth could open, and swallow, entire bottles. But then they went in there and got into the lungs and shaved down all the blisters caused in my lungs by all that war gas, by all that toxic nerve gas. It created all kinds of blisters in my lungs that they call blebs that they shaved down, and then they stapled my lungs to my ribcage. So I've got physical evidence I've been exposed to something that only a war-level nerve agent could cause. That would have killed anyone else, and did the majority of people on the front lines later when they had their own lung collapses and just went for treatment at the VA and just died. So the idea that I wasn't in the front lines during the Gulf War is preposterous. And of course, it couldn't be denied. That's how I got on Social Security. Then I had to give Social Security up when I became a care provider for my parents because I was considered employed as a care provider, which was all shit because all the money had to go back to the state to keep them both on insurance so they could be treated at a civilian hospital because my mother wasn't allowed in the VA because she'd been treated free at the Presidio military base all her life, free treatment at the Letterman Army Medical Center as the wife of a military veteran. And when they closed the military base down, she was over 65, and anyone who hadn't been treated at the VA before they were 65 could not transfer into VA treatment after the age of 65. They would take the veteran, but not his wife. So I had to get her on civilian insurance, and until I got her on the Medicare and Medi-Cal, which she wasn't allowed on because she was a military veteran's wife and was supposed to get treatment at military bases, but all the military bases were closed in my area because I got them all closed down because of all the satanic child molestation and assassination attempts and all the other shit they were pulling. So I deprived her of medical care and had to get her on the state California state medical care and the federal Medicaid, and that is what they charged me for. I had to pay for that. And so all the money I earned as a care provider had to go back to the state through what was called share of cost. That was a nightmare of my life. And but because I was considered employed, I was taken off Social Security. But after my parents both died, I'd been employed for over 10 years, 11 years as a medical care provider, and that's why I was able to get on SSDI, which is better than Social Security. So, in that sense, it worked out in the end. But think of all the sacrifices that went on during that period of time that I had to contend with, and you understand why I was so disaffected with the American culture and the fact that there's nothing in terms of their promises they lived up up to at all. And they tried their best to get out of every promise that was ever made. And despite the fact that I never earned a dime, all of it went back to the state, I had to pay taxes on it all. So to keep myself out of jail, I had to pay taxes on money I never received. I had to pay the attorney to keep me out of jail. So, there you go. I mean, it's just nonstop nightmare. And all of the problems that my parents suffered were caused by the medical industrial complex. All of them. And just compounded over the years. So, stay away from the hospitals whenever you can. Obviously, they saved my life. That doesn't make up for them killing both my parents. And in terms of how they saved my life, it's something that I threatened to sue. I basically kind of refused to leave. And what was bizarre was when I first entered with my first lung collapse. And I remember this bitch, MD, another medical student. In those days, they were still working them like 48 to 72 hour shifts. The medical students, they would have them work 2 to 3 days without sleep. And this was just what they considered like their breaking, hazing of medical students. That's how you earned your MD, was proving you could go for days without sleep. And when I saw this cunt, she scared me to death. Dr. Doof Dash something, it was a hyphenated name. All I remember was the Doof, D-U-F-F, like doofus. And it's really unfair because one of my early sponsors was Pamela Duff, and she's an angel. But anyhow, this other cunt, this bitch, holy shit. She scared me to death, and I kept thinking to myself, why does she scare me so much? Why is this woman so frightening to me? Then I realized what it was. She had a 1,000-yard stare. I said, God damn, this cunt's got a 1,000-yard stare. Which, by the way, if you're unfamiliar with why that's frightening, there was a military safety film, like the military equivalent of a industrial safety film. And if you ever see the old industrial safety films, they'll show blood and gore, saying, okay, don't do what Jeffrey's doing. Jeffrey's not wearing his safety glasses. See what happens when Jeffrey's not wearing his safety glasses. And then, the fucking flywheel spins out of the saw machine and shit, and buzzsaws, his eye out, and, and all this blood squirts. This used to be real scenes they used to show like that. And then they'd say, see, you don't want to be like Mr. Jeffrey. Wear your safety goggles and shit. Well, there was this military equivalent of that, where they were showing these explosives experts that were basically taking care of the mines out in the field. Now, the old Warsaw Pact mines that the Soviets used to manufacture and the communist Chinese used to manufacture and send down to Vietnam, they were like made out of a combination of plastic and plastic explosive and literal plastic camouflage shaped like leaves and shit. And these little blocks of plastic explosive, once you put your foot on it, then the compression mechanism was triggered, and it wouldn't go off until you lifted your foot. You had to lift your foot, and then it would explode. That was how it worked. So that's why you'll see the scenes in films where the guy steps on the mine, and he stands there, paralyzed, in fear, saying, help me. Because he knows the moment he lifts his foot, he's going to lose his leg. Probably his life, but most definitely his leg. So that's why they do that in those films. And people usually wonder, how come when he steps on it, it doesn't just blow up? It's just not the way they worked. Well, then they used to have guys, after one guy discovered the minefield, they'd have the explosives experts go in and clear the mines. Bear in mind, these are not metal mines. You don't detect them with metal. It's all plastic. So the guy goes in there, and the way they used to blow the mines is they'd lay a brick on top of the mine, something like a brick, essentially. And that way they've compressed the trigger, then they'd back off several feet and pull the brick off the mine with a string so that they'd blow the mine. This is how they would clear the mines, was go through a whole minefield doing that. And the explosives experts would have to detect this plastic in the ground, camouflage plastic. Very, tricky thing to do when you're conscious, let alone when you haven't had enough sleep. So there was this military safety film I saw in the library, putting away all of these films in the film library. And one of them I reviewed was, you don't want to be like this guy. make certain that when you feel you haven't had enough sleep, report to your upper officer if you're in the explosives category of technical specialty. And, you know, they showed some guy, 1,000-yard stare, had obviously been in the field for too long. And he took his brick and he slams it on top of the mine. like somebody, like a butcher putting a big slab of meat on the display counter. Blah! And it just blows. He manages to blow it by pressing enough force on it with his hand when he goes BAM! And it just blows. And you just see him, you know, disintegrate before your eyes. Arm flying out in one direction, his head out in the other. And it's like, yeah, you don't want to be like that. Make sure you, yeah, etc. All that other shit. And this is because he hadn't had enough sleep. This is what I knew would happen with Dr. Doof. And so what she did was she put a big bandage where my lung had collapsed and they reinflated it with a chest tube. Then she put a big bandage over that and sent me home. Anybody get the mistake here? Or anybody? She didn't stitch it. There was no stitching of my injury. I have a gaping chest wound caused by a chest tube that had reinflated my lungs. And instead of stitching the gaping chest wound, she slaps a Band-Aid over it and she sent me home. After which I contracted lethal infection. I became infected with this necrotic subdural, means under the skin infection, where I bloated out completely and looked like the Michelin Man, what they call floater. A floater is when the body floats up on the beach and it's all bloated like a beach whale. Those are floaters. I became a floater on land. And when I called the ambulance, my throat was so swollen that the vocal cords were completely compressed. And so I sounded like a Muppet. And the 911 dispatcher thought it was a joke by a child. And she just hung up on me. So, fortunately in San Francisco, the ambulances have a pattern where they park along the sides of certain roads where they respond when they're called. So you don't have totally lame-ass response. They park on certain areas of high traffic where as soon as they get a call, they can respond without having to exit a garage. This way, the paramedics sit there all day eating hot dogs and talking about the girls that go by until they get that call. So I knew where they parked, because they parked there every day, several blocks down the street. So I pulled out a firearm, knowing that they would not take me voluntarily. I pulled out a firearm, and I forced the ambulance drivers at gunpoint to take me to the hospital. Now, when I ultimately went to court for that, I was relieved of all charges. Because it was self-explanatory, I would have died if I had not done that. And so this is like the life that I've led, just tip of the iceberg. It's like, imagine my entire life is like that, nonstop. And it's there is nothing that fucking works in this society. Everything is corrupt. Everything is incompetent. Everything is just, if anything gets done, it's completely by accident. So
this is what L. Ron Hubbard used to say. He says, people think we have a civilization, but we don't.
Thank you.
They're under the illusion.
Thank you.
And he thrived on that, and he was correct. There are things that people can do. I mean, it's not completely absent, but it's much more illusory. And people invest in thinking, oh, we have a government. It's controlling things. We have news. It's telling us the news. and this sort of assumptions.
We won the war, yeah.
Exactly. There's so many assumptions. And one of the things that I learned from him is that when you go to a professional, don't expect them to be a professional. They could be. There are good people out there. Things do work sometimes, but don't expect the person you go to give you an evaluation on your pet is going to give you a correct evaluation. He might, but you have to be the observer, and you have to be very sharp, and you have to look as opposed to listen. Because if you can't evaluate what other people are doing or saying, watch out, because they can be very destructive.
Yes. Yeah, very much so. And just to kind of conclude what I was saying about the concept of security clearances, basically you're going to get idiots out there who are going to say there's this type of security clearance, that type of security clearance. That has nothing to do with the application of any of these security measures. What exists in theory has nothing to do with what exists in practice. And, when, as I pointed out before, and I'll say it again, the top secret security clearance is the absolute rock bottom of the security clearance categorization hierarchy. And yet you're going to hear idiots say, oh, my cousin Bubba, in the military, or my Uncle Fester, they've got top secret security clearance, like it fucking means something. I mean, the moment that you're given control of running the incinerator, you've got top secret security clearance, theoretically, in effect, because you wouldn't be able to handle what you're destroying otherwise. And so where do you go from there? And then you have all of these ridiculous categories, and at the top of the heap is theoretically crypto top secret. So then when you get above that, then you have what basically Stanton Friedman was trying to popularize. When Stanton Friedman says, it's above top secret, you notice he never used that term. When you see that on that stupid website, above top secret, where they were promoting Michael Aquino. He was a columnist for years on Above Top Secret, where he actually was proselytizing and recruiting for the Temple of Seth and trying to deny, myself when I came out about Roswell. Basically, instead of Above Top Secret, Stanton Friedman went out there and said Cosmic Top Secret, which is something your average person if you told your average military man that term, Cosmic Top Secret, they would just laugh. None of them would have ever heard of that, even up to the level or rank of colonel or general. They'd think it's just a joke. But what Stanton's referring to is what Aquino had been involved with the international security clearance level. When you're talking about World Affairs Council and shit, these are when you hear those terms come up. And then, so that was what I had seen basically on the Roswell materials I was dealing with. So it was like a security clearance that technically did not even exist. Nevertheless, the man who ran the Presidio military base at the time and was in charge of Letterman Army Medical Center by extension wanted to look at them. And he was the commandant of the Presidio military base. And to look that up, we just have to look up what year it was, and we'd find whoever the commandant of the base was by looking that up. It should be publicly available. Of course, I know it is, but whether that can be found easily or not is another question. I consciously don't remember his name because I was just concerned about the immediate effects on myself about working with these materials and being forced to do so by Andrew Mingeras. So, yeah, and there may have been, people have pointed out, was this intended that you see this? I understand people saying that. When you talk about, of course, the desperate thing that people were going after that didn't make any sense whatsoever and is not the case, is when people say, oh, they intended to show you all this too, so you could mislead everyone else with this misleading information away from the aliens. Okay, the reason that doesn't make any sense is because no one would understand. How would anyone guess that I was motivated to leak this information? How would anyone, ever think, oh, okay, let's put this guy in this position where he can see this because we know he's going to leak this information? Not the case. It's just...
Well, it's like, people think it's clever disinformation, but it's like if people can't see what it is for what it is, who cares?
Yes,
like,
at that point, they're just in denial because everything...
It's like, this is very clever. This is very clever.
There's just too much involved in terms of all of the supporting facts, all of the circumstantial evidence.
Well, yeah. How did you come up with a story this good?
Thank you. Thank you.
See, I'm familiar with this, and I and I'm very critical of people's stories that they put out because, and people will listen to them with great tolerance, if not gullibility.
Thank you.
and I have no patience for them. And that's aside from the fact that this is a professional endeavor for me. It's a professional endeavor because it has meat, it has worth, it has value. And it's something that I would want to read if I was a reader. I would want to read and absorb it and understand it. So much of what's out there falls into the category of incoherency. And to the degree it might have coherency, I cannot link it to what I would call a relevant coherency. So, if people want to write about that, they can write about that. And then there's another thing is, this world loves mediocrity. It will embellish the mediocre and reject that which is not mediocre, that which is good, that which is superior. This is a big issue. It is so theatrically demonstrated in the movie Amadeus, when the emperor praises Salieri over Mozart. He says, he's a tone deaf emperor. And this is what goes on in the world.
Yes, thank you. And oh my God, what time is it in New York? We'd best let you go to bed.
It's best to let me go now. Yes. So you'll have the book in a couple days by the time you recover from wherever you go.
Tonight, yes. And we love you dearly. Jameson Reese has gone for the moment, but he'll be back. So I'll say goodnight on his behalf as well as on behalf of everyone. And
Pac One is taken off. When's he leaving?
Oh, Pac One is going to be where he's at until June or July. He's not going anywhere yet for a while yet. Pac One, are you with us? Just out of curiosity, if he hears us, he might say goodnight to you. Because but I doubt it. He's probably asleep by now. He's only an hour behind you. So basically, I hope the two of you will get a chance to talk the next time we're on, which should be Sunday. And then you could tell him a little bit about your thoughts on what he's been doing with his his condition, his knee and all that. I know that you've handled things like that remarkably well, and so definitely love you dearly and share that love with Paula. And so sorry she's going through the stresses she's going through at work, but I know
I relieve stresses. She's very happy with me for that, and she's okay.
Yeah, I knew that. I know she'll overcome them with your help.
She's fine right now. She's fine. She's like, she needed the time off. God.
Yeah, good point.
Working 6 days a week. She's happy. She's very happy.
Holy shit. She works 6 days a week? Is it 6?
During this time of the year, yes. During this time of the year, because they need her on Saturdays, and so she's. It's the busy time of the year when people need their heat.
Yes. Oh my God.
They need their oil deliveries.
Oh my God. Yeah, the oil. That's our entire lives. We can't exist without it. So she's very lucky to be in that industry. And so anyhow, all my best. And we'll be speaking again very soon. You take care.
Okay. Good night.
Good night. And what we'll do, good people, is remind you to go to skybooksusa.com and, of course, keep your eyes open for what Peter Moon has written in the past and what he will be publishing in the future. And certainly I will hold the stage until Jameson returns, and really still needs him to buy some more time for me while I just kind of go through my own processes of getting myself together still. And certainly it's not going to be as, how would I say it, extreme. I'm not going to use the term bad. It's not going to be as extreme as the last transmission, where in the last transmission, we took it to the limit. We had everybody talking pretty much on my behalf until the last 2 hours of the 12-hour program, at which point I got knocked out of the air within an hour of knocked off bandwidth within an hour of speaking, and now I'm then I got myself back on several hours later with the help of my 3D graphics modeler, and then I went for 8 hours covering what I had intended to cover. And it took me that long to get back into the zone where I could do that, go through the 8 hours. And it is important that everybody listen to that. That's probably one of the most important episodes that I've ever transmitted. And I want to thank everybody in the chat room. There's this wonderful individual in there named Right Time. And I very much appreciate Right Time. Oh, and Anne Callan. She's a wonderful individual who donated some money. I'm going to be giving her a shout out, literally to begin our arc of narrative right after solicitation for the money she was kind enough to donate. God bless her. So I want to thank you all. Right now, I'll just spend some time going through the chat room, as a matter of fact. Let's go through that. I'll go into live streaming where much of this is visible. And I was told that the word fascist in the title probably triggered a number of people to come in and try to wreak some havoc earlier in the transmission. But they were handled by Maria Gregorich and Jameson Reese. Thank God Maria was able to come in tonight, and very appreciative of her. So we've, after that, had Right Time come in and say, "Hey, Doug," and that started a new pattern of positivity. Derek Talley, of course, was tuning in at that time. So Anne Callan said, "Hi, everyone. I tune in when I can. I'm looking forward to Peter's book. I was always very suspicious of the Roswell story. Thank you, honey. You're an angel, darling." And Maria Grigorich has been working well with all the people. Daniel Arola says, "I want to film myself teaching a martial art lesson while tripping on LSD one day. I bet that will be one hell of an experience. Just be cautious with your partners." Oh my God. And Callan says, "Egregores take on a life of their own." Yes, they do indeed. Matter of fact, they are a life of their own. They're different from tulpas. A tulpa is something you essentially generate or create that takes on a life of its own, at least potentially. The egregores, in a sense, were always there. So she says, "Ended the Breton Woods system, you mean?" Or Right Time says this. I don't know the gender of Right Time, but Right Time, if you wish to share that, I would appreciate it. Then I know whether to toss you a kiss or a hug. And Daniel Larola says, "I'm fond of hearing the southern drawl from these fine southern white girls, especially if they're an only child." Well, during the 1980s, when, of course, I was coming into real consumption of pornography, a lot of the pornographic industry was dominated by a lot of ladies from the Deep South. And this was because it was an impoverished economic zone. And so in terms of the many of these ladies of the South, these errant daughters of the South, they helped to, how would I say it, just kind of gel my tastes at that time towards what still impacts me here as a older adult, and still very much smitten by the hairstyles of the day, and always very responsive to a southern drawl or twang. Always appreciate it. Well, I got a lot of thumbs down tonight, so people were really triggered. And so I guess all the commies came out because they're all pissed off by the fascist victory in the Spanish Civil War. I'll cover a bit of that tonight. So let me just casually ask if James Reese has come back. So Jameson, let me ask if he's there. He might be away for a while. Just check that, and then I'll check back into the chat room again. Okay, this way he knows to respond. Otherwise, sometimes he comes back and doesn't say he's back. So then our individual right time was saying Colin Powell, Oakland, he or she says, I remember you talked about Jap Valley, otherwise known as the San Joaquin Valley. Yes, the old maps. In California, the Japanese had been here for 3 generations at the very least. And by that time, they had earned and saved enough money where they purchased enormous tracts of land. And for that reason, on the maps, San Joaquin Valley used to be listed as Jap Valley on many maps that were later on destroyed. And they were destroyed because the U.S. government had stolen the land from the Japanese through the Office of Alien Property. And they wanted to hide evidence of that. And this stolen land was... anyhow, Maria Michaela Gregorich says she's off to bed. Surprise! I'm going to give a shout out concerning your sister's passing, honey, along with a prayer request towards her son. I can't imagine how you're handling this at all, to tell you the truth. I'm so glad you were able to join us tonight, considering. And I'll mention it now before she goes away, but do re-listen later because I will bring your sister's passing up again. Basically, Teresa Lomans Sumari has died, and she has a son named Gorel, who lost his dad 3 years ago. He's 22 years of age. So I will be asking for a prayer request on his behalf as well as everyone's. Now, I guess this sister... I guess she can confirm this point. This is not a biological sister, I'm presuming, from what information that I have. Also, the individual's name, or rather the name of this organization, Austin Peay, must be athletics, football scholarship. This young man, Gorel Sumare, has a, let me know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. He has a scholarship from PEYA, which is a, I guess that's an actual name as opposed to an acronym. Oh good, Maria is going to say, she's saying, thank you so much. Believe me, honey, I'll bring this up, in much greater detail after my solicitation. And thank you for confirming. Not biological. That's important. Otherwise, I couldn't even imagine you making it here tonight. Oh my God! But Maria Grigorich is so wonderful, and we're so glad to have her with us whenever she can appear. So thank you, honey. And again, just listen to the replay later. I'll go into it a bit more deeply after solicitation. So looking this Austin PA up, and this is in. It's an actual name, and I have no idea how to pronounce that. That's in Clarksville, Tennessee. Austin PA. What a name. Okay, so there we have that. His father was from Senegal. Okay, thank you, honey. Deeply appreciate that. And Senegal, of course, is either within the nation of Gambia or has the nation of Gambia within it. So often referred to as Senegambia. So, she was very special to me. Thank you. And I can imagine. So, wonderful. Thank you, honey. I appreciate that. And again, the lady who just died, who was very special to Maria Michaela Grigorich, was a Teresa Lomans Sumare. And as Our Lady Maria says it, she's earned her angel wings and just got them. She'd earned them long ago, and of course she has a son who's 22 years old that we're very worried about because he's a young black African in North America. So his very existence, his physical existence, has got to be under threat just by that demographic, just by being part of that. And so thank you, honey. I love you too. And we'll speak more of it soon. And again, we'll speak to people who have donated money, like Anna Callan, who donated 30 United States dollars. And I'll mention some other people who have donated as well on the same day that she did. A wonderful group of people, and Callan at the lead. And then Right Time is asking about isn't crypto used also like as a NATO clearance level? Yes, that too. And then he says, could you find some time to talk about the U.S.-Japan trade war? Sure, sometime in the near future. Do you want to know, are you suggesting about now or prior to World War II? and might you be suggesting the U.S.-China trade war, which of course is going to come up inescapably as we come closer to Asian Lunar New Year? And then says, I'd like to know from you about why Japan signed the Plaza Accord. Okay, I see. Thank you. And then Sheila Sky says, hi, Douglas. Oh, by the way, it was Sheila, Sarah Shields' birthday recently. God bless her. So I don't know where she is tonight. I didn't see her in the chat room. So we will, happy birthday to Sarah Shields. I will bring that up again after solicitation. Sarah Shields, happy birthday. Sarah Shields' birthday recently. Let me enter that. Okay, all right, and as soon as our man. So if Pac One's there, you're welcome to come on. I doubt that Our Lady Selena's there, but she's welcome to come on. If Derek's returned home yet, he's welcome to come on. As soon as Jameson's back, of course, he'd better come on. And then with that, let's go back to the chat room again. And let's see now. So Daniel started by saying hi, HIGH, his usual call sign, as in higher than a kite. My belly's full of Louisiana spiced fried chicken at the moment. Delightful. And he ate it all. Yes, couldn't share it. Then Brendan Zogit came on with us. That was before all the lunatics showed up with all their gang stalkers and did a massive thumbs down blitz. Make certain you put as many thumbs up as you can just to counter that. And then of course, let's see now. Okay, so Right Time prefers not to talk about their gender. Says, thanks to the Japanese, they made the U.S. the breadbasket of the world. Consequently, their imprisonment caused food shortages and prompted the United States to create the Victory Garden program. That is quite true. Thank you, Right Time. There's very few people know about that. She says, I tried looking for information about how you heard about the members of the 442nd being threatened with death by their own country, threatened unless they fight in the European theater. Then they said 1980s trade war. Okay, understood. All right, so there we have that. Thank you. I'll talk about that sometime in the near future. Oh my God. Forgive me. Too much else to talk about tonight. And so might get started on some of the things I was going to talk about. Obviously, I can't talk about the Bitcoin right now because Jameson's not back yet, and he's the person I was going to be aiming to talk at. So I might talk a bit about the Spanish Civil War, but I hate to interrupt that narrative before he comes back. Oh, thank God. Okay, Jameson, can you come on, sir? Let's have him come on. Good.
Yes.
Thank goodness.
Yeah, sorry about that. I had to help my mother, put my father to bed.
Understood. No worries. Yes, you're a care provider at this point in your life, as I was for over, for around 11 years. So, dear lad, thank you for returning. I'm going to ask you to hold the stage for a bit while I kind of get myself together, maybe grab some refreshments or snacks or something, and then come back. And so let me see now. Hold us to, at the very least, the top of the hour, which would be about 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12, about midnight, your time at the top. Coming up, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So if you can hold the stage till about midnight, that would be deeply appreciated. And
okay.
Wonderful. Well, and then I'll take my earbuds off for now. And do you need to tell me anything before I go for about 10 minutes?
No, I'll be good.
Okay, good. Then I'll I'll take my earbuds off and go on mute, and I'll check in with you around midnight, and then we'll take it from there together, and you'll just help keep things going until I'm ready to start monologue, which should be not too long from now. Okay, like maybe about 12:30, in the morning or something, 12:45 or so. All right then. But you and I will hold it together, after midnight. Okay. Thank you.
All right. So, I have an interesting article here called Tin Plate. For many of us, the question of what happens to us after we die is a complex spiritual matter regarding the eternal state of our souls. But the more immediate, tangible question should be, where do our bodies go once we no longer have them? The answer should be obvious: graveyards. Except for most of us city dwellers, that option is quickly running out. Limited underground grave space is swiftly becoming an international issue, one for which many cities have to find creative and preemptive solutions. On number 10, we have New York City, New York. The place I love the most. With an overwhelming population of over 8 million people, 15 to be precise, people spread across 5 boroughs, New York is easily the largest city in the United States. That's actually second largest, I think. With such a dense population, one can imagine how lively the city must be. It seems that the only place left for quiet reflection is cemeteries. But soon enough, these cemeteries will no longer serve as places where reverence of the past meets nostalgia for those who just walked among us. Instead, they will serve as relics of an increasingly distant past as the gravestone dates fail to keep up with the present. For Manhattanites seeking a final resting place in their home borough, they only have one option left: the Trinity Church Cemetery and Mausoleum, established in 1697. The original churchyard is the final home to Alexander Hamilton and his wife Elizabeth Schuyler Hamilton, son Philip Hamilton, and sister-in-law Anglica Schuyler Church. The Trinity Church Cemetery and Mausoleum is the only active gravesite left in Manhattan, and can only accommodate above-ground burials. If you live in any other borough or are unable to secure a spot at Trinity, then your options are limited to New Jersey, the Greenwood Cemetery, or Cypress Hill Cemetery. The last two are both in historic Brooklyn. At Cypress Hill Cemetery, management is looking between graves to find new in-ground burial options. They have begun to dig new graves perpendicular to the road and old graves in order to use up every last inch of burial space available. At Canarsie Cemetery, also located in Brooklyn, management plans to build a whole new town of mausoleums to accommodate the steady demand for burial sites. For those who don't know, mausoleums are fucking costly, and also it would seem that Potter's Field, where people could where they just tossed anonymous bodies, might be filled up thanks to COVID-19. Because at some point they were actually putting these bodies on water, and they're just, I don't know if they're stored there. I don't know if they're just going to dump them in the ocean. I won't speculate. Number 9, Hong Kong, China. Hong Kong has always been a bustling city with trade and popular tourist attractions, so naturally the population has climbed to a steady 7.4 million residents. While this adds to the excitement of the city, it does not leave much room for residents who wish to reside in Hong Kong after death. Hong Kong has been struggling to find adequate burial space since the 1980s, after using some available land on the city's hillsides to create towering step cemeteries, such as Pak Fu Lam Cemetery. These cemeteries, which are already nearly full, are a common host for the King Ming Festival in April. Descendants congregate at their ancestors' tombs and pay their respects by cleaning and maintaining their families' tombs. In fact, family members can pay upward of $30,000 for a private grave at Hong Kong's Suin Kong Kwan O Cemetery, for example, because space is so limited and their descendants are willing to accommodate the final wishes of loved ones. When you're dead, who the fuck cares where you're buried? You're a corpse. You're gone. I'm just saying. For those who hope to find space in a burial vault, that wait can be up to 5 years for cremated remains that sit in bags in funeral homes. By then, there may be no space left. Whatever happened to taking the cremated remains and just scattering them into the ocean? A natural burial? Just an idea. For those future generations wondering what options will be available to them, well, Hong Kong's government has proposed a rather creative solution. A floating cemetery with room for nearly 3,700 urns. This floating eternity would also provide green space for families to picnic during their visits, and plenty of bamboo gardens in which to celebrate the city's many festivals. And what happens if they have hurricane winds or something? Just saying. But let them try. London, England. In London, posthumous realty is quickly becoming a hot commodity. Two of London's boroughs, Tower Hamlets and Hackney, simply stopped offering burial sites because they cannot accommodate any more graves. In fact, Tower Hamlets has not had any new burials since 1966. Many cemeteries like Tower Hamlets has considered recycling graves. In fact, the City London Cemetery East London has already begun this process. After posting notices on appropriate graves at 6 months beforehand, the city exhumes coffins from the graves that are 75 years or older and digs deeper graves. Then they place the old coffins at the bottom and bury new individuals on top. So that's why I find this funny, but who knows? Maybe soon enough they might be able to use those remains for oil, like we do with the dinosaurs. In 2017, Parliament passed a law that allows cemeteries to legally reclaim and reuse one of these graves. While this solution has created considerable backlash, the alternative, clearing out woodland areas and other limited green space, is just as difficult to support. For many Londoners, this decision comes down to the preservation of family history or the preservation of vital green space. My question is, why don't they create something like acid burials or alkaline burials, where you just toss the bodies in either a alkaline or acidic solution, thus getting rid of them altogether, thus eliminating the need for space. I don't know why corpses are sacred to people, but I'll probably never figure humans out. All right, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Back on American shores, the historic city of Philadelphia has run into an unusual architectural problem. Many construction sites are forced to delay progress due to the discovery of miscellaneous human remains. Shockingly, this is not a new problem for Philly construction. Newspapers reported this occurrence as early as 1851. The city, which is home to many defunct and forgotten grave sites, has had to combat this recurring issue by creating a map of every cemetery, burial ground, and graveyard that the city has known. With the help of University of Pennsylvania and Philadelphia Archaeological Forum, the city has been able to create a comprehensive map of current and past burial sites. As for the current and future burials, Philadelphia residents have been forced to look to the suburbs for grave space. Laurel Hill, the city's largest and most historic cemetery, has fought to preserve their vast green space. But in the Victorian era, Laurel Hill has steadily expanded to become a 78-acre site that is popular among both the living and the dead. However, the cemetery has been forced to slow down the rate at which they host burials due to being at 99% capacity. Now, Laurel Hill Cemetery only hosts about 25 in-ground burials per year and has opened new accommodations such as private and community mausoleums and a columbarium, a space specifically built for housing urns and a ceremonial scattering garden. Number 6, Venice, Italy. Perhaps surprisingly, this world-famous lagoon city, known for scenic gondola rides and epic bridges, is a popular final resting place for both residents and tourists. One might think, how would a city known for its waterways host a cemetery? Well, in 1837, Isola di San Michele, an island located just off Venice's northeast shore, was decreed the only Venetian space where burials were allowed. However, San Michele Island Cemetery is less than 2.6 square kilometers, which is 1 mile, 1.2 miles, in size and can accommodate a very limited number of burials. As such, the cemetery is traditionally used as a temporary resting place. After 12 years, the bodies are exhumed and cremated or placed in the ossuary within the Venice city limits. In recent years, the Venice Council...
so they bury them, and then after a number of years, they disinter them and burn them. That's fucking crazy. It's like you're raking...
Yeah. Well, there's no way to rest in peace when the population's too big and people are dying left and right.
Holy shit. Oh my God,
apparently the baby boomers didn't take this into account.
Man, that's awful. Hey, now go on. Yes, that's just unspeakable. Go on, please.
In recent years, the Venice City Council passed a law allowing individuals to charter a boat 700 meters out from the shore to scatter ashes of their loved ones. For individuals wishing to scatter ashes on the land, the city has also allotted a small garden on San Michele where this is sanctioned. Well, if you don't tell them about it and you just dump the urn over the East River, for example, in New York, who the fuck is gonna know? Just saying.
Yeah. Oh my God. I mean, don't give them any ideas.
Well, I mean, look. I don't understand why. Well, I don't understand why we can't sort of like find a way to make use of the carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, and
there are people, you can look that up. There are men who invented compostable coffins so that your body goes back to nature in such a way that it feeds the plants and the trees.
No. I don't mean that. I mean, why don't we use them for fuel, to like fuel machines and stuff?
Yeah, that's a big reason. Yeah, that's taking pragmatism to a new level. They portrayed that in a number of old dystopian science fiction films. You're not the first person to think of that. But we're not there yet. And hopefully we don't get there. Yeah. Anyhow, so so go on. I'll just...
Well, I just find it odd how, once a person's dead and they've been dead for over 3 days and, that body ain't being resurrected, that's a corpse. That's not the person you loved. So I never saw the sacredness of, funerals or...
Well, I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. There are people who have a very pragmatic view of such things. I myself am not necessarily one of them, because I do feel that there is, there is something to people who have not, their bodies really are them for quite some period of time until the body disintegrates. You'd be surprised at how much is retained in the body, believe me. Anyhow, go on.
All right, number 5 is Singapore. In Singapore, land for burial sites is becoming harder to obtain for vastly different reasons. In search of available land for new highways and shopping centers, Singapore has begun exhuming graves to clear space for such infrastructure developments. In the city-state Bukit Brown Cemetery, nearly half of the existing 100,000 graves have been exhumed for a now 8-lane highway passing through the center of the cemetery. But the construction does not stop there. Singapore's Ministry of National Development plans to devote the remaining land of Bukit Brown Cemetery to housing and apartment complexes for city-state's increasing population. Yeah, those places aren't going to be haunted as fuck. A similar process which met public discontent began in the early 2000s in Singapore's historic Bidadari Cemetery. Bodies were exhumed and remains were either relocated or cremated. For Muslim graves, a new underground crypt was built that would accommodate religious practices while also using as much available space as possible. Both the Bukit Brown and Bidadari cemeteries closed for in-ground burials in the mid to late 1900s, but remained available for cremations and columbarium burials. Even in one of Singapore's active cemeteries, Khao Kho Kang space is being cleared for, I hope I spelled that right, Khao Chu Kang.
It doesn't really matter. I wouldn't know. I don't speak the Thai language, but it sounds good enough. Believe me, it's passable.
Space is being cleared for a creation of public buildings and highways. As a result, Singaporeans are looking to cremation and columbarium burials in hopes of preserving the permanence of their final resting places. I think we might have a new job for Elon Musk.
Out of all the so many he already has.
He could just send like the dead to space. He just compact them all, put them in like a giant compactor, and just dump them in space somewhere.
There you are. Well, that's what they did with Timothy Leary. They sent him into space and sent his ashes exploding into the atmosphere. So, and just adds to the air pollution, right?
Yeah, great. So now we can all get stoned on his essence.
Yes, there we are.
That explains why the world's so dysfunctional.
There, yes. And yeah, God, there you have that. And he was with the body cryogenics for a long time, and then he just went chicken shit and didn't go for it, and instead did that shit. And he should have stayed with the cryogenics. I don't know why he didn't do it.
What happens if there's a chance that somehow your consciousness is like still frozen and you start to thaw out, and there's a vague point that you're painfully aware that you're that's what happens to most people in a coma. I mean, they've proven most people in a coma are not unconscious, that they're aware of their environment, and I think that's why cremation sounds like the most fitting.
Right, right, and that was also, as you can tell people about what happened with Judith Eger and myself, how we basically convinced you to remove yourself as an organ donor for that very reason.
I was actually convinced ahead of time.
Okay.
I realized I made a mistake with that because I realized I was drunk. This is why I will never touch alcohol ever again.
There you go. And by the way, this is the most in forever, probably since I started this program, producing it myself, that I ever got so many thumbs down. 11 thumbs down, likely because of the Spanish Civil War fascist victory, EVEDAY, critical emissions, the fact that I'm celebrating that. So we've got all these people just brainwashed to hate fascism. They don't even know what the fuck it is. I
think it might also be. I think it might just be one of those monthly concerted attacks, by Lilith.
Could be, yeah.
Because we're probably gonna. Because I noticed that every month we see waves where there's just like these all out assaults of thumbs down and bullshit, and then these trolls that just pop in with all these weird ass names, which are clearly like Richard K. Cole on like 12 at once. So he probably has like 100 different dummy accounts that he's like just going through all this time to put thumbs down, thumbs down, thumbs down.
Yeah, that's his life. And
I don't even want to imagine what kind of misery he must be in on a chronic basis.
Well, hopefully so. He certainly deserves it. And so I see Selena Khan wished Sarah Shields a happy birthday. God bless her. And
happy birthday, Sarah Shields.
Yes. And I'll start talking about Bitcoin soon enough. Oh my God, Selena's still up though. I'm gonna wait till she falls asleep before I talk about Bitcoin. Let's hope she falls asleep in the next few minutes.
I was thinking the only thing I want Bitcoin for is a means of me not touching money, because if I touch it, it's going to be gone. You give me $1 million, it will be spent in 2 days, and I won't even have anything to show for what I spent it for, because I won't remember.
I know what you're saying. I mean, I'm like that to a degree. I'm going to go mute for a little bit because I'm going to chew the sandwich. I've got this like light sandwich I made myself. I'm going to
what kind?
It's basically it's some pre-made, prefabricated, if you will, salami with cheese, and they've it was sealed in plastic, and I buy these things from the Walgreens, and
as long as it isn't a gas station.
No, Walgreens. Yeah, and I've had these before. They haven't made me sick, so they're okay. Let's see now. Selena's up and she's laughing because I said I was going to talk about Bitcoin after she went to sleep. So anyhow, she's going to type something else. We'll wait for that to come up. In the meantime, our man, Mr. Jameson Reese, will hold the stage while I start chewing this and begin to get some further calories in me for tonight. And all right then. Do continue, please. Thank you.
All right. Tel Aviv, Israel. According to Jewish religious practices and halakha, any out-of-ground burial, including cremation, is banned due to the belief that God created our bodies as sacred. Therefore, we must return our bodies to the earth and the Creator. As a result, burial space in Israel, already near capacity, is doubly hard to come by, because any possible solutions are limited. To combat this, Israeli officials have suggested that the nation look at high-density burials. This has manifested in the Kiryat Shal Cemetery at Tel Aviv, with the creation of a 4-story burial complex. I am not going to go into why I just laughed, but I'll just keep reading. But why doesn't this complex violate the in-ground burial stipulation? Simple. The architects designed the building to look like rolling hills with flowers and shrubbery growing all over its outer walls. To further abide by halakha, each story has a dirt floor with a column of dirt connecting it to the subsequent floor below, until the column reaches the very ground upon which the surface is built. Also, observing the Jewish law that the dead be buried as individuals, each burial chamber is separated by cement walls. While risky, this practice was received well by the public. Number 3, the Netherlands. With the Netherlands known for its water usage innovations and eco-friendly waste management practices, it's not so friendly people when it comes to things as simple as a lockdown. It is no surprise to find that the country has extended its recycling policies to graveyards. Due to poor soil conditions and high ground water levels, the Netherlands already had limited options when it came to cemetery building. As a result, they have only allowed citizens to rent out grave sites for 20 years. At that point, relatives can decide to extend the lease or give up the space. If no relatives reach out within 6 months of a notice posted to the gravestone, then the cemetery management relocates the deceased to a communal plot. We can all be one. The only exceptions to this law are Jewish cemeteries, where Jewish law does not allow graves to be exhumed or relocated. However, tracking down next of kin can be tricky for general graves that have up to 3 unrelated individuals buried in the same plot. Geesh, 3 is a crowd. Due to this and a general disdain for disturbing the dead, exhuming the graves with expired leases is more difficult to enforce in practice. Number 2, Australia. That's a surprise, considering how much of that land is inhabitable out there.
Yeah, which is almost none of it. Yeah. Why would they have a fucking problem? Oh my God, that is a surprise. They got more land than they know what to do with, if you consider it just fit for. You get what I'm saying. In a certain sense.
It's certainly a raging inferno. So I mean, yes. You don't have to be afraid of going to hell.
Yeah, bloody hell, they're already there. They made their own. Holy shit. And but by the way, I can understand why you laughed at certain points of time, but when you're talking about the Israeli situation, I mean, it's just kind of funny to imagine, crowding bodies together in this kind of what they call high intensity burial. This is what they have done in Asia for years. In Asia, for those of you who don't know, many of the Asian funerary measures that they take are these kind of coffins where, have you ever seen a box of, holy shit, I got one here, Toblerone. Toblerone are these Swiss chocolates, and if you ever purchase a box of Toblerone chocolates, it's like a hexagon where you have 6 of these triangles of chocolate. They're shaped like, this is why the Toblerone, Toblerone. Toblerone is Swiss milk chocolate with honey and almond nougat. And it's shaped like a triangle, like a big Swiss mountain of chocolate, except it's small. And if you buy them in a hexagon box, then there's 6 of them pointed towards each other. The tips of the triangles pointed towards each other. And then, that's how they bury bodies in Asia, in certain places like Hong Kong. They're buried standing up. And they're standing up with the coffins facing each other like 6 in a hexagon. So
yeah, I was just about to ask, why don't people in the West just bury the coffins standing up? That way you'd have a hell of a lot more space.
You're right. Well, there you go. Well, this is what they've taken to in Asia. They may get to that here, but I think most people in the West, you're probably going to get a lot more people choosing the composting method. So that guy who invested the composting coffins is probably going to make a mint, and out of the industry of death. But
I'm not concerned with my body because I think I'm going to be here longer than the rest of the human species. So I'm immortal.
There we have that. And,
yes, the world's first Highlander.
There you go. And if we could find out what's going on in Australia, what's their problem? How come why have they got a space problem of all people?
Yeah. Let me get back to that article because I was looking up Toblerone and then fucking shit. Don't tell me.
What happened?
Oh God, I lost the article. That is so lame.
Oh, you can find it again, and no problem.
All right.
And by the way, can people hear me? Because I just realized because I put the microphone way down near my butt. Okay, there we are. Shit.
Okay. Yeah, you're audible.
Thank God. Okay. So long as I've got.
Now you're not audible.
Shit.
You're like coming in and out.
Okay. How about now?
Now you're fine.
Okay. Good. So we got to be careful. This is why I need to buy a new microphone, people. So very frightening to have something that fragile that the show depends on, the transmission depends on. Let's check the live stream. Let's make certain the live stream's still going on. So everybody do confirm that you can hear me and confirm that the live stream is continuing, okay?
Live stream is still running.
Good, good. And let me refresh the page here and also check out the live stream here, what it says, and also check out the, there we are. Okay, things still on. Okay, good, good, thank God. Oh, always tense to deal with that. Go on.
All right, so Australia. In the land down under, it is increasingly difficult to find space, 1.8 meters, 6 feet under. A controversial 2018 law stated that relatives of the deceased could rent burial plots for 25 to 99-year periods. God damn, this all seems like it all seems like an excuse to rake people of money. That's all it is.
Yeah, this is just horrible. I mean, to the idea of renting a burial space, that's obscene. That's not something that should be rented. It's something that should be eternal. I mean, it's eternal rest, right? An eternal resting space. What the fuck? Okay, something is seriously wrong. Next
they're going to be renting public restrooms to the highest bidders. I shouldn't have said that. That's going to give them some shit ideas. And I am not somebody who has a big bladder. That would backfire.
Oh my God. Yeah, so there we go with that. And but do continue. Take your time. And like I said, I'm busy here, doing what I do, chewing and.
Once the leases are up, if relatives cannot be reached out or do not contact the cemetery within 2 years of lease expiration, then the cemetery is legally allowed to reclaim the graves by exhuming the bodies and moving the bones to a communal ossuary. Another less controversial but less common option is that of natural green burial in Bunurong Memorial Park.
This is all in Australia, right?
Yep.
Oh my God! So go on. Yes.
Near Dandenong. Within the park lies Murun Naroon, or Life Spirit, a heavily wooded area set aside for natural burials without coffins or headstones. A green burial consists of the body of the deceased being wrapped in a decomposable shroud with a plastic GPS tracker attached. Over time, the body and the shroud will naturally decay in the earth and provide nutrients for new life in the native Australian flora, with plastic included, which they did not mention in the article. That's nice.
Oh shit! I had the mic on. God, I hope people didn't hear me typing. Sorry about that keyboarding in the background. So yes, that's awful with the plastic. Go on.
However, the GPS tracker will remain behind, buried in the ground, so that descendants can visit their ancestors' final resting places and soak up the new life left in this steed. Okay, well, I guess there's something pragmatic behind that. What is it I was going to say? Oh, yeah, it seems that green burials, though, in America are a hell of a lot more expensive than regular burials. That's the stupid thing about this. Well, yeah. It's a fucking body. I say who fucking cares, but that's me.
That doesn't even make any sense. Why are green burials more expensive when they theoretically should be using far less materials?
Because America is retarded. I mean... I'm sorry. It's like what you said something earlier about how the Japanese Americans got degraded because of the American diet.
Yeah.
Well, I will argue that the American diet has not served the Americans good either. Yeah, I mean, apparently, but then again, it doesn't help that. I figured out why Staten Island has so many fucked up people out here. Because apparently there was a radioactive materials were dumped all over the island after the Manhattan Project, and I would guess that's why everyone here is a bit beyond dumb. And I'm fairly certain that there are some people out here listening to me, and that's why whenever I walk around Staten Island, I'm met with these hard grills or these hard stares, and I really don't give a fuck. All right, the final one is not a surprise at all. Tokyo, Japan.
Okay.
Because I am guessing that's one of the most compact cities in the world.
Right.
As far as population density.
Right. Yeah, believe it or not, the most congested city in the world is actually Manila in the Philippines. But certainly Tokyo is enormous, and the space, of course, is ferociously limited. A lot of that is changing now because so much of the Japanese population is turning gray and senior, and a lot of land is becoming available in the countryside or more rural villages. So a lot of spaces are becoming available for people to move into in Japan, not Tokyo, but in Japan, in the outskirts. But definitely the burial, Japan and Hong Kong, these are places where they have that burial style that I spoke of. So I'm going to go mute. Please continue.
All right. The cemeteries of Tokyo have been combating limited grave space for 2 generations. In the 1970s, Tokyo built its only locker cinerarium to preserve in-ground burial space. This type of burial is not common due to Japan's long tradition of honoring ancestors in family burial spaces surrounding beautiful Buddhist temples. However, by the mid-1960s, available burial space within Tokyo's Buddhist temples was non-existent. As a result, Tokyo's inhabitants resorted to faraway grave sites such as Kamakura and Mount Fuji, which still offered serene spaces perfect for reflection. However, this solution was a temporary one that ended up being far too expensive for the average Tokyo family. As a result, the Ruriden Columbarium was built to meld centuries-old tradition with modern Japanese culture. The Ruriden, which allows relatives of the deceased to access their loved ones' urns via electric card, preserved the burial urns upon a small altar next to a Buddha statue. Situated behind glass, these urns light up when the electric card is swiped so that the family member can easily locate their loved one's remains. After 33 years, the urns are relocated to a crypt beneath the structure's floor. That's actually pretty clever.
Mm-hmm.
It makes me wonder why, if anyone has a doubt why they rule the world, they do.
Thank you. Yes. In many ways. There's other ways they really don't want to rule the world. That's the point. Who wants to take all that burden on? So, yeah.
Yeah, well, they do have a trend of, growing trend of what they call neets in Japanese culture. Just people who are just choosing to be socially isolated in their rooms, like literally.
Yeah. It's
all day.
Yeah.
And I think that might also have to do with the stressors of high population density.
Yes.
Because I can being someone who lives in New York, which is a population dense place, I would say if you don't become someone who becomes a violent sociopath, you will grow to loathe humanity just like me. Or you would become someone who just doesn't want to go out at all, which there are many people like that.
I hear you. And at any rate, please continue. I'll keep finishing this sandwich. I'll be almost done soon. And
oh my God! I just noticed. All right, so I don't know if I covered this article yet, but this is a UK chief scientist says new virus variant may be more deadly. And now, I just noticed Boris Johnson looks exactly like that caricature they have on that. Oh my God, what's it called? That YouTube where they have like where they make those ugly puppets of everybody. Oh
I'm sorry. You talking about those puppets that Peter Moon was talking about that used to caricature Mick Jagger and shit? The British puppets horrible.
Yeah, it's like that, but they're just more hideous. They're just more like comical visages. It's kind of funny, which is why I subscribe to the channel. But like, I don't really watch it a lot. I watch it like if I'm really fucking depressed and I need to laugh.
Okay.
And if that doesn't work, it's on to gore porn and not porn. Definitely not. I'm not someone. Yeah, I'm not somebody who likes to mix sex and death. I can't do it.
That's gratifying to know. Thank you. It's a relief. Yes.
Yeah, I just don't see the appeal with that. But if not that, then I'll just watch. I'll just look at military technology, weapons, and machines that are meant to kill and get a sort of grotesque satisfaction. Although they do have some very beautiful machines.
Yes.
The only thing is I don't know how they would compare to some of the older technology, such as like I don't know, one of the older machines I seem to like is the A-10 Warthog, but
yes.
But I don't know how that would fare up against F-35s and F-22s.
But
Probably
they're meant for different functions. It's not an apt comparison. Don't worry about that. So by all means, continue, please. Yes. And I too appreciate the aesthetics of weapons. I mean, when I was young, I was very enamored of the interaction of weapon systems, war in general. Honestly, it has its own hypnotic fascination. Anyhow, so go on. Thank you.
Well, I was going to say something that was completely inapropos. Actually, I would say that. No, it doesn't border on sexual. I was going to say that, but I was like, I mean, a sexy machine for a guy, it's sort of like that sort of artistic side that men seem to have.
Oh, yeah, I'm chewing, remember? Yes, yeah, I guess, yeah. Don't ask me to back up your responses when I'm like, got a mouthful. So,
Oh, gotcha.
Sure. The machines can be, men are like that. We groove to machines. Some women do as well. I mean, machines can be aesthetically very beautiful, and so there we have that. And I'll go mute again for now.
Actually, I covered this one. This is the UK variant. I'm sure there's another variant popping up every few days or so that we don't know about.
Well, we have the UK and the South African, I think, is here now, and in these United States, I mean. So.
Oh fuck! Let me actually see if I could dredge up something online about that.
Yeah, please do, and then you can go back to talking while I chew. And.
All right. Folks, don't mind me. I'm going to just... Oh, here we go. South Africa coronavirus variant. What is the risk? A new variant coronavirus has been circulating in South Africa, is now seen in other countries. The UK has identified 77 cases linked to travel, and as Douglas just said, it is here in USA, and it's probably in New York. I'm not going to condemn people who don't wear a mask. I will say that every person has a right to die at their own pace. So if you want to die sooner, be our guest.
Well, of course, I think there should be enforcement of everyone wearing masks because they do affect the rest of us. But go on, yeah.
I think there should be enforcement of everyone wearing masks properly. Keyword, properly. If you can't breathe with a mask on and you fear death, don't leave the house. That's simple. All viruses, including the one that causes COVID-19, mutate. No shit, Sherlock. These tiny genetic changes happen as the virus makes new copies of itself to spread and thrive. Most are inconsequential, and few can even be harmful to the virus's survival. But some can make it more infectious or threatening to the host, humans. There are now thousands of different versions or variants of the pandemic virus circulating. but experts' concerns focus on a small number of these. One is the South African variant called 501 point version 2. Oh, great. They make it sound like this shit. They make it sound like some shit that you would get on a computer. Interesting. So it's a piece of software. Is it more dangerous?
It is, in a sense. Yes, so go on. Yes.
Okay. Now this is what they're saying. This is what they're saying according to BBC, which I'm sure this is definitely 2 days ago. I'm sure it's updated since then. There is no evidence that new variant causes more serious illness for the vast majority of people who become infected, as will the original version. Version. The risk is highest for people who are elderly or have significant underlying health conditions. But there are concerns it can spread more readily and vaccines may not work quite well against it. Gee, that makes it more deadly. Did the writers oversee that shit? Oh man, this is just pretty bad. The South African variant carries a mutation called E484K, among others. It's different to another recently discovered variant that scientists have been studying in the UK. Both the new South African and UK Kent. They named it Kent. I guess they need to. I guess it's the next one could be named Barbie. Variants appear to be more contagious, which is a problem because tougher restrictions on society may be needed to control the spread. While changes in the new UK variant are unlikely to harm the effectiveness of current vaccines, there is a chance that those in the South African variant may do so to some extent, say scientists. It's interesting, a lot of people who are of African descent here on Staten Island, yes, you can tell them apart from people who are born here in the United States. They don't wear masks at all. They just flat out don't give a fuck. It is too soon to say for sure or by how much until more tests are completed, although it is extremely unlikely the mutations would render vaccines useless, which they claim, but they cannot be sure. Scientists have tested the Pfizer COVID vaccine against one of the mutations found in the South African variant called N501Y, using blood samples from 20 people. In the preliminary study, vaccination appeared to work against the mutated virus. More studies are needed, though, because N501Y is not the only change the South African variant has undergone. Dr. Simone Clark, who is an expert in cell microbiology at the University of Reading, says the South African variant has a number of additional mutations, including changes to some of the virus's spike protein, which are concerning. The spike protein is what coronavirus uses to gain entry into human cells. It is also the bit that vaccines are designed around, which is why experts are worried about these particular mutations. Professor Francois Balou from University College London says the E484K mutation has been shown to reduce antibody recognition. As such, it helps the virus SARS-CoV-2 to bypass immune protection provided by prior infection or vaccination. This, folks, is why if you are vaccinated, you still need to wear a fucking mask and eye goggles, which I prefer, or a sort of face shield, or a plastic tarp, or just anything that covers your eyes, nose, and mouth. Early results from Moderna suggest its vaccine is still effective against the South Africa variant, although the immune response may not be as strong or prolonged. Even in the worst case scenario, vaccines can be redesigned and tweaked to be a better match in a matter of weeks or months, if necessary, say experts. How far has it spread? It is already dominant it is already the dominant virus variant in eastern and western Cape provinces of South Africa. At least 20 other countries, including Austria, Norway, Japan, also have found cases. What is the UK doing about it? Who gives a fuck? I'm not in the UK. Skipping that. No, all right. Let me not be a fucking asshole. Travel is now banned from many countries in southern Africa, as well as Tanzania and the Democratic Republic of Congo. Public health authorities say scientists are studying the variant and will share their findings soon. Now, when is it going to reach? There's got to be a tipping point with these viruses in which the infection rate causes a drastic decline in supplies and production of goods, which is at some point that fatal point where the human societies eventually collapse, which we haven't seen yet. And I don't know how many years that's going to take, but I am not looking forward to it and am looking forward to it at the same time, because my head has two personalities vying for dominance, one that wants to see the human race wiped out and one that wants to see the human race evolve and survive into something greater than the sum of its parts. That was so fucking corny, cliche, it's not even funny, but hey, you know, I gotta sound somewhat upbeat.
Yes, that was fine. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
No, okay, good. I just wanted to make sure about that. So, go on. Yes.
All right, let's see what else we can drag up from the depths of world news. Okay, U.S. terrorism alert warns of politically motivated violence. Oh, I did hear something. Okay, I did hear something about Trump wanting to start a third party.
It's something that it's still up in the air. We're going to have to wait on that because there was rumor of that, and he certainly threatened it. He threatened that, and then someone started it.
I honestly don't think that's a bad idea.
Well, it would be the best thing in the world because it'll destroy the Republican Party. Neither his fucking party nor the Republican Party would either get enough votes after that.
Exactly.
Then
that will definitely
give us all. Yeah, give us all an advantage. It'll give the Democrats, which represents us, an advantage, and it would
and it would allow the Republicans in whatever party he starts to fight amongst each other.
Yes, thank you.
One side of Trump loyalists versus the other side of Trump loyalists, thus allowing them to neutralize themselves.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. This is something that we can hope for and pray for. But
fuck it. I'm going to cast a spell for it and see what happens.
Please, yes, and he was like threatening it, and then what happened was maybe some people talked about it, but somebody started a third party, which then he decried. So so who knows where he's going right now with that? And
well, let's just hope it's not somebody with like artificial horns popping out of their foreheads. We can only hope. Well, that would actually be interesting for other reasons, but
yes,
at this point, anything goes. I think we should have a party started by people who are in the porn industry.
I got nothing against it, but
at least if they're women, they'll be good to look at. The guys, At least if we're talking about straight porn, the guys look like a bag of wrinkled chips.
Well, I mean, it's one of those things where how do I say this? Most of the guys in the porn industry, up until fairly recently, they all look like the Mario Brothers and shit. It was really weird. They all had these porno, mustaches, whatever the fuck that was about. And so it was just
trying to do the Ron Jeremy.
Yeah, I guess it's just ridiculous. They look like shit, and then they changed more recently, and just had just kind of just more of a muscle guy look. A lot of these people, but such being what it is. Anyhow, so go on with what you're doing, please. I'll go mute.
All right. U.S. terrorism alert warns of politically motivated violence. Washington, by the Associated Press, the Department of Homeland Security issued a national terrorism bulletin Wednesday, warning of the lingering potential for violence from people motivated by the anti-government sentiment after President Joe Biden's election, suggesting the January 6th riot at the Capitol may embolden extremists and set the stage for additional attacks. The department did not cite any specific plots, but pointed to a heightened threat environment across the United States that it believes will persist for weeks after Biden's January 20th inauguration. It is not uncommon for the federal government to warn local law enforcement through bulletins about the prospect for violence tied to a particular event or date, such as July 4th. I actually feel like being in New York is one of the safer places because the cops are fucking everywhere now.
Yes.
They're in swarms. They're riding bicycles. They're in playing cars, like in squads. So, you know, as much as people might not like, as much as I still have to be afraid that some guy is going to shoot me 100 times, at least at least I know it's not going to be a terrorist that's going to shoot me 100 times.
Right. Well, it's a terrorist in uniform, some might argue, but nonetheless, I know what you're saying.
Which isn't really reassuring at all for me. If you're a black male or black female, you still have to pretend. Just try to carry yourself like, I'm not nervous. I have nothing to hide. Yes. Hello, policeman. I wouldn't recommend smiling and waving at them, because then they'll definitely want to investigate.
Yes.
All right. But this particular bulletin is issued through the department's National Terrorism Advisory System is notable because it effectively places the Biden administration into the politically charged debate over how to describe or characterize acts motivated by political ideology, and suggests it regards violence like the kind that overwhelmed the Capitol as akin to terrorism. I think the reason why people are so hesitant to call terrorism is because they're white. Yeah. If they were Muslim or any other color, or they look like they were practicing Islam, they're terrorists. No question about it.
Yeah, they just say that right at the beginning, yes.
So now the country has to literally choke on the dick of its own fucking bias.
Yes.
Which is literally going to destroy the country if it. The only hope, again, and I run this point into the ground, as does Douglas, is probably the idea of 3 separate states within the United States.
Well, actually, I imagine more than 3.
Maybe 4, maybe 5.
Well, quite a bit, actually. I'll go into that some other time. Maybe even provide some maps for you. But, and I'm not being facetious there. I mean, literally, it would take a map too.
Well, I certainly do think that we should have that the American Indians should also get their own state.
Thank you.
Because that's long fucking deserved. And they have been left out of this dialogue of race for too fucking long.
Thank you. And,
while I can acknowledge we black folks have it bad, but we don't have it Native American bad.
Thank you. That's so important, really. No one has anything on the Native Americans. And in terms of, just endless, ceaseless persecution and suffering is just beyond horrific. And so thank you so much for acknowledging that. And fortunately, the Native American nations have a good, solid groundwork up north of the border in Canada, where the First Nations are recognized to a degree, and we just extend a bit of that down here south of the northern border, and we'll be set, and they'll take up most of the northwest, and that'll be a number of Native American nations. that will do so. And
and hopefully they could drive out all those Portland, we don't know what the fuck we're writing for people who riot just because it's fun.
I think there's something going on up there that just has something to do with a friend of mine, Holly Caditis Kiefer. A shout out to her if she's out there. Holly Caditis Kiefer told me this very frightening story about going up north and talking with a bunch of the laid-back guys vaping, and somehow the vaping caused some horrific physical effect on their vaping, all the pot or whatever they were vaping, and they all had this horrible like skin growth on their stomach, like tubers growing out of their stomach, except made out of flesh, like distended flesh, forming into flesh tags, but magnified by orders of magnitude. So they had basically kind of like cyst. It would no, that would be broken open and pustulent. It would just be like bizarre flesh growths out of their stomach, just kind of like extra flesh growing out of their stomach that was like a flesh tag or flab, but discernibly separate from the stomach, like growing out of it. Just like tubers in a garden. It's like roots of flesh growing out of their stomach. It was just, they all had that as a result. They said was of the vaping somehow did that to them.
When you say tubers, I keep thinking about a potato.
Yeah, like potatoes. Yeah, kind of like potato. Fleshy potatoes. Yeah, yeah. Like something like that was what she described. They all had that. It was like. So there you go. Another horror story for you in the background. A reason not to vape, kids. Yeah, they.
Damn, man. I'm lucky. I never got anything like that.
Well, these guys are probably vaping pretty aggressively with various types of drugs. Probably meth, but mostly it was pot, meth, maybe some meth thrown in there. I'm imagining, but they were pot, definitely pot, and. So, I mean, vaping's never hurt me, but I'm not doing it very often.
Me neither.
No, and so they have that, and it might be.
I have to look this up because it's just so profoundly interesting.
Disturbing, you mean? But you talking about something else you're seeing, or what?
No, I'm talking about the vaping.
Oh, okay.
No. I
don't know if anyone's investigated that.
Because it seems to me that these medical anomalies, as horrific as they are to look at, they're always brutally interesting to investigate. It's like in a horrific way. It's like looking at an atomic explosion. You want to look away, but you don't want to look away because it's like the pretty flower of fire, and it's like, wow, that's death.
Yes, I understand what you're saying. Well, obviously, it has its own fascination. People have been staring at such things for decades now, and speaking of which, the trailers to King Kong versus Godzilla look great.
Man, monster versus monster.
Yes. And,
I guess. The only thing I'm really looking forward to is probably the sequel to Alien Covenant.
You would. Most people hate those. I told you that most people hate the Alien Covenant shit. And but yeah, go on.
Okay, yeah, I'm seeing this rash. Oh man, it's like a welt or something.
Okay, there you go. So they've got something. I didn't think anybody had been investigating that.
Yeah, this actually came from the UK, but for some reason, okay, let me accept their stupid cookie bullshit. All right. This is from the Mirror. Mum covered in horrific burning rash after vaping for the first time. This 42-year-old mum wants vape products to carry allergy test rules and warnings like hair dye products. A mum has told how she was left hospitalized with a painful burn-like rashes all over her body after suffering what she believes was a serious allergic reaction after using vape for the first time. Lisa Santiago Griggs remained in the hospital where she is being treated for a reaction which has left painful burning rashes all over her body. The 42-year-old is calling for a change in the law which would require anyone trying to vape for the first time to have a small sample to check whether they are allergic. Well, why the fuck don't you do that common sense beforehand?
Well, a lot of people don't have that common sense. They figure it must be safe, right? They figure it must be safe, or they wouldn't let it loose on the world, right? They wouldn't unleash it on the world, right? Yes.
I really did not need to see this woman's backside.
Oh.
Ew.
Sorry.
Her shape is just not aesthetically appealing.
I mean, forget the rash. Yeah, the shape just doesn't look good. Yeah. Well, there you go.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That's the man in me.
Yes, it's true. That's the male response. Yes. So go on.
42. All right. She was admitted to South Mead Hospital on Sunday, March 3rd afternoon, around 24 hours after she started vaping for the first time. Lisa Kingswood suffered from a broken back 4 years ago and had been taking cannabis CBD oil tablets to help cope with the pain of her long-term condition. On Saturday, she decided to take the medicine in vape form, so bought one from a shop in Kingswood and tried it out in the afternoon and evening. She said, "I was vaping until around 10:30 p.m. When did she start vaping? That's a lot of vaping." She started in the afternoon. "I never vaped or even smoked before, so it was new to me." Okay. "They just sold it to me and sent me on my way without advice of the possible side effects. At 2 a.m. I woke up with an itch, and all of a sudden by 4:30 a.m. I was completely covered in a painful rash."
Ugh.
Lisa took several antihistamine tablets, but they had no effect. She continued, "I never had an allergic reaction to anything before. This was horrible. It was covering my body, very painful, and it felt like my skin was burning from underneath and burning up from the inside." Actually, that's called getting high. Because that's what getting high feels like. The skin burning, at least.
Oh, there you go. And then so go on. What happened to her after that? Then it's
By Sunday afternoon, she called 111, but she eventually headed to the South Mead Hospital. Yeah, they probably laughed at her when she called 111 about it. She said, "It was starting to blister now and getting serious. They took me straight in, and I never been here ever since. They are treating me with steroids, and I'm on a drip. They stay until it's calmed down and they can work out exactly what's going on. I'm 100% convinced it was the vape. At least it wasn't 5G.
Yeah, there you go. No, then we'd be just dismissing everything she said. Yeah, so
It's not like I've been out doing anything else. It was the first time I'd ever had a vape, and I didn't realize it could cause this kind of reaction. Doing a bit of research, I found that this has been known, but they don't tell you. Most people aren't aware. Lisa said she wouldn't normally be the person to share images of her own body, and I can see why. She said, "These aren't pretty pictures, and I'm not body confident, but I feel these need to be seen to understand how bad a reaction can be. I felt like I was on fire from the inside out." Again, that sounds more like being high, but it was unbearable and affected my internal organs like my heart rate, blood pressure, and lungs, which again is like smoking regular weed and being high, minus the nasty rash. Lisa said she wants the vape shots to agree to only sell a full vape to someone after they have tested it and waited 24 hours. You're gonna have a lot of pissed off people. They do exactly this in the hairdressers to check you don't have allergic reaction to a new hair product. So why can't they do this for vapes? Because you don't want a bunch of piss off potheads storming your place and raising holy hell because they can't get stoned.
Well, there you go.
I appreciate it works for some, and not everyone will have an allergic reaction from vapes, but it's more common than you think. A quick Google search will teach you. But it appears serious allergic reactions like mine due to the product being ingested can't be treated properly. She said she had not slept in 50 hours.
Ooh.
God damn. 2.5 days.
Yeah, that did it too. By the way, I'm just going to go mute for a second while I finish chewing this sandwich, and then I will do the usual flossing of my teeth. Be right back soon.
All right.
I'll leave you to hold the steak.
People need to share this to make stockists advise the customer to sample the product, then come back and buy the next day and purchase if no reaction. You could be the percentage allergic to an organic product mixed with a fruity liquid called propylene glycol. This seems to be the common one to cause the reaction. So there's news for you if you didn't vape and was thinking about vaping. Make sure you're not allergic to propylene glycol. All right, and now there was something else that I was looking up that I found interesting that was probably related to substances. Let me see if I can find it. Just hang on with me. Okay, I'm just going to jump to something just to fill time. Argentina's abortion law enters full force under watchful eyes. This is Buenos Aires, Argentina. Argentina's groundbreaking abortion law went into force Sunday under the watchful eyes of women groups and government officials, both to ensure its full implementation, despite opposition from some conservative and church groups. That means this is good news. Argentina has become the largest nation in Latin America to legalize elective abortion after its Senate on December 30th passed a law guaranteeing the procedure up to the 14th week of pregnancy, and beyond that in cases of rape or when a woman's health is at risk. The vote has hailed as a triumph for South American countries' feminist movement that could pave the way for similar actions across the socially conservative, heavily Roman Catholic region. But Pope Francis had issued a last-minute, stay out of this shit, Pope, before the vote, and church leaders have criticized the decision. Supporters of the law say they expect lawsuits from anti-abortion groups in Argentina's conservative provinces and some private health clinics might refuse to carry out the procedure. Now that'd be no different than the United States. Another huge task lies ahead of us, said Argentina's Minister of Women, Gender and Diversity, Elizabeth Gomez Alcorta, who has acknowledged there will be obstacles to the law's full implementation across the country. Gomez Alcorta said a telephone line will be set up for those who cannot access abortion to communicate. The Argentine Catholic Church has repudiated the law, and conservative doctors and lawyers groups have urged resistance. Doctors and health professionals can claim conscientious objection to performing abortions, but cannot invoke the right if a pregnant woman's life or health is in danger. A statement signed by the Consortium of Catholic Doctors, the Catholic Lawyers Corporation, and other groups call on doctors and lawyers to resist with nobility, firmness, and courage the norm that legalizes the abominable crime of abortion. That's a hot topic I cannot speak on because I'm not female, but what I want to say is a institution run by men who mostly fuck little boys should be the last group of people to be talking about what a woman should have the right to do. That's just me. Don't shoot the messenger. The anti-abortion group Unidad Provida also urged doctors, nurses, and technicians to fight for the freedom of conscience and promised to accompany them in all the trials that are necessary. Under the law, private health centers do not have doctors willing to carry out abortions, must refer women seeking abortions to clinics that will. Any public official or health authority who unjustifiably delays an abortion will be punished with imprisonment. From there, from 3 months to 1 year. That's good. The National Campaign for the Right to Legal, Safe, and Free Abortion, an umbrella group for organizations that for years fought for legal abortion, often wearing green scarves at protests, vowed to continue monitoring compliance with the law. We trust the feminist networks that we have built over decades, said Laura Salome, one of the movement's members. The previous abortion law was voted down by Argentine lawmakers in 2018 by a narrow margin, but in the December vote, it was backed by the center-left government, boosted by the so-called PIBA revolution for the Argentine slang for girls, and opinion polls showed opposition had softened. The law supporters expect backlash in Argentina's conservative provinces. In the northern province of Salta, a federal judge this week rejected a measure filed by former legislature calling for the law to be suspended because the legislative branch had exceeded its powers. Opponents of abortion cite international treaties signed by Argentina pledging to protect life from conception. Now, see, this is the fucking problem when religion hits legislature. You don't want to combine the two. It's very fucking nasty. Honestly, some people might, if you don't believe in an abortion, don't have it. Don't stop someone who does believe in abortion from getting an abortion. It's like saying, well, I don't believe in. It's like me saying, because I don't believe in Christianity, that you shouldn't go to a church. That would be completely preposterous, wouldn't it? Just saying. Gomez Alcorta said the criminal charges currently pending against more than 1,500 women and doctors who performed abortions should be lifted. She said the number of women and doctors detained was not that many, but didn't provide a number. That means that it was many if she didn't provide a number. Reading in between the lines would say that. The Ministry of Women is going to carry out its leadership to end these cases, she said. Tamara Grinberg, 32, who had a clandestine abortion in 2012, celebrated that from now on, a girl can go to the hospital and say, I want to have an abortion. She said she had her abortion, very few people helped her. Today, there are many more support networks, and the decision is respected. When I did, no one respected my decision. While abortion is already allowed in some parts of Latin America, such as Uruguay, Cuba, and Mexico City, its legalization in Argentina is expected to reverberate across the region, where dangerous clandestine procedures remain the norm a half a century after a woman's right to choose was guaranteed in the U.S., which has recently, thanks to Trump's Supreme Court nominee, is probably being threatened still to this day. So America is not the splitting image of things that we should say is the right in all things. I don't know why the fuck people seem to use America as a model. I mean, it does. It's granted, the idea that was had as far as the country's conception was a relative new one back then, but there's a lot of hypocrisy that went on here.
You're doing a great job, son. Thank you so much for what you're doing. And I'll like to say hello to some of the people in the chat room. Definitely, there's a wonderful young lady named Patricity Sato, and she says, Hi, Doza, honey. And so Right Time is having a good conversation with themselves. So do join in with Right Time later tonight. And our good man Jameson, of course, has... I'll ask him to continue for a few more minutes. Almost about ready to start monologuing. I'm back. I'm going to refresh myself with some of this liquid here, and then prepare to start monologuing. But I want our man Jameson to continue with what he's saying and finalize it. Take your time.
Okay, so finally, since these human rights topics, I just want to stay away from them with a 100-foot pole.
That's
because
it. Yeah.
Yeah, I suffer from the Nikola Tesla syndrome, whatever the fuck that is.
Okay.
Just instead of creating things, I'm like obsessed with maybe a few things here and there. Now for something that catches my interest, the B-21 bomber could be the coolest plane ever. The first two B-21 Raider bombers are currently under construction in the California desert. The Air Force's first new bomber in more than 30 years will replace most of the service's heavy bombers, with the exception of the immortal B-52H Stratofortress. Although the B-21 Raider has mostly stayed on schedule, the Air Force has pushed the flight back to the middle of 2022. Of the two B-21s under construction, the first jet is really starting to look like a bomber, according to the Air Force magazine. Well, what else would it look like? The second the second bomber is in its early developed production stages. The B-21's first flight was initially scheduled for December 2021, but Air Force officials warned last fall that the date was likely to slip. Officials seemed fairly confident that the Raider will fly next year, with the plane entering service around 2026 or 2027. The B-21 is the Air Force's first new bomber since the 1980s. The B-1B Lancer bomber entered service in 1986, and the B-2 Spirit bomber followed in 1997. The end of the Cold War cut the numbers of B-2 bombers from 132 to just 20. Okay.
I know. That's something that I brought up before, is that we have only 20 fucking bombers. So the idea of any modern
What's the
world...
logic of that? I guess they sold it off to the Saudis or some shit.
It wasn't even that. It's just maintaining these weapons is exceedingly expensive, far more than people realize. And so what people really don't understand about the United States is they think back in these World War II terms, where everything can be manufactured. And in terms of today's weapons and World War II era, these aren't what you can manufacture at the level that they could in World War II. Any weapon, any modern weapon. It's like, that's if you true. See those video games, I see this a lot, where they pair like World War II tanks off against modern tanks, for instance, in like World of Tanks and these other things like that. The modern tank is so equipped with ablative shielding and the detection of incoming rounds, via extraordinarily sensitive electronics, and the ability to respond to incoming rounds theoretically with shrapnel that will distract or destroy, distract, deflect, or destroy incoming rounds, etc., that are semi-intelligent rockets. Granted, maybe that wouldn't stop like the old World War II dumb shells, but they would be thwarted by this layered armor and the ceramic armor that is got air pockets in it to absorb a lot of shock and deflect. It's the modern tank compared to a World War II tank is so vastly different that there is no comparison. It would be like, this is easier for people to comprehend, a modern warship that's loaded with cruise missiles going up against World War II warships. Then you're just going to shoot down these World War II warships with the missiles before the World War II warships even have you on the sight line. So this is what the modern tanks would be like, pairing off against World War II tanks. And all of these mechanisms, these machines of war, warships or war tanks or planes, they're so complicated that you can't produce them at the World War II level in those volumes. And then again, even if you could, you can't train people to operate them at any supermassive level. You would have to have a civilization dedicated to nothing but war. Well, the Soviet Union tried that, and you see what happened to it. And that was just
the best bet is to probably go with cheap light drones. with.
Well, this is what it's coming to. This is what it's coming to. Yeah, this is what it's coming to, and so what you're going to get is this kind of evolution towards drone warfare and responses to that.
So I guess these new planes that are meant for, you know, pilots or whatnot are going to be more or less like little. I guess I would call them like I don't know.
And by the way,
weapons
I'm not even going to defend the stance that they've taken. I'm not defending the stance that they've taken of producing only a few of these, because that's stupid as fuck too.
Yeah,
it's just you know, there hasn't been any balanced that is been reached between what they're doing and what should be done. So it's because they're misspending a lot of the money. I mean, I'll be the first to say that. There we have that. There's the so anyhow, please continue with what you're saying about the bombers, though, and then we can go from there.
Well, I would say is that they're just beautiful machines.
They are. They are. I mean, there's no denying that. And it's.
But the next article I want to look at, though, is one that, and this is one that I found hilarious. It's actually the reason why I find it so funny is because it shows how there are some things you just don't want to tinker with. And they've actually tried to do this, and apparently it is not going that well. Let me see if I can find this article here. Oh, god damn it, I just had it. I hate when that happens. I have too many tabs open. But they probably have like a link to it at the bottom of like an unrelated article. But basically they were saying that the new what do you call it, for the F-35, the new controls, there's a great frustration with them because, you know, they decided to use a touch screen.
Okay.
Now the pilots are complaining because it's like, yeah, it's like, look at how often touchscreens fail on your phone. I mean, the thing's not a fucking iPod; it's a fighter jet. And the pilots say that they. Here it is. What they're basically saying is that they're used to being able to feel the plane by telling which switch is on, which switch is off. You know, it's a sort of. I guess this makes sense because it sort of makes you one with your vehicle. You know, I suppose they're making this for a bunch of kids who are used to using iPhones. But okay. I don't think someone's going to be focused on, you know, iPhone-like controls.
Right.
And in the middle of a war. It's not. So I don't know what the fuck they were thinking with that.
Well, God knows. I mean, half the time I'd have to take a look at this stuff myself, and then you know, there's a lot of times there is no reasoning involved when you're talking about people who.
I'd hazard to say that they were trying to just make the thing more expensive.
You know, that is tempting. That's tempting to say that, and a lot of it. Is that and this is part of the problem that we're dealing with. You know, honestly, we're left with just you know, I'm just too frustrated to go on in that direction. It should be obvious to everyone by now. I mean, just basically the situation is fucked. When Peter Moon was here, I should have brought up more about the May Magnin Brussels situation with him, because it would show you some of the stupid things that people operated on in terms of their anti-logic, because she was, of course, confronted with elements that I've talked about before in terms of Artilica and these kinds of technologies that bring into account that which cannot be accounted for by conventional engineering. That as the kind of spirit that's attached to items from a vehicle that the spirit died in, that the living person died in, and the kind of part of themselves that is attached to that inanimate metal or whichever material holds that memory.
Yeah, the sympathetic contagion phenomenon.
Yeah, and
or entanglement, as they call it.
Thank you. And when that sort of thing brings to mind a technology that at least had people working with it who, when they comprehended that, took it into account for whatever malevolent or evil purpose it was usually exploited for. You had people who understood aspects of what they were working with that no one else understood. And the horror comes from all these idiots in the world who think they do understand things. Like when I bring up the Vox Arca, which is just a preeminent example of that Artilica technology. Then you have idiots like this one cunt that was this super fan of mine one time, and she wound up marrying this other guy who was a super fan of mine at one point. What was his name? He called himself the Clean Doctor because he used to clean windows all the time. Jeffrey Fravel. And I can't remember the cunt's name because I've purged it from my mind. But she came all the way up, in a mobile home so that her and her husband, before he died, could treat myself to cake and talk about they were so interested in my case and my being a public informant and all that shit. And then, she was a big fan of mine for a few years and then just turned, she ran off with the other fan, Jeffrey Fravel, and they got married and ran off together. But just before she did that, this was because she got the insurance from her older husband who died. They used his insurance money to run off together and elope and buy a home and live together, benefiting off her older husband's death. It was disgusting. But, and anyhow, before that, Jeffrey Fravel had been involved in an extramarital affair for about 10 years at least with a woman who won the silver medal in the Olympics at Sarajevo for ice skating. And he met her through his window washing. He'd been washing windows at her husband's estate, because she married some rich bloke, of course, and then wound up fucking her for 10 years. Yeah, holy fucking shit. Anyway.
Sloppy second, that's opportunists.
Yeah, and so, yeah, both with that guy and then with me taking the chick who was my fan chick for such a long time. And then after that, she started sending me this shit about, what about the Vox Arca? Why don't you turn it over so they can reverse engineer it? Like, you fucking dumb cunt. It's like these people think, oh, we caught you in a lie. It's so fucking stupid. You don't even know what you're dealing with. Some conventional engineer could take that apart and they're not going to find anything because they're not going to see anything, any more than people understood why those ghosts kept appearing on those American Air flights until the owner finally had the parts taken out that had been cannibalized from the planes that crashed. And then people stopped seeing ghosts of the dead finally after that. This is the kind of shit that we're dealing with because of that was the kind of, as you said, sympathetic resonance.
Contagion, the resonance contagion, same thing.
Yeah, that Aquino's technicians could take advantage of and exploit. At any rate, so in terms of Peter Moon himself, you can see that he buys into the election being stolen and Trump sympathy. He's very Trump sympathetic, and I still haven't had a chance to ask him about that whole John Shalimar thing and what's going on with that.
Yes, I think that was called the Healing Summit, right?
No. Good try, though. Sounds like that New Age kind of. Sounds like that New Age kind of.
Some shit, something like that.
Yeah.
It was a summit, something.
Yeah. But it's something. It's something. I can't remember what it was at this point. We still have to ask Crystal River and I whether we are still relevant to that, whatever it is.
Oh wait, let me see.
Because of the politics of Jonathan Shalimar. So has he got like? Were you trying to check to see if we were still on the presentation list or something? Whether we're still?
Yeah. Let me see.
So while you do that, let me grab myself a little something. I just gotta grab myself something. I'll be going to mute for a second.
All right. Let me see if I can find this. Jonathan Salomar. This would be at, Mount Shasta. Yes, Mount Shasta. All right, let's see if we could find anything about this. Awake Within the Dream Productions, I think. No, wait a minute. I think so. Yeah. Awake Within the Dreams Productions. Awake Within the Dream Productions. The event is supposed to be called the Living Truth Summit. There we go.
I'm back.
Living Truth Summit.
There you go. The Living End, yeah.
2021 to be announced due to global pandemic, blah, blah, blah. Who's going to be on? Let's see who they have. They still have Crystal River. And they still have Douglas Dietrich. Oh, okay, good. So you're still on there. And you still have Peter Moon.
Okay. So far as we
they still
know.
have Crystal River and they still have Peter Moon.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll need to confirm that through Peter, since he's the only one who can talk to John Shalimar, or the only one that John Shalimar will talk to, because who knows? Maybe he just hasn't bothered to
update the site.
Yeah, to update the site. And,
that's the feeling I get.
Understood. But let's be diplomatic about it, of course. But I understand your feeling in that regard. Yeah. It's definitely anyhow. So I can start talking. I believe this is probably. Should I do the solicitation first, or should I cover with you the Bitcoin first? What do you want?
You can go to the solicitation first, because that'll give me some time to munch into this peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Okay, and then what I'll do when I'm done with that is we'll go into Bitcoin for a bit, and I'll start telling you about it, and we'll go from there. So, all right, let me take a look at the time. I'll take over from here. So, gonna look at the time, and then our man Jameson can spell me when I need to in the near future, meaning that, in the next few hours or so when I run out of water or something. So, David Lundman says something that is more like Peter Moon's kind of trip. He says, oh my God. So he says, did you ever read any documents about time travel while working with World War II documents? And did you ever read or hear the term time beacon connected with any time travel documentation? Well, thank you, David Ludman, for that. And yes, time travel came up occasionally. And what haven't I brought up before? It's one of those things that I've brought up in the past and may bring up again in the future. Whenever somebody asks me a question that is that demanding, something that you could conceivably write volumes of books about, what can you say other than to pithily say, okay, I brought it up before and I might bring it up again, and in the interim, that's it for now. Not in the mood to go there. But, and this isn't the night for it anyway. Let me see. I went to live stream to check the time we have. Okay, so we've got 6 hours left. And so that we'll be hitting things as fast as I can during the 6 hours. Now, Mein Kampf, my struggle, be thine own, and you can contribute to the struggle at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated at douglasdietrich.com. And remember that when you send money by PayPal, and this is a hint to the lovely Anne Callan, there is a option to denote myself as friend or relation, and that is quite acceptable to do. We're all friends here, or of course you would not be sponsoring myself or supporting myself fiscally, and we are all a extended electronic family. So Sheila Sky says, hi Douglas. Hey, hi Sheila. And she's got a nice little puffin as her icon. Anne Callan, Callan, yeah, Callan. She says, Anne Callan says that, you know, she was so wonderful. She sent me $30, but she didn't indicate myself as friend or relation. And then Peter Thiel wound up taking his cut. Now, he's already a multi-billionaire, and he takes that wonderfully even number, $30, and he turns it into $28 and some cents or something like that, you know, or $29 and some cents. You know, don't let him do that. He could indicate myself as friend or relation, and that way that doesn't happen, and you retain your contribution towards myself of a beautiful even number, you know, a nice $30 like you had intended. So bear that in mind for the future. And in all due acknowledgement, unto our own personal hero, we asketh of everyone moral and our fiscal support on behalf of our dearest English brother in battle, John Henry McMills Warrington, whom you can friend and follow via his Facebook Incorporated timeline at facebook.com/John.War, and subscribe to his YouTube Maggot channel at youtube.com/C/Magateur, which be spelled MAGGOTAUR. He being the property manager thereof, who also serves as Team Drax, Dietrich's or Dragon's ultimate post-episodic producer, and our final productions archivist at DouglasDietrich.com, for were it no for he, nigh all videographic works of the internationally recognized renegade military historian would have been lost. So, if financial aid no be prohibitive per budgetary constraints, electronically relay monetary assistance via PayPal, where you can donate to the Maggot Man, aka John Warrington, by clicking send on your PayPal account page and then entering his email address, john_war@hotmail.com, and you can PayPal him directly at paypal.me/Magateur, which be spelled MAGGOTAUR. So he took it on of his own initiative. He took it upon himself of his own initiative to download the majority of what I had posted on YouTube. And he downloaded it into his own personal hard drives. And through his efforts, we were able to reconstruct my legacy online that had been scrubbed from the internet no less than thrice. That's 3 times. And in that sense, he acted as the bridge between the Akashic Records and the data matrix of the material world on the Malkuthian plane of existence, in Kabbalistic terms, and thereby, in a very real sense, became my creator. And now you, too, can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation, whether of my legacy online or of all life on the surface of the world, which be the ultimate objective of annihilation for the cult of the kings of Edom, the cult of the red gods, the anti-gods, which is bringing about your climatological collapse via the installation of cultists, or just plain useful idiots to them, and the ultimate destruction in service of the gods of entity and nullity. Those are your true enemy, and the only man who stands against them is myself, the son of Hitler. Spread the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at douglasdietrich.com/2019/05/08/Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis. And confer while there on the homepage of showsdd.com a footnote on mine biosire, which explaineth the meaning of my biological father's name, the name what made the man. And then take it upon yourself, having informed yourself via such texts of more than you ever knew before, take it upon yourself to spread the word far and wide to all and sundry that the scion of Adolf Hitler, Douglas Dietrich, be alive and well and resident in the city and county of San Francisco, and, if at all possible, take it upon yourself to convince others in your spreading of the word of education and enlightenment to electronically relay their contributions at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich and indicate myself as their friend or relation, so that faggot Eurotrash Peter Thiel doesn't take his pound of flesh from every donation that be made. For people are forever asking, Renegatus Humanus Arma ab Maza Erudicio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they could do to fight the pedopathophilocracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have a new contribution page on DouglasDietrich.com, where you can make a donation online using either thy credit or debit card with no middleman taking anything out, using the red donate button at DouglasDietrich.com should you find indicating myself as friend or relation distasteful. Simply go to DouglasDietrich.com and click that red donate button. Now, thereafter, whether you've used the red donate button to use any other debit or credit card to make your contribution aside from PayPal, you can, in fact you must, press the yellow donate button to take you to where you can access your reward, which is my, all of my archives. And you would use the yellow donate button to bring you to the homepage of showsdd.com, where you can register and then thereafter use the archives, or provide thyself access thereunto. The yellow donate button, of course, taking you to the PayPal page site, where you can contribute via PayPal while making indications that I am friend or relation. Now, all sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year, from the 2011th year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, the Grandma Dame Diana Lin Sujin Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich, was murdered, assassinated nigh immediately aftermath, the Sanjuichi Sensemi, or the 3/11 terror attack against the Fukushima Daiichi, or Big One cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site, the 7,000 isles of the Greater Japanese Empire, when 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the first rays of the dawning of the sixth world broke upon us, and magic could again be worked in conjunction with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore, whereon the intra-global crises analyst Douglas Dwayne Dietrich long ago established his high-profile visibility platform per rationale of personal security by way of public promotion. Only on contribution will thy membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, between 2 to 3 days, for full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel and the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, spelled TABOO space BROS space Roman numeral 2, as managed by the mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola, whom you can visit at facebook.com/Daniel.Arola.3 of Damage, or DAMAG, Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group, Kali Combatives. Optionally mail either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on DouglasDietrich.com/donate-2. The most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Foremost among Access Daddy D's donors, aside his mistress and manager, Selena Khan, be our most beloved greater British brother in battle, the Team Thrax, Dietrichs or Dragons, heavyweight lifting, keeper of the spirits, and YouTube, Bizarre HD, managing mixologist, the manager of the Bizarre HD YouTube channel, that is, which you can subscribe to at youtube.com/user/Bizarre HD, which itself be spelled BIZAREHD. That being George Edward Knight, whom you can friend and follow at facebook.com/George.E.Knight.7. He being a bartender and therefore the managing mixologist of the channel I've just mentioned, and also my own personal hero who has substantially delivered towards my salvation from the streets, and whose self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Third Reich both be factually substantiated per my own expositions. And do make certain to review his trailering of the documentary still in production, The 1,000-Year Reich in Exile, which is subtitled The Third Reich's Flügelrad and Hanabu Technology. Indeed, the last Dietrich Gulviers, the son of Dietrich's, or son of a dragon's, Anglo-corrupted as Dracula's, expositions via YouTube would not be possible sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. The Amerasian agent of the Peacock Angel, Tavush Meliek, be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russo-subsatanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency, at bearing no end of emphasis that the Judy, Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, literally Master D, or the Master of Enlightenment myself, is not paid to articulate mine exposition, and have never once been remunerated for my services rendered unto thyself and all thy holdest dear, at incomparable sacrifices to myself, most tragically of all mine loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role as the ultimate public informant at personal risk, still at large. Your taxation cannot support myself, as I be denied access to the United States Department of Veterans Affairs benefits and or services due dishonorable discharge. So again, go to paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich and enter mine remunerative compensation. The very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language. As well, forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich, and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Even if you be subscribed, you will only receive notifications if you select all in notifications. To reemphasize, subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich. Tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That would be 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time every Wednesday and Sunday night. And click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams have started. Finally, most importantly, above and beyond all else, subscribe and support at douglasdietrich.com and donate at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich. Sponsors will be granted exclusive access to the online archives, including all video and MP3 recordings of Douglas Dietrich from 2011 through to the present. Again, remember, you reward yourself on contribution by pressing the yellow donate button after you've used the red. If you're using anything else besides PayPal, you use the red for your credit or debit card, and there's no middleman, so that's possibly an ideal way. Again, if you use the yellow to make a PayPal donation, indicate myself as friend or relation. Either way, you have to use the yellow button, even if you've already donated with the red, to go to, to be taken by that yellow button to the homepage of showsdd.com, where you will register into the archives, and therefore you can log in thereafter to access all that we have, because all sponsors will be granted exclusive access to those online archives, including all video and MP3 recordings of Douglas Dietrich from 2011 through to the present. Now, aside from all of that, shout outs to Sarah Shields, who has recently had a birthday. God bless her. Mwah. Love you, Sarah. And of course, my life is much different now than it used to be. No longer have time to put out the e-cards for many people. And I hope that all went well for her, and that all goes well for her in her personal new year. In terms of the contributions, we had a wonderful group of people who all responded on Monday while I was doing my daytime transmission. Honestly, makes me seriously consider doing my transmissions in the morning. And maybe I should do that from this point forward instead of throughout the night. And might take to that where we take a break after Peter Moonley's and then reestablish ourselves in the morning to conduct the rest of the transmission. Maybe I'll do that from this point forward. Woo! At any rate, we had Kevin M. Schley, a wonderful human being, who donated 10 United States dollars. We had Ann Callan, God bless her, thank you, honey, who donated 30 United States dollars. And we had Louis Rogers, who donated no less than 110 United States dollars. God bless him. And thank you so much, Louis Rogers. I know you're a man, but I blew you a kiss anyway. And so God bless these three wonderful human beings. And we have a prayer request, which I will formally launch at this point. And the wonderful grandmother, Maria Michaela Grigorich, had a beautiful sister, soul sister, who died. The wonderful lady, Teresa Lomans Sumera, who will be missed. And she has a son named Gorel, spelled Gorel, whose father is Senegalese. He lost his dad 3 years ago. He's only 22 years of age. He's a brilliant young man with a beautiful heart, and he's on a football scholarship at Austin, PA, which apparently is the name of this university, a state university in Clarksville, Tennessee. And it's, I have no idea. I guess the name is Austin, PA. It's actually a real name of a historical figure who served as the governor of Tennessee, I would presume. And from 1923, the year my mother was born, as a matter of fact, I'm just looking this up now, until his death. Holy shit. So a lifetime dictator of Tennessee and Austin, PA State University was named in his honor. And apparently he was born on June 1st, 1876, right after the end of the American Civil War between the states. The baby boom of all the boys coming home. Austin, PA was born to former Confederate cavalryman Austin, PA Sr., and his wife Cornelia Leavell, PA, near Hopkinsville, Kentucky. And there we have that. And very interesting history, and that can be found on the Austin, PA State University website. And there you go. Moving on from there. Let's see now. Right Time says, am I annoying you? No, not at all. Thank you, Right Time. You're fine. Anyone who has the decency to ask that is certainly not a troll. I thought that'd be funny. You can imagine a troll asking that to see if they're being effective. Anyhow, so this young man, the way Maria Michaela Grigorich expresses her concern about Gorel Sumar is, she says, I always worried about him as he is a young black man in America, and all that can change in an instant. His scholarship, his brilliant future, and his very life can be taken in a heartbeat on condition of the color of his skin. He has a large, loving, supportive family, but he is still alone now. Thank you so much. Love you. I guess that's a hint to you ladies out there that there's an available black man beside Derek Talley and Jameson Reese. And there you have that. All right. So we're going to bring Jameson back on while I start talking about cryptocurrency. This really isn't going to be too much of a discussion. I'm just going to be lecturing him and everyone to give people some prospectus on this, but he's welcome to break in anytime he has any questions. So,
before you get started, just let me take a quick break.
Sure.
I'm
Okay.
not far from the bathroom, so I just gotta wash my hands and.
Just let us know when you're back then. Yeah, just let us know when you're back. I'll just talk shit till you come back. Thank you. People will get to hear me sniffle. I'm starting to sniffle. Why am I sniffling? Anyhow, I forgot to put the food bin out tonight, so that means I have to stay up to put the food bin out tomorrow. As soon as the sun comes out, well, even before the sun comes out, so long as it's after 5:30 a.m., usually seems safe enough to go outside. I've done extraordinarily dangerous things in my life, all my life. I try to be as conservative as possible these days and not do anything dangerous anymore. Within limits, of course. There's certain things we have to do and, certain things we can't stop ourselves from doing. But I think people get my point. No point in taking any unnecessary risks. Aside from that little trip to Tennessee, let's take another look at what's going on in the chat room because of all these wonderful people in there. And Right Time says, cool. Thank you, Right Time. And now David Lundman has this interesting little icon in the sense that it's fairly bland, and it shows up so differently in the live chat in studio as opposed to how it appears when I'm looking at it as the video live stream as it appears on YouTube outside of the studio. In other words, the way everybody else sees it. So he has a kind of black hexagon that's very similar to an I Ching mirror of China, a Chinese I Ching mirror. And it looks very different in its shape in the when I'm looking at it in studio. Rather retained shape, but has a different affect. It looks like the imperial symbol from Star Wars or something when I look at it back there, because they always had these generic kind of signs and symbols. Okay, Jameson Reese is back. So to start off with, cryptocurrency's carbon footprint is supermassive, and it's simply not sustainable. Bitcoin and crypto mining now use more energy than some entire fucking nation states. To help lead fintech, which is one of these companies, financial technologies companies, into a greener future, one of their service agencies, Ripple, is pledging to be carbon net zero by 2030, which gives them 9 years. Now, the global COVID-19 pandemic has accelerated the shift in how we think about money, and it spurred a dramatic rise in digital payments, which are expected to increase by 15% this year alone, as consumers are seeking faster and more accessible payment solutions. And as digital payments become more widely adopted, the financial technology or fintech industry as a whole, when I say fintech, I'm not referring to a specific company. I'm referring to an industry of any number of companies that have taken up this kind of service, financial technologies. And all of fintech or financial technology as an industry has an opportunity to lead global finance towards a more sustainable future. As cryptocurrencies and blockchain both become more pervasive, it is important to be mindful of the potential negative environmental impact of these technologies at scale. Now, as is well documented, the energy consumption and carbon intensity associated with existing transactions are massive. Traditional finance also carries a substantial carbon footprint, to be sure. It's also no secret that the process of mining cryptocurrency consumes large amounts of energy. Portugal, for example, consumes 1 billion kilowatt hours of energy annually, while 60 million Bitcoin transactions consumed approximately 29 billion kilowatt hours in the year before yesteryear, 2019, or 2.3 billion gallons in fossil fuel. So that is, what did I just say? Almost 28 times more than Portugal. That is 28 times more. It's 29 times more than Portugal. It's almost 30 times more than Portugal. Was used up by 60 million Bitcoin transactions. Now, I use the year 2019 because that's really the latest example I could find of data that was amassed and then tabulated and calculated with a great deal of specificity and exactitude, as opposed to 2020, which the records are still coming in on. So they haven't been fully processed yet where they can make this level of, they can't render the numbers calculable like they did for the year before just yet. So fintech innovators are taking the lead. They have an unprecedented opportunity to take advantage of relatively early stages of the blockchain and cryptocurrency industry's development to build and design a more sustainable future for global finance now. And as natural innovators, fintechs are well positioned to lead in making carbon neutral finance an achievable reality. As with any complex system, it will be much easier to create a sustainable blockchain ecosystem from the ground up now than to reverse engineer it at a later growth stage. Independent research shows that now, through 2023, there are likely to be these are likely to be the most critical years of adoption growth for cryptocurrencies, including BTC, ETH, and XRP. So it's important that financial technologies like blockchain and cryptocurrency are green and address the increasing environmental burden as the future of finance. Now, traditional finance is already making their moves towards reducing the collective impact on climate, and well-known investment firms like BlackRock are encouraging clients to rethink their investments by offering sustainable products and engaging with companies on climate-related risks and opportunities. And similarly, the Rocky Mountain Institute recently launched the Center for Climate-Aligned Finance, which includes commitments from Wells Fargo, Goldman Sachs, Bank of America, JP Morgan, Chase, and others, and Ripple's commitment to reach carbon net zero by 2030 is probably what's the most definitive statement yet on taking a stand in this time of climate catastrophe. Now, with a global consensus emerging on the need for urgency across all industries, Ripple is taking action with a pledge to reach this carbon net zero sustainability by 2030 through a combination of emissions reductions, carbon offsets, and investments in innovative carbon removal technology. And in order to truly lead a sustainable future for finance, Ripple also partnered with Energy Web Foundation on the co-creation of EW0, which is a new open source tool that will enable any blockchain to decarbonize through the purchase of renewable energy in local markets worldwide. Now, the XRP ledger, which Ripple leverages for its inherently green design, is already utilizing EW0 to purchase clean energy, making it the first major carbon neutral blockchain. And with XRP expected to grow to 750 billion United States dollars in transaction volume by 2025, this commitment to reach carbon net zero speaks volumes when it comes to impact on energy savings. Now, widespread adoption of green practices within the blockchain industry and global finance won't happen overnight. But it's imperative that business leaders take responsibility now to reduce energy consumption. The alternative, to stand idly by while a new technology runs up a large, unclean energy bill, is both unacceptable and unsustainable. But together with the clean energy innovators and global finance decision makers, FinTech can introduce sustainable measures to ensure our green digital future and help meet global emissions targets by 2050. And that's the sustainability target set forth for the world by the Paris Agreement. Now, here I'm being as optimistic as possible and hoping things will click together. That ugly, evil, dark side of Jameson says we don't have till 2030. Of course, there's a logic in that as well. Believe me, I could easily say that. Either way, if we don't do something about it, Bitcoin is unsustainable. The energy cost of a single Bitcoin transaction could power 1.5 American homes for an entire fucking day. That's the energy cost of a single Bitcoin transaction. Now, back in 2018, the year before yesteryear, you had a Greek, well, you almost had Grexit. We've recently had Brexit. You almost had a very volatile, a brutal exit of, well, a Greek exit from the Eurozone. And if that had happened, economic malaise would have spread right across the Adriatic Sea to Italy, and from there through to Portugal, Spain, and France, like a common cold. And at that point, you would have had nervous citizens across Europe looking for a way to get their money out as currency traders would hammer the weakening euro. Banks would have imposed withdrawal limits, and their purchasing power might have plummeted. Now, all of this was what was considered a worst-case scenario for Grexit. If everything had gone in like a chain reaction kind of economic atomic chain reaction that just would have melted down the Eurozone. Now, that didn't happen. Greece stayed in Europe, and to tell you the truth, Greece could have left and Europe never would have missed it. But you never know. You never know. Things are not as predictable as they might seem on the face of it. Greece produces very little for Europe, as it's not really part of the European economy except by formality. So, you know, had that happen, had that happened in the most negative possible sense, then Bitcoin probably would have been jumped at. You would have had into the Bitcoin, into the scenario. Now, Jameson, talk to me here for a second. You say you might drop off at 4 a.m. your time, right? What time is it now where you're at? How many hours do we have left?
2 hours. It's 2:02. At least for me. For you, it's 5 hours, I think. No.
For me, I got
actually six.
Yeah. No worries then. You know, I'll be finished with Bitcoin before you leave. But, you know, I'm just bringing up everything that I can now. Let me check live streaming again. We've got 5.5 hours for me, and we've got about 2 hours for you. So, no worries then. Now, compared to the euro, the peer-to-peer decentralized electronic currency has become what some people will argue, like Selena Khan, they'll argue that it's become a relatively stable digital asset. Now, you have these fiendish buyers who trade the euros en masse online for Bitcoin, and soon depositors worldwide join them. Let's say that, you know, this was the case had the Eurozone went into meltdown, and this scenario had taken place to the point where a lot of people started investing in Bitcoin. The price of Bitcoin would then rise, prompting more user adoption by spenders and speculators and recognition from governments and populations alike. I mean, we might still have this kind of scenario take place because of Brexit, but that's highly unlikely because the exit of the British is more welcomed by the Europeans than anything else. I mean, pretty much all Europeans say good riddance, and the people who are going to be really in trouble are the British themselves. So you might have them doing something like this. So, you know, that articulated scenario might sound like a nice piece of prepper bait from conspiracy site Infowars.com, but could, or even should, as Selena Khan kind of suggested, Bitcoin actually take over in certain nation states like Venezuela, where the printed money is shit anyway. And so Venezuela has developed its own cryptocurrency backed by their oil that they're hoping will save their ass. Now, some of the more enthusiastic Bitcoin advocates argue that the currency is ready for prime time. In other words, ready to replace national currencies, which is, we're going to see the first experiment therein really by force in Venezuela. And, of course, some would argue that it will perhaps replace global banking's creaking clearinghouses. So would this be good for the world? And from an environmental point of view, it most definitively would not be any good news. Now, unfortunately for Bitcoin advocates, the currency uses too much electricity right now. Way too much. So a single Bitcoin transaction uses roughly enough electricity, now that I'm checking on updates, to power 1.57 American households for a full fucking day. That means almost 2 American households over a 24-hour period. All that energy expenditure has an important purpose. It secures Bitcoin from attacks by speculators, criminals, and other evildoers by raising the price of the computer power needed to gain control of all transactions on the network. The computers that make up the Bitcoin economy's backbone are constantly ensuring security and verifiability for the network by solving cryptographic puzzles. Now, this process is called mining. Those who participate in this network maintenance are rewarded in Bitcoin itself, incentivizing them to bulk up their machines so they can mine more efficiently. There is potential for Bitcoin to become more efficient by stuffing more transactions into the mining process, but by the end of the day, if Bitcoin sees increased adoption and price and many more useful transactions, power consumption is almost guaranteed to grow. Now, Motherboard is an information site that has previously covered how big Bitcoin mining operations can get. So when I scanned through their expositions on this phenomenon, the question I had in mind was, how much electricity are we talking about? So let's take this Bitcoin mine in China as an example of the scale of today's operations, because I found an article on life in a Bitcoin mine in China. Well, it's supposedly running at 6 pH. That's 6 quadrillion hashes per second. According to a Chinese Bitcoin company CEO posting in a Bitcoin forum with the aim to scale up to 12 quadrillion hashes per second, which they may have done by now because this is an old article. This life in a Bitcoin mine was written some, half a decade ago by now. Now, that would give it about 3.3% of the total power on the Bitcoin network. And because the Bitcoin network is set up to dole out around 3,600 BTC per day to miners, this mine would rake in about 118.8 BTC, or Bitcoins, per day, or more than 30,000 United States dollars at the time that, if I'm going by the scale used in the articles that were written on Bitcoin at the time that I'm looking at, which is, again, about, half a decade ago. Now, things may have changed radically since that time, but really, I don't think so. That's not a bad haul when your electricity costs are among the lowest in the world at 3 to 6 cents per kilowatt, which they are in China, because they burn coal, which is fucking up the environment. That's about a third of U.S. prices, and it doesn't come clean. it comes dirty. You're destroying the environment at the cost of an enormous carbon footprint. Now, the computer cooling firm, Allied Control, estimates the total power consumption of the Bitcoin network at about 250 to half a thousand megawatts. So when I'm looking at the total hash rate, which is the number of calculations the network can perform per second, and applying a generous miner efficiency of 0.6 watts per gigahash, we can estimate our own back-of-the-envelope Bitcoin network constant power draw at just under 215 megawatts, although this figure is always in flux. It's important to note that many of the variables in these calculations I'm performing off the cuff are constantly changing, at least slightly. Nevertheless, what I've just articulated, that's around enough zap to power 173,000 average American households' daily electricity usage. And with about 110,000 transactions per day, that works out to 1.57 households daily usage of electricity per every single Bitcoin transaction. Yes, every time you buy something in Bitcoin, you could be using as much electricity as 1.57 American families do in a fucking day. And according to Matthew Green, a cryptography expert at Johns Hopkins University, the actual figure is likely much, much worse, given that a large number of transactions are exchanges and miners moving bitcoins around and other low-value, quote-unquote, dust transactions. So each transaction where there's an exchange of goods or services happening is really representing even more electricity. And as climate change becomes a more pressing concern for humanity every goddamn day, this huge level of energy use is impossible to justify for a currency wanting to improve on the current arrangement. So Jeremy McDaniels, a financial system sustainability expert with the UNEP, the United Nations Energy Protocol, offers, well, basically the insight that he offers, to quote his T, is, it appears there are significant challenges to ensuring that Bitcoin's growth minimizes environmental impacts. Energy footprints could be an issue of major scale-up is achieved. Now, there's hope, as I've articulated, that Bitcoin may be able to reduce its carbon footprint, most certainly. One important thing to understand is that the electricity demands of Bitcoin mining won't scale up linearly with increased usage or transactions. Bitcoin miners use special hardware to guess over and over at solutions to computational problems. For each block, which records transactions into a permanent ledger, the first problem solver wins the block, and the reward, brand new Bitcoins. And Bitcoin can currently handle up to 360,000 transactions per day, given current limitations built into the technology. Now, according to Jorge Stolfi, a computer science professor from Campinas University in Brazil, there's some headroom left before things bog down. So it would be possible to bring down the average power cost of each transaction by modifying the underlying Bitcoin protocol, but that's no easy feat. The Bitcoin community is currently debating a big change that would mean the network could theoretically handle about 7.2 million transactions a day on a comparable level of electricity consumption. That would require a majority of the people mining Bitcoin to agree to that change, which may never come to pass. Keeping power consumption high in general also makes the network more secure by making it harder for any one entity to gain total control. Now, Emin Gonsider, a Cornell professor and blogger at Hacking Distributed, once explained to myself that the right way to think about this is that the energy expenditure provides a level of protection against attacks. It establishes a price floor, currently in the many millions, to launch a 34% or 51% attack where an attacker can block transactions and double spend bitcoins as they please. However, that same level of security could be maintained while allowing for more transactions, shrinking the cost per transaction. All that needs to happen then is to expand the user base so they have more transactions, right? Well, unfortunately for Bitcoin, if user adoption spikes, so will price, and so must power consumption. Now, Bitcoin mining leads to an arms race among miners to grab a slice of the fixed rewards doled out by the network. The higher the financial rewards, the more miners will invest in powerful equipment to keep up with the competition. And the Bitcoin protocol will continue to increase the difficulty of the crypto puzzles to keep rewards constant, continuing the arms race until the last block is mined. The bottom line being that price equates to energy. So, the total revenue of the mining industry is Bitcoin price times BTC, or Bitcoin revenue in USD, or United States dollar, day, independently of anything else. The US dollars per day, to put this into perspective again, the total revenue of the mining industry is Bitcoin price times the Bitcoin revenue in United States dollars per day, independently of anything else, and the electricity consumption, also in United States dollars per day, is some large fraction of that. So almost everything in Bitcoin is flexible, but that dynamic is not. Miners always have the incentive to throw as many hashes requiring power at the job as the price dictates. Of course, it wouldn't be fair to knock Bitcoin's electricity consumption without comparing it to payment systems most people use today anyway. Let's take Visa as an example. Now, according to network computing, the Visa network can process more than 80 billion transactions per year, or about 2,537 transactions per second, using 2 mirrored data centers, each capable of running the entire network. The larger data center is currently pulling enough power for 25,000 households' daily electricity. So we'll double that to account for Visa's total draw. Now, in the year 2013, Visa's investor reports said the company processed 58.5 billion transactions. And working off those completely imperfect figures, considering how different they might be from today's, but they're what comes up to me on the screen right now while I'm looking is the most easily accessible. Each Visa transaction consumes around 0.0003 households' daily electricity use. That makes Bitcoin about 5,033 times more energy intensive per transaction than Visa at current usage levels. So that is damning. That is nothing short of fucking damning. And by the way, the Visa is an acronym, in case you did not know. Not just some, nifty little name that got thought up by somebody. I'm trying to remember exactly what the acronym stands for, but I don't. So, at any rate, when it comes to what I'm working with right now, we're getting some weird interactions with my computer, maybe because I'm looking up all this Bitcoin shit. Maybe I fall on some kind of watch list, and they're tracking what I'm looking up or something like that. But screens froze up and everything else. So hopefully I'm not being knocked offline again somehow with some new thing that they've developed, some new method of attack. So, good God. I'm trying to remember the Visa acronym because it's just something that, I like to remember my acronyms It was something that I used to know just, how would I say it? And so, yes, it's verified international stamp authorization or verified international stay approval. I think it's one or the other. And so there you go. Visa is it does stand for something. And of course, I think actually, now that I think about it, as a credit card company, it stood for the International Service Association. The V, on the other hand, was, well, these days it would probably stand for Virtual Instrument Software Architecture, or voluntary. Well, there you go. Anyhow, yeah, I think it was anyhow, enough of that. If I keep puzzling on that, I'll knock myself out of narrative. Now, regardless, both networks, Visa and Bitcoin, they use a lot of houses worth of daily juice, but one of them obviously processes millions more transactions. Of course, Visa runs call centers, offices, and a whole lot else on electricity as well, which isn't counted vis-a-vis this comparison I've made. But those hardly matter due to the extreme difference between the two figures I've presented you. Now, in a rosy Bitcoin sustainability study that I've just retrieved online, that was conducted around 2014, a Bitcoin-sponsored analyst, Has McCook, he concluded that Bitcoin has 99.8 fewer carbon emissions than the banking system, which we can treat as a rough proxy for energy consumption or use. The study of his, I can see right now, neglects to account for the vast size difference between the Bitcoin economy and the conventional money system. The world's banking system's market capitalization in 2010 alone was over 1,989 times bigger than Bitcoin's total valuation half a decade further into the future. In light of that analysis provided to the public by Bitcoin itself, Bitcoin's power usage per transaction isn't remotely sustainable as a wholesale replacement for the conventional financial system. That we can determine definitively. In the future, Bitcoin could massively gain popularity, pile on millions more transactions, and still be unsustainable due to the arms race between miners. And one Bitcoin expert, Piotr Piasecki, added some context to this comparison when he went on record to say, with the increase of the block size, there will be more transactions included in the block, so the cost per transaction should go down. While it might not reach such low levels as Visa, we are talking about two somewhat different systems. One is a database entry in a single system. Another is an immutable record of history in a decentralized ledger. Now, Piasecki makes a good point, but Bitcoin will need some adjustments to increase capacity before the energy price of that immutable record is even worthwhile. He also noted that numerous alternative digital currencies or altcoins, although currently worth a lot less than Bitcoin, could handle transactions in a less energy-intensive way. By the way, I'm checking the temperature in San Francisco right now because it's bloody fucking freezing. And we're at 49 degrees Celsius and it's raining. So it's frigid fucking rain. Delightful in San Francisco right now. And now, Bitcoin mining will no longer reward new coins once 21 million coins have been mined. Or that was the original line that they were presenting as kind of like their entry into a new frontier beyond that line. So the network's power draw at this point has probably dropped considerably, since there's less incentive for the mining arms race. But since the last Bitcoin block is projected to be mined around the year 2140, adopting Bitcoin as a major or even worldwide currency anytime in the next few decades would just exacerbate anthropogenic climate change by needlessly increasing electricity consumption until it's simply far too fucking late. Now, there might be ways, as I articulated, for Bitcoin to improve its sustainability rating in light of the miner's energy consumption by offering low barrier financial inclusion to the unbanked, by leapfrogging current systems around physical bank branches as well. But it's notable that both of these are already taking place without Bitcoin through popular mobile payment systems like M-Pesa. The upshot of all of this is pretty clear. Modified blockchain tech may well find a use case behind the scenes in the financial sector. But for now, as I understand it, energy conscious people looking to use an alternative currency for the masses should probably look somewhere other than Bitcoin. Bitcoin proves the libertarian idea of paradise is hell on earth. This is where my politics comes in. We've talked about the environmental impact, the carbon footprint. The most important thing to remember is that politics decides economics, not the other way around. Economics does not motivate your world in the way an economic theorist would present that hypothetical of economic man, where you're motivated by economics. Things happen because they're economic or not. None of that applies to reality. Politics decides economics, not the other way around. And when it comes to Bitcoin, this is the politics of the libertarians manifest in their politics creating an economy. And libertarians love Bitcoin. About 44% of the online cryptocurrencies users self-identify as libertarians. They love the fact that it's not controlled by a government or central bank, so no online Fed can print more of it and thereby inflate our way out of trouble. They love that it's decentralized. It's the currency of the people, not the man. They love that it's mined, a bit like gold, because it makes it a bit like the gold standard, which libertarians think real currencies ought to be tied to. They love that Bitcoin isn't taxed, so you can hide your income from the government if you want to. They love the way its value reflects pure supply and demand, and not a value forced into the system by regulation or monopoly. And they love that it's almost completely lawless. It's difficult to enforce rules other than the rules of the market when everyone in the market is anonymous. So the Bitcoin experience gives us a glimpse of libertarian paradise. What life would be like with as little government interference as possible in a market free of burdensome laws and taxes. Of course, that experience looks like what it is, a total fucking nightmare. It's characterized by radical instability, chaos, the rise of a boss class of criminals who assassinate people they don't like, and a mass handover of wealth to a minority even smaller than the 1% that currently lauds it in these United States. If Bitcoin was a country, Bitcoinistan or Libertaria, it would be like Somalia. Bitcoin, of course, is most useful to criminals. Now, currently for ordinary people, cash and credit work just fine. When some mainstream businesses do take Bitcoin, there's no compelling reason yet for ordinary people to use it. If you're a criminal, however, there are very compelling reasons to use it. You can transfer vast sums of cash completely anonymously. Cash transfers are a real problem for criminals. When you can't use bank accounts, lugging around vast, suitcases full of cash gets old pretty fucking quick. And Bitcoin solves that. So Bitcoin is very, very empowering for criminals. And that's why there's a Bitcoin crime wave that's always going on. Given that Bitcoin is good for criminals, it should be no surprise that those criminals are targeting other Bitcoin users for thefts. The most spectacular theft that I know of so far was the sheep marketplace robbery, in which one hacker emptied a massive Bitcoin marketplace of up to 220 million United States dollars in Bitcoins. Now, that sheep marketplace was basically a trading post for drug dealers. So, you had criminals robbing criminals. Bitcoin exchange and account thefts are very common. So, if we were to just kind of go through a very quick potted history of Bitcoin capers that I followed until I stopped following Bitcoin, the first thing we would note is that Bitcoin law in quotes, on this frontier, this fiscal or financial frontier, it's enforced by paid assassins. That's the most shocking thing about the indictment of the Silk Road operator Ross Ulbricht. It was not the amount of money in Bitcoin he controlled, which was around 28 million United States dollars worth, but rather, instead, it was the fact that when other drug dealers ripped him off, he didn't put it down as the price of doing business. Instead, he became accused, and ultimately, if I remember correctly, was proven to have hired hitmen to murder half a dozen people he believed had stolen from him. Not even knew or was able to prove, but merely suspected had stolen from him. Now, Ulbricht was very outspokenly adamant that he had a political stance, that he was ideologically motivated as a libertarian. In other words, there are laws in the Bitcoin libertarian paradise, and the people with the most Bitcoins will decide what that law is, when it should be applied, and how quote-unquote justice will be meted out. And in Bitcoinistan, or Libertaria, the sentence for nonviolent financial crimes includes the death penalty. As a matter of fact, that's the first response that's dispatched. There is literally a Bitcoin market for assassinations. There have always been people engaging in murder for hire using old-fashioned cash. But the operator of a Bitcoin website believed that Bitcoin creates enough anonymity to allow assassination to take place at scale, meaning, to borrow the parlance of the tech startup world, this person was hiring killers on the cheap. And by his own admission, wants to destroy all governments everywhere. So this man is basically an international terrorist. And he seeks the destruction of all order on earth so that we live in a state of total anarchy. Which is just of course, why would you want to live there? Now, the person I'm referring to is the assassination market creator who's crowdfunding murder with Bitcoins And that bears, of course, some investigation. Bear in mind that what I'm talking about was from like 7 years ago. I can't imagine that it's gotten any better. But, of course, as someone who's a criminal myself and has criminal connections, this was of some interest to me. I've been involved with people who, of course, have cleared money, laundered it through Bitcoin. I know of what I speak. Now, in terms of the individual that I'm talking about, I'm going to try to remember his pseudonym because I know, for instance, he targeted Ben Shalom Bernanke. Now, everybody knows who Ben Bernanke is, and he was the target of this man's assassination campaign as an anarchist. So, in terms of this son of a bitch, if I remember his pseudonym, it was Kuwabatake Sanjuro. And that was an individual who ran the website assassination market. And this market was a crowdfunding service that lets anyone anonymously contribute bitcoins towards a bounty on the head of any government official. This is a Kickstarter for political assassination. And according to the assassination market's rules, if someone on its hit list is killed, and yes, Kuwabatake Sanjuro was hoping that many targets would be, then any hitman who could prove he or she was responsible received the collected funds. So, as Bitcoin was becoming an increasingly popular form of digital cash and the cryptocurrency was being accepted in exchange for everything from socks to sushi to heroin, then it became inevitable that anarchists would use it to purchase murder. Now, at the time that I looked into this, the site's rewards were, by my standards, small, but they were not insignificant. In the 4 months that the assassination market had been online, which was, we're talking around mid-2013, was when I was checking in on this. And at around that time, about half a dozen targets had been submitted by users, and bounties had by that time been collected, ranging from 10 bitcoins for the murder of the NSA director Keith Alexander and 40 bitcoins for the assassination of President Barack Obama, to 124.14 bitcoins, the largest current bounty that was on the site at the time that I checked into it, that was targeting Ben Bernanke, chairman of the Federal Reserve and public enemy number one for many of Bitcoin's anti-banking system users. Now, at Bitcoin's exchange rates back then, when I checked into it in 2013, mid-year, because, like I said, this is always fluctuating violently in and of itself. Outside of assassinations, economically it's violent. That was nearly $75,000 for Bernanke's would-be killer to collect at that time. Now, the lunatic Kuwabatake Sanjuro, the Edomite Herodian's grisly ambitions, went well beyond raising funds to bankroll a few political killings. He truly insisted that if assassination market could persist and gain enough users, it would eventually enable the assassinations of enough politicians that no one would dare to hold office. So he intended, and still does intend, that the assassination market destroys all governments everywhere. Now, Sanjuro of course, shared his handle with the nameless samurai protagonist in the Akira Kurosawa film Yojimbo. And he chose that in homage of the creator of the online black market Silk Road, who had called himself the Dread Pirate Roberts. And, of course, he mashed that, if you will, conflated it with the Bitcoin inventor who used a surname of a Japanese person, a full name of a Japanese person, to hide his own Australian nationality. He was a white guy who called himself Satoshi Nakamoto. So, to quote his tea, the madman who's just trying to lay the blame for bringing down the world upon the Japanese, this Kuwabatake Shanjuro, he said, "I believe it will change the world for the better, thanks to this system, a world without wars, dragnet, panopticon-style surveillance, nuclear weapons, armies, repression, money manipulation, and limits to trade is firmly within our grasp, but for a few bitcoins per person. I also believe that as soon as a few politicians get offed, and they realize they've lost the war on privacy, the killings can stop and we can transition to a phase of peace, privacy, and laissez-faire, or free market." Now, when I personally I contacted both the United States Secret Service and the Federal Bureau of Investigations to ask if they were investigating the assassination market, well, they both declined to comment. Now, like any other so-called dark websites, the assassination market ran on the anonymity network Tor, which is an acronym for the onion router, which, like layers of an onion, provides layers of untraceability, designed to prevent anyone from identifying the site's users or Sanjuro himself. Sanjuro's decision to accept only bitcoins is also intended to protect users, so that Sanjuro and any potential assassins, it keeps them from being identified through their financial transactions. Bitcoins, after all, can be sent and received without necessarily tying them to any real-world identity. And in the site's instructions to users, Sanjuro suggests they run their funds through a laundry service to make sure the coins are anonymized before contributing them to anyone's murder fund. As for technically proving that an assassin is responsible for a target's death, Assassination Market asks its killers to create a text file with the date of the death ahead of time, and to use a cryptographic function known as a hash to convert it to a unique string of characters. And before the murder, the killer then embeds that data in a donation of 1 Bitcoin or more to the victim's bounty. And when a target is successfully murdered, he or she can lend Sanjuro the text file, which Sanjuro hashes to check that the results match the data sent before the target's death. And if the text file is legitimate and successfully predicted the date of the killing, the sender must have been responsible for the murder according to Sanjuro's logic. So Sanjuro said he'd keep 1% of the payout himself as a commission for his own services. Now, just relating to you that coldly calculative system of lethal violence, I would hope, inspires queasy feelings or outrage. But Sanjuro said that the public's abhorrence would never prevent the system from working. Now, this is a difference between the kind of killing I've ever been involved with and someone who's not just assassinating for pay. It's one thing to do that. It's another thing entirely to go on a campaign of mass murder of individuals for no other reason than to create as much pain and chaos as possible and tear down the world around you. Now, according to Sanjuro, as a matter of ethics, he claimed he would accept only user-suggested targets who have initiated force against other humans, in his own words. To quote him, more specifically, only people who are outside the reach of the law because it has been subverted and corrupted, and whose victims have no other way to take revenge than to do so anonymously. Now, even setting aside the immorality of killing based on conventional standards, does not the notion of enabling small minorities of angry Bitcoin donors to assassinate legally elected officials sound like an attempt to destroy democracy, the rule of the people? And Sanjuro's response, and yes, I've had my communications with this son of a bitch, was, of course, limiting democracy is why we even have a constitution. Majority support does not make a leader legitimate any more than it made slavery legitimate. With this market, the great equalizing forces of capitalism have the opportunity to work in politics as well. One Bitcoin paid is one voter closer to a veto of whatever legislation you dislike. Now, just to clarify, Sanjuro never actually invented the concept of an anonymous crowd-funded assassination market. That idea dated back to the cyberpunk movement of the mid-1990s, whose adherents dreamt of using encryption tools to weaken the government and empower individuals. The former Intel engineer and cyberpunk mailing list founder, Tim May, argued that uncrackable secret messages and untraceable digital currency would lead to assassination markets in his Crypto-Anarchist Manifesto, which was written in 1992. And a few years later, another former Intel engineer named Jim Bell proposed a system of funding assassinations through encrypted anonymous donations in an essay he entitled Assassination Politics. And the system he described pretty much matches Sanjuro's schemata, though anonymity tools like Tor and Bitcoin were mostly theoretical at the time. So to quote Bell from his work way back then, yes, I have a copy of his essay, if only 0.1% of the population, or one person in 1,000, was willing to pay a single US dollar to see some government slimeball dead, that would be in effect a $250,000 bounty on his head. Further, imagine that anyone considering collecting that bounty could do so with the mathematical certainty that he could not be identified and could collect the reward without meeting or even talking to anybody who could later identify him. Perfect anonymity, perfect secrecy, and perfect security. And that, combined with the ease and security with which these contributions could be collected, would make us being an abusive government employee an extremely risky proposition. Chances are good that nobody above the level of county commissioner would even risk staying in office. Now, this white trash piece of shit named James Bill, who I'm reading his essay, quoting therefrom, would later on go on to serve years in prison for tax evasion and, of course, personally stalking a federal agent. Unfortunately, I found out he was released in March of 2012. Now, when I contacted him after that, through my underworld connections, he denied any involvement in Sanjuro's assassination market, and he declined to comment on it. Now, of course, Sanjuro confirmed that he was long aware of Bell's idea, but he only decided to enact it after the past summer, meaning around 2012's revelations of mass surveillance by the NSA exposed in a series of leaks by agency contractor Edward Snowden, a mind control victim of Michael Aquino. This was the kind of chaosism that Michael Aquino articulated to myself would come to pass from his effective deployment of dupes like Eddie Snowden. After which, Sanjuro stated, "Being forced to alter my every happy memory during internet activity, every intimate moment over the phone with my loved ones, to also include some of the people I hate the most listening in, analyzing the conversation, was the inspiration I needed to embark on this task. After about a week of muttering, 'They all must die,' under my breath every time I opened a newspaper or turned on the television, I decided something had to be done. This is my contribution to the cause." The cause he's referring to, the cause of the kings of Edom, the cause of the anti-gods, the cause of entropy and nihilism. Assassination Market was not the first online service to suggest murder with bitcoins. There were other Tor-hidden websites with names like Quick Kill, Contract Killer, and of course, Cthulhu, that all claimed to offer murders in exchange for Bitcoin payments. But none of them responded to my attempts to contact their administrators, and all required advanced payments for their services, so they may well have all been scams. And how do Assassination Markets users, or how did they know that it wasn't a similar fraud scheme designed to steal users' bitcoins? Well, Sanjuro admitted, "You don't." But he argued that if it were a scam, it would be a very complex and risky one, given that even threatening to harm the President of the United States is a felony. And, of course, he had, as far as he was concerned, Obama in the bag. Now, Sanjuro also said that other than that, "I can but appeal personally. I live a comfortable, albeit somewhat Spartan life, and the only thing that really pains me is the increasing attacks on the liberties I enjoy in my daily life, mainly my personal privacy. I cannot buy that with money, so I have no need of it. There is nothing I want more than to see this project succeed, and for that I need dead politicians." Now, if the system had proven itself to work, the launch of Assassination Market might have been ill-timed for Sanjuro anyway, given law enforcement's crackdown at that time on the dark web. In August of 2013, the FBI used an exploit in Tor to take us down the web hosting firm Freedom Hosting and arrest its founder, Eric Ioin Maki, who was offering his services to child pornography sites. And let me see if I can recall the month. I think it was, well, my birthday month and that of my late and sainted sire, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, the man who raised and guided me, who gave me enough sense of decency to react to this filth. It was in the month of October of 2013 that the FBI seized the popular Bitcoin and Tor-based black market for drugs known as Silk Road and arrested its creator, Ross Ulbricht. So Sanjuro countered at that time that in addition to Tor, Bitcoin, and the usual encryption tools, he had measures in place to prevent the effectiveness of such an arrest. Naturally, these will have to be kept secret. And like an earlier generation of cyberpunks, he put his faith in the mathematical promise of cryptography to trump the government's power to stop him, saying that with cryptography, the state or any protection firm is largely obsolete. All activity that can be reduced to information transfer will be completely out of the government's or anyone's hands other than the parties involved. The way he concluded it, I am a crypto-anarchist. We have a bright future ahead of us. So, basically, what we have is something that started with Julian Assange claiming he had the machine that killed secrets that inevitably led to the desire to kill people. This is the madness of the cultic whistleblowers and the cult of whistleblowers that makes myself glad I was never identified with them in the popular cultural mindset. I am a public informant who stands alone. Now, aside from all of that, Bitcoin itself as a currency is horribly unstable. If you take a look at the chart of the ups and downs, one day you're rich when Bitcoin approaches $1,200 US, the next day half your wealth is wiped out as it plummets to $700 US worth. Bitcoin isn't backed by any government's bonds or central bank gold. It's literally an asset sans any underlying asset. So its price is determined entirely by its flows. So Bitcoinistan, or Libertaria, makes the Weimar Republic look sedate. Even if you could live with a crime, the instability makes transactions wildly unfair to the party on the downside. This is what brings us to the Monopoly Man. You see, Bitcoin has produced comical wealth inequality. Libertarians don't care about inequality, of course. They see it as a reflection of individuals' natural talents and as an incentive to work harder. But even the most hardcore free marketeer ought to blanch at the incredible level of inequality already endemic to Bitcoin. Now, just 47 individuals, last time I checked, admittedly a long time ago, own nearly 1/3 of all Bitcoins. I'm sure it hasn't changed very much. About 927 people controlled half the entire currency. There were just over 1 million Bitcoin holders. The vast majority of them owned mere crumbs. So Bitcoin hoarding produced a cartel that controls all Bitcoin. A study from Cornell concluded that if Bitcoin miners cooperate, they would end up controlling most Bitcoins and thus control the currency's price. And that cartel then went on to beggar or enrich all Bitcoin holders overnight, depending on how they traded it. That kind of thing just cannot even happen with the US dollar. Even if you can live with the crime, the inequality, and the cartel, you might not tolerate the accidental chaos. When you have a normal bank account with cash in it, you're almost guaranteed not to lose the money. The bank can burn to the ground, be robbed, or even go out of business, and because of federal deposit insurance, FDI, you'll always get your money back. You can't lose US dollars if they're parked in a checking account. Not so with Bitcoin. If you're ever unlucky or careless with your Bitcoin wallet, you're completely fucking screwed. There's that guy who lost $600 because he reset his mobile phone, permanently deleting his Bitcoin wallet. Then the guy who threw away the old hard drive, who decided he had to go looking for $6.5 million US in a landfill. A guy who lost $90,000 US because he hit delete at the wrong time. There's somebody who's now willing to pay millions of dollars to clear a landfill to find his Bitcoin worth billions. And, you know, at the end of it, the bottom of it all, Bitcoin is basically for criminals. Now, Bitcoin, you've got E.J. Fagan, the communications director at Global Financial Integrity, which is a research organization dedicated to studying illicit financial flows, who's argued that the only people who really need completely anonymous financial transactions are criminals. If you're a non-criminal, you don't need anonymous, untraceable financial transactions. As Reich's propaganda minister, Dr. Paul Joseph Goebbels, said, you have nothing to fear if you have nothing to hide. With all these people so hyped up on their privacy, it does beg the question, what are you fucking afraid of people seeing? Or, if you're an honest person, you could use cash, which is still almost completely anonymous. But criminals have a different problem when it comes to cash. I myself speak by experience. Once your criminal business becomes successful, say from dealing drugs or running sex slaves or poaching rhinos, then the cash really starts to pile up. And although criminals in movies like to put cash into paper bags and fancy briefcases, this becomes very impractical very quickly. So criminals need banking services, basically, as Daniel Arola would say. But criminals hate banks because banks tell things to the police. Bitcoin basically solves the banking problem for criminals. By largely eliminating intermediaries, Bitcoin allows individuals to conduct transactions without being subject to anti-money laundering controls, which makes it an attractive currency to criminals, particularly those who prey upon the weak. Criminals need bank accounts, cross-border transactions, and most importantly, anonymity to execute large-scale transnational crime. Bitcoins essentially allow criminals to make as peer-to-peer cash transactions at enormous scale. So, anonymous online currencies is to help criminals launder massive amounts of money. More girls are thereby sold as sex slaves. More rhinos will be poached to extinction. And every other large-scale transnational crime that you can name is going to become a lot easier now that criminals have a way to transfer very large amounts of money completely anonymously. And there is every evidence to back this up. The Bitcoin exchange market has become rife with hackers and quote-unquote bank robbers. And as Ross Ulbricht, the master of the Silk Road market for criminals, amassed a fortune of over $20 million in Bitcoin, which he was using to pay hitmen to assassinate his enemies. Sure, the entire Bitcoin economy is not run by criminals, but still, there is a price to pay for the freedom and anonymity that Bitcoin provides, and the price is a lack of enforceable laws that benefit only the most ruthless. The libertarian Bitcoin dream is an interesting thought experiment. You would never want to live there. The fact that Selena Khan thrives is because she's gangster as hell, baby. And that's what a lot of people don't appreciate about her. I hope now I've provided a new reason to respect her to those who have ever had any doubts. Okay, so from there I'll go into the reason why today is important as the anniversary of the end of the Spanish Civil War. It is now after midnight. We are into the date, the 28th of January, which was the day the Spanish Civil War was brought to a victorious end for the fascists of España on the Iberian Peninsula. And so before I start on the brief history of that, dear Jameson, you missed quite a bit of what I had to say, but you can always replay it later at your convenience. But from what you did here, have you any increased impression Bitcoin now, or?
Yeah. From what I gather, I'd be better just putting it in a shoebox.
Well, that's what I would argue. But hey, like I said, our girl Selena, she thrives, and she's original gangster, baby. She's like, it's an aspect of her that few people know how to appreciate. So, do talk with her. And she might have suggestions around all that. But all right, love you dearly. Go to bed whenever you have to. Since you have an appointment tomorrow, I'll take it from here. And I will, let me see now if I've got enough water with me. I'm just going to grab another bottle of water. I'll be right back, and you can go off to bed, okay?
All right.
All right, I'll be right back. Hold the stage for me while I go mute for a few minutes, all right?
All right, folks. Let me see what I could just pull out of thin air. Give me a few seconds. Let's see. I mean, and anything that's relevant. I mean, well, there was one thing I did want to talk about that I did personally find interesting, even though it's sort of an iffy subject. My idea is this. I think when many people think about alchemy, they think about the merging of opposites. Well, what magic is, from what I'm learning, is the opposite of inversions rather than opposites. So instead of reversing something, you're also inverting its value. And what makes the spell powerful is actually encryption. By this I mean the more you mix things up and make it so that the original intent is not decipherable at all, the more effective it is. This I'm starting to respect more and more, and I'm starting to understand exactly why it is that Michael Aquino had an interest in the Enochian system, aside from the fact that it could be used in spying, because when you're dealing with encryptions, the less someone else can decipher it, the more you can send a message from point A to point B, which is essentially what magic is. It's a form of communication. And I'm starting to think that what it really is a form of communication between the right and left hemispheres of the brain. Because when you combine the inverse of a value to the original value, what you really do is you could think of the right and left hemispheres of the brain as being sort of inverted values. Rather than being opposites, they're more like inverse. Now, opposites from a psychological perspective would yield alchemy, or what was considered alchemy, to a degree could have more or less branched off into metallurgy and what we now know as psychology. But when it comes to magic, it's like it's not merging the two hemispheres, rather it's inverting the values between one side to the other. So that's what I find interesting. Now, 2 hours ago, this is AP, a virus aid package test whether Biden Congress can deliver. More than a sweeping national rescue plan, President Joe Biden's $1.9 trillion COVID relief package presents a first political test, one of his new administration, of Democratic control of the Congress and the role of Republicans in a post-Trump political landscape. Now, it's interesting that it's $1.9 trillion. If I remember correctly, there was it's interesting how that money who knows where that money is coming from. What I find interesting is that there were like trillions missing before 9/11 happened.
Right.
I don't know. I don't know why that strikes me as relevant, but I see the repetition of the number 1 and 9 and $1.9 trillion, and then there's COVID-19, which is 1 and 9 again.
Cool. Yeah, there you go. Now, let me see if I can find that man who wants to clear the landfill, recover, money, and let's see if you can find hard drive. Okay, yeah. There we are. Oh shit. Oh. Man lost 127 million United States dollars worth of Bitcoin, and city won't let him look. Allow a search for his landfill he threw away. Yes, this was in 2017. And James Howells, an IT worker, in information technologies worker, living in the United Kingdom, knows exactly where his misplaced 7,500 Bitcoins are, but the city council where he lives won't let him retrieve it. They say it's against the law. Howell began mining Bitcoin in his personal laptop in 2009. In 2013, though, after I had stopped mining, the laptop I had used was broken into parts and sold on eBay. He kept the drive he used to collect the Bitcoins, so if Bitcoin did become valuable one day, I would still have the coins I mined. But while cleaning his home in 2013, he mistakenly put it into a waste bin at his local landfill site in Newport, South Wales, where it got buried. Now, with the Bitcoin's value hovering at just above $17,000 per Bitcoin, according to the digital website CoinDesk at the time this article was written, Howell's 7,500 lost Bitcoins are worth more than 127 million US dollars, and more than 4 years worth of garbage have poured into the dump since his mistake, which would make any recovery effort a significant undertaking. A modern landfill is a complex engineering project, and digging one up brings up all sorts of environmental issues, such as dangerous gases and potential landfill fires. It's a big, expensive, and risky project. Basically, the landfill contains about 350,000 tons of waste, and about 50,000 more tons are added every year. It's likely that the hardware would have suffered significant galvanic corrosion due to the presence of landfill leachates and gases. Even if the drive is recovered, it may not work after being exposed to weighty and possibly toxic waste for so long. Plus, the operation would cost millions in and of itself. Howells claims he has the financial backing in place to fund such an effort, but needs permission, and that they would not allow it. The article goes on, but I mean, this is just an example of this is like, what can you do? It's a nightmare.
The thing is, if he already has millions, can't he just cut his losses? That's question one. And question two, and my idea is, I think they should let him do it, but they should tell him he can only use a shovel.
Oh, that poor bastard. Oh, God. And then, the funny part is, there's this other article who says it was substantially less money. So the money, what was going on is the money was increasing in value at time even while it was in the landfill. So one article has them starting to try and get this project started when it was $7.5 million in Bitcoin. But you're right, if he has millions of dollars, what the fuck, as you said, just cut his losses and just take that as a lesson in nightmare. But this is just the thing that kind of happens. I've read about this more than once, where people are, have been fucked themselves over like this. And so there we have that, and it's just a object lesson. And by the way, I did want to point something else out to you that I thought was interesting. Two things, as a matter of fact. that I think are important. If I can find this, I guess I won't keep you up much longer. What time is it where you're at right now?
Right now we're at 3:13.
3:13. Okay, so you'd best go to bed soon. And I guess I'll bring up these subjects later. I think that they're that they're important, and I'll share them with you later. So other than that, you have a blessed morning, and wish me luck with all of the gang stalkers who got together tonight. I am happy to report that all the clowns who put their thumbs down are outnumbered 2-1 by the people who are putting the thumbs up. And though we had 12 motherfuckers put thumbs down, then we had 24 put thumbs up. So there's a balance to the world. And so let's
12 or 2 people using 6 different computers.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, here's this Arsenio de Otañez. Hey, Arsenio! By the way, take care of him for me while you're still here, Jameson. What you can do is block this son of a bitch, because he's just such a stupid human piece of shit. He says, "Hi, everyone. I hate to be that guy, but Spanish Fascist Victory Day is on the 28th of March. What I say on the header is EVEDAY, motherfucker." Yeah, so it says right there, EVEDAY. EVEDAY. That means the day before. Yeah, and so when he says that, he's obviously fucking ignorant as hell. And then he quotes Princeton University Press, some book published in 1967, which was the year after I was born. This is what you call Darwinian level stupidity from somebody like that. And this is what I run into all the time. It's people like this who think they know their shit, and they think they're hot shit, and they're out to disprove me. They don't even speak fucking English, and they don't even know the meanings of it. Stick your head back up your ass and eat shit, motherfucker, and eat enough shit till you choke on it and die. God damn, stupid motherfuckers. So there you go with that, dumbass motherfucking bastard. And these people think they're witty too, think they're smart. So
he could go search for the hard drive with the guy who wants to dig up the landfill.
Thank you. I love that. That's an excellent idea. Yes.
One can hold the shovel, and he can hold the pail for the guy.
Yes. Yes. There we are. That's delightful. Okay. Love you dearly, son. You have a blessed morning. And check in every once in a while if you happen to wake up. Okay? And then,
Gotcha.
All right. Sounds good. All right. Take care. Blessed be thy dreams, and sweet be thy slumber. And so we're going to say, Marty Methuselah says, March 28th, 1939. No, January. He said March. Yeah, he said March. He did. Yes. Yes, that's right. He did. Oh, yes. That's right. Marty Methuselah is correct. Yeah. Yeah, he did. Yes. Yeah, let me put that in there. So he didn't even get the month right. He couldn't even write that correctly. Okay, so let's start talking about the Spanish Civil War so that people understand exactly what we're talking about and why it's important. The Spanish Civil War took place in Spain between 1936 and 1939. In 1936, Manuel Azaña, a democratically elected Republican, was serving as the president of Spain when a group of the most influential generals from the part of the Spanish army based in Morocco carried out a coup d'etat led by General Francisco Franco. Spain quickly erupted into civil war. Now, they did this because of a direct security threat to the Spanish nation, the culture, certainly the king and crown, because the royal dynasty was going to be massacred by the communists, who were being allowed in by the Republicans. Now, this is very prescient because it anticipates the United States today in that the Republicans are the puppets of the Russians, just as they were in Spain back then, because Stalin backed the Republicans and was intent on the killing of the crown, the killing of the dynasty that carried the crown, and the military had to act. Now, the left side, known as the Republicans, was formed by the Spanish government together with unions, communists, anarchists. We've already seen what they're like via Bitcoin. Workers and peasants. On the other side were the nationalists, the part of the army in what the government would claim was rebellion, the bourgeois, or the middle class, the landlords, and generally the upper classes, the church, and those who were loyal to the concept of Catholicism, which the Republic was defaming as they were claiming themselves an atheist state and enforcing godlessness on the population. Although it was a civil war, several foreign entities also joined the conflict, and for different reasons closely linked to the European context of the time. The Republican side was supported by the Soviet Union, as our Republicans are supported by Russia today. And the so-called European democracies joined in on the side of the communists, while the nationalist side had the support of fascist Germany and Italy, which meant that the latter, even if it lacked the money power, was better armed and had a more motivated reason to win because they were fighting for their very lives. Now, the war was one of the hardest Spain has ever faced. After the nationalist victory, a dictatorship ruled the country for almost 40 years, from 1939 to 1975, when the Spanish dictator, Francisco Franco, died. And although Franco's side had received German aid during the Spanish Civil War, he decided not to get directly involved in World War II because he rationalized that Spain was in terrible condition after suffering the Civil War. So the only support Spain gave to Germany was a small group of volunteers. Now, Spain suffered continuous international isolation during the entire Franco dictatorship, but it weakened over the years. The Spanish dictator wanted the country to be recognized by the international community, and little by little the people began to see certain improvements in their social life. In the 1950s, Spain was accepted as a member of the United Nations. Then, in 1970, Franco appointed Prince Juan Carlos as his successor. Francisco Franco's idea was for Juan Carlos to continue as the head of the dictatorship that had ruled Spain for so many years, but when he was finally crowned after the death of the dictator circa 1975, instead of continuing the dictatorship, King Juan Carlos I helped Spain return to democracy. So the country has been a constitutional monarchy ever since. But bear in mind, of course, that's all that the fascists were fighting for. That was a true conservative reaction to atheistic militancy. So in terms of, say, parceling it out to its separate factors that constituted the dimensions of the Spanish Civil War, you would have the dimension of rebellion. On July 17th of 1936, General Francisco Franco launched a military uprising against the Republican government elected that spring, and mobilizing troops from Spanish Morocco, the so-called Army of Africa. The nationalist forces quickly took control of Seville and other areas in the south. The military, or the plotters as the so-called free world would come to disparage them, claimed to be acting in defense of traditional Catholic Spain and to restore order to the country. And their treatment of the opposition was as brutal as the communists were to theirs. And, of course, the Republicans mobilized militias. So the civilians joined militias on the left side, and they prepared to fight to defend the Republic. And in Barcelona, anarchist workers put down the nationalist cause, which they, of course, propagandized as insurgency. and they launched a social revolution of their own. Factories became collectivized, and in some parts of Catalonia, money was completely abolished. If you can imagine that, we were talking about the tricky nature of cryptocurrency. Well, you can imagine what it was like to exist without money at all in a collectivist system where you're trying to actually subsist. You can't really do anything other than subsist. You can't prosper in a collectivist communist economy. This is the incredible challenge that people were faced with. The Ritz Hotel in Barcelona was renamed the Hotel Gastronómico No. 1 and served as a workers' canteen. And a short-lived euphoria swept the left as the belief took hold that Franco's uprising would be the catalyst for a socialist revolution. And in Madrid, the Republican government, which had hoped to build a popular front, including moderates and liberals, to combat the nationalist threat, became increasingly concerned at the growing radicalism they had unleashed. So you had a situation, of course, which very quickly spiraled out of control for the Republicans, just as the storming of the Capitol did. So you basically had a situation that, like what the Republicans are bringing to the United States, will result in war and radical social experiments that will be entirely untenable. So this is something that I will do my best to try and put into context beyond what the normal human baseline context for such matters would hold. But definitely that's going to, how would I say, it'll just basically, you'll just have to bear with me while I do that. Because the first thing you're going to have to learn about is the human side. That goes without saying. Now, at the time that everything was spiraling, George Orwell joined up. And he did so on Boxing Day in 1936, which is, of course, the kind of, a very bizarre kind of British Commonwealth holiday that most of us, those of us in the United States, have a pretty hard time even understanding. That in itself is understandable. What is the point of Boxing Day? Basically, you've got this holiday celebrated the day after Christmas Day, occurring on the second day of Christmastide. And even though it originated as a holiday to give gifts to the poor, it's primarily, in this day and age, a shopping holiday. So it was traditionally a day off for servants, and the day they received a special Christmas box from their masters. And the servants would also go home on Boxing Day to give Christmas boxes to their families. So that's the source of this kind of peculiar afterglow day in, Marty Methuselah says, sorry, boss. Oh, gosh, you did fine, Marty. Don't be silly. You did great, Marty. You are fine, my dearest Marty. There we are. Get that out there. Yes. And so anyhow, there we are with that. Got that out there. So it was on Boxing Day in 1936 that George Orwell arrived in Barcelona, which, by the way, is the capital of Catalonia. And let me make certain I'm saying that right. Is it Catalia or Catalonia? Catalonia. They are seeking independence from Spain in this day and age. And so you have them trying to seek their own nation. They have their own history. And they're in northeastern Spain, and they were, of course, where the Olympics were held. So people might remember the Olympics in Catalonia. That would be their capital is Barcelona. And this is, of course, just they've got these lively beach resorts. They've got all kinds of history and distinctive modern art and architecture. I mean, you could go on. It's very much potentially a nation of its own. Certainly, if Spain goes to war with Britain, which I predict, then over Gibraltar, then the British would support Catalonian independence to create a second front in Spain and to fragment it. So anyway, that's where George Orwell arrived, and he joined up with the POUM, P-O-U-M. That's a revolutionary socialist party at the time. And Orwell went to the Zaragoza front to fight, and he subsequently wrote the classic war memoir, Homage to Catalonia, about his experiences. And in May of 1937, as the tensions mounted between communists, socialists, and anarchist forces behind the Republican lines, Orwell became involved in street battles in Barcelona. And his experiences informed his indictment of Stalinism in his novel 1984. So always remember, never forget, 1984 was the product of the experiences of an ideological socialist who realized firsthand the horrors of communism by his own commitment of atrocities in the name thereof, who then indicted Stalinism in the book 1984. That is what the book is condemning, is Stalinism, the totalitarianism of Stalinist communism. And of course, those same communists and Stalinists had their propagandist in Pablo Picasso because of the bombing of Guernica. Now, Guernica was bombed in 1937, April of 1937, and the fate of the ancient Basque town of Guernica was to become a symbol of the devastation caused by war. Now, the raids by aerocraft from Nazi Germany and Fascist Italy constituted one of the first systematic aerial bombing campaigns to be conducted against civilians housing a terrorist insurgency. And in January that year, the Republican government commissioned Pablo Picasso to create a mural for the World's Fair. So after the bombings, that mural became the one depicting the horror and suffering of the town. The artwork remains the most famous ever produced on the subject of war, and hundreds of thousands of civilians would die during or throughout the Civil War as a result of bombings and executions. But there is a museum dedicated to peace only in Guernica, where, of course, they got all the attention. It's kind of like, well, everybody's bombing, but let's pay attention to the one atrocity we can propagandize to make ourselves look anti-fascist. I mean, you know, it's the same old bullshit. Personally, I have no real... I've really got no affection for Pablo Picasso's art myself, so it has no impact on me. Now, in terms of the battle for Madrid, which is the core of the Spanish Civil War in many ways, because, of course, it is the central city of the Iberian Peninsula. The Spanish capital endured what amounted to a 2.5-year siege throughout the Civil War. And after invading from the south in the summer of 1936, Franco's forces, assisted by German and Italian aero power, came as close to taking Madrid towards the end of the year. Now, a massive resistance, bringing to bear all sorts of foreign volunteers in communism, saw the nationalist forces beaten back, but the government eventually decamped first to Valencia, if I remember, and then to Barcelona. And by the winter of 1938, Madrid was freezing, starving, and more or less out of arms and ammunition. And on the 26th day in March, Franco ordered his troops to advance on Madrid after fighting there between Republican factions had broken out, and 2 days later the city fell and thousands of its defenders were executed. So many of them, of course, were members of the Communist Party. Many of them were foreigners. So with that, we have the an element of the Spanish Civil War coming to an end, which is why the clown, the yokel, was talking about March in 26. But this is obviously not part of what the Spanish themselves will say when they talk about the war ending on January the 28th or 29th. Again, this is what makes the day we're into the EVEDAY of the victory of the fascists in the Spanish Civil War, because the next time I'll be on will be Sunday, and by that time it'll be, what date will that be when I check the calendar? By that time the date will be the last day of the month, the 31st, and we'll be heading into February. Then, of course, there's the facet of exile. For hundreds of thousands of Spaniards, Franco's victory meant exile. And as the nationalist forces advanced through Catalonia, you had this steady flow of refugees headed to France. And in the winter of 1939, more than 450,000 were estimated to have crossed the border. Some Republicans went on to fight for the French resistance against the National Socialists. The refugees hoped to be welcomed by the French, but they were treated with suspicion and hostility. And then, of course, there was the aspect of dictatorship. From the end of the Civil War in 1939 to his death in 1975, Franco ruled Spain. His regime, particularly in the early years, was considered cruel, repressive, and vengeful towards the defeated enemy. Near Madrid, a huge monument to the nationalist dead, the Valley of the Fallen, was erected. And meanwhile, the executions of Republican sympathizers continued well into the 1950s, and thousands languished in prison for years. Now, it was the biggest proxy war of its time. You've got a Mediterranean nation beset by military coup d'etat and civil war, a savage struggle marked by atrocities and fanaticism, proxy war waged by outside nations pumping in men, money, weapons. One thinks automatically of today's Syria or Turkey. But no, it was sunny Spain, now a peaceful member of the European Union and the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, but 82 years agone, the arena for one of the most vicious conflicts in history. So, the Spanish Civil War of 1936 through 1939 is remembered today as a sort of Second World War in training in Europe, the European theater, a playoff game in Europe before the championship match between Team Axis and Team Allies a few years later. And, as I said, the Spanish Civil War began in July of 1936, when Francisco Franco led a dissident group of staunchly conservative Roman Catholic generals, as well as half the Spanish army, against the liberal and elected Spanish government. Now, what should have been an internal military revolt, like the recent attempted coup d'etat in Turkey, comparatively recent, swelled into an international struggle between the forces of fascism and the forces of socialism, the forces of conservatism and the forces of communism, the forces of totalitarianism versus the forces of evolution. And in the end, evolution won. In the embodiment of the fascism that was to guide Spain through what would otherwise have been the death of the crown and the constitutional monarchy, the death of the church, and in a collateral effect, likely the death of Europe itself. In some ways, the Spanish Civil War belongs to a different era. We're accustomed today to slaughter inflicted in the name of God. Back then, the cause was ideology, the disputations over whether the world should be communist or fascist, or this social capitalism that some of the plutocrats or money manipulators were claiming. Yet, in other ways, the conflict seems all too familiar. Like today's Iraq and Syria, the combatants fought amongst themselves as well as the enemy. The nationalists, again, were a collection of conservatives, monarchists, and fascist phalanges. The Republicans were supported by a bizarre potpourri of sadistic socialists, communists, Trotskyites, and anarchists, the like of which fund the murder market in cryptocurrency, as well as international leftists such as the Abraham Lincoln Brigade from America. The so-called White Terror of the nationalists murdered 200,000 opponents, grimly dwarfing the 50,000 or so human victims of the Red Terror, conducted by the Republican death squads that were led by the Soviet NKVD secret police, the forerunners of the KGB. Now, the nationalist rebels were supported by Nazi Germany and Fascist Italy, not just with arms, but with troops and aircraft. German transport aircraft flew nationalist soldiers from Spanish North Africa to the mainland. And more important, Germany dispatched the Condor Legion, a 12,000-strong force equipped with bombers, fighters, and tanks. And not to be outdone, Mussolini sent 50,000 Italians. By comparison, around 10,000 Russian troops invaded. That was equal to the amount committed to today's Syrian civil war. Though the Spanish Civil War is viewed as a proving ground for World War II in Europe, that's not strictly true. The mountainous Spanish terrain precluded the mass tank attacks and deep penetration mechanized offensives of World War II. But it did provide invaluable experience to Hitler's military, especially the Luftwaffe. Germany had the chance to test weapons it later used in World War II, such as the Heinkel 111 and the Donia 17 bombers, the legendary Luftwaffe fighter aces such as Adolf Galland and Werner Moldes learned their craft in the Spanish skies, devising deadly aero combat tactics such as the Finger Four formation. Not surprisingly, Italy did not fare quite so well, such as when the Republicans defeated an Italian force at the Battle of Guadalajara. And, of course, Franco did not reciprocate Hitler's generosity. In 1940, with France conquered and Britain fighting alone, the Führer attempted to persuade Franco to declare war on Britain, and the Spanish dictator successfully fobbed him off, leading my biological father to declare that he would rather endure a visit to the dentist than negotiate with Franco. So, for the Republicans, you would think, the way they propagandize it, that the world had turned its back. They would claim that the capitalist world of British officials and the like preferred a fascist-leading nationalist regime to a leftist one. But Britain and France imposed an arms embargo on both sides. Of course, since the nationalists had a much better logistical system, which expedited their receipt of German and Italian weapons, the Frees hurt the Republicans more, just as people would argue later that the post-1967 British and French arms embargo in the Middle East only hurt Israel rather than the Soviet-supplied Arabs. But then, of course, that's where the Americans came in and found themselves at war with their old allies in the name of sponsoring the Jewish homeland in the Levantine. The Soviet Union, of course, provided weapons and advisors to the Republicans in Spain, just as the Russians do to the Republicans today in North America. And Soviet officers also had the opportunity to learn modern combat, though naturally Stalin had his Spanish Civil War veterans executed for fear of ideological contamination. Not all the lessons were correct, of course. Top Soviet military leaders concluded that massed armor was ineffective, and that tanks should be dispersed in small packets to support the infantry, a doctrine later smashed by German blitzkrieg tactics. At times, the war even veered into the farcical, as when Italian submarines sank neutral ships transporting supplies to the Republicans, and instead of condemning Italy, Britain and France blamed pirates, as if Blackbeard were a U-boat commander, and they began convoying ships in the Mediterranean. But perhaps the most enduring legacy of the Spanish Civil War 82 years later is its iconic images. We have Pablo Picasso's haunting painting of the terror bombing at Guernica, Robert Capa's classic, and now thought to have been staged, photograph of a death of a Republican soldier, and George Orwell's homage to Catalonia, and, of course, the American Ernest Hemingway's For Whom the Bell Tolls. But whom the bell really tolled for was the degenerate Western civilizations, as they called themselves, the colonialist empires. Hitler and Mussolini had committed jackboots on the ground to overthrow a democratically elected government that had been hijacked by the ideological left, a truly extremist ideological left, not like anything we have in the United States. Now, the world support for the Republicans in Spain would have, you would think, you would have thought, deterred a rising Axis. But because Germans and Italians in their united front with the Spaniards deterred Britain and France from lifting a finger to help Spain in 1936, it made my biological father realize, why should they fight to save Czechoslovakia in 1938? No wonder Hitler expected the Western powers to stay quiet when he invaded Poland in 1939. The fuse for World War II was lit in Europe in the hills of Spain. And, of course, the Spanish Civil War leaves us with a question. What price? Stability. Some believe we need strongmen like Saddam Hussein and Bashar al-Assad to bring us order to the Middle East. There was indeed order in Spain after the Civil War. Under Franco's rule, Spain was mostly peaceful except for the Basques, and a U.S. ally that hosted American nuclear missile submarines. Of course, it was also an authoritarian regime with censorship and political prisoners. So is Franco the sort of ruler we want for the Middle East today? Whatever the case, the Spanish Civil War ended as a trial run for World War II. In Spain, the Republican defenders of Madrid raised the white flag over the city, bringing an end to the bloody 3-year Spanish Civil War. And in 1931, almost a decade before that, the Spanish king Alfonso approved elections to decide the government of Spain when voters overwhelmingly chose to abolish the monarchy and eliminate their kingdom in favor of a quote-unquote liberal republic. Now, if I'm trying to remember the dynasty of Alfonso, it's he was the 13th in his line. We're talking about like the 13 generations of the shogunacy. It was at a point when perhaps he appeared somewhat degenerate, as in morbidly inbred. But the most dangerous thing any civilization can do is end their monarchy. When Alfonso the 13th, after approving the elections in which his monarchy and his family were voted out of existence, he subsequently went into exile, and the Second Republic, initially dominated by middle-class liberals and moderate socialists, was proclaimed. Now, during the first 5 years of the Republic, everything immediately went leftwards and spiraled downwards as militantly organized labor and leftist radicals hijacked the government and forced widespread collectivist reforms. And the independence-minded Spanish regions of Catalonia and the Basque provinces achieved virtual independence, certainly effective autonomy. Twas then the landed aristocracy, the church, and a large military clique increasingly employed violence in their opposition to the Second Republic. And in July of 1936, General Francisco Franco led a conservative army revolt in Morocco, which prompted the division of Spain into two key camps, the Nationalists and the Republicans. Franco's nationalist forces rapidly overran much of the Republican-controlled areas in central and northern Spain, and Catalonia became the key Republican stronghold. During 1937, Franco unified the nationalist forces under the command of the Falange, Spain's fascist party, whilst the Republicans fell under total domination of the communists, taking their orders straight from Moscow. Germany and Italy aided Franco with an abundance of planes, tanks, and arms, while the Soviet Union aided the Republican side through American communist insurgents, if you can believe that. They recruited small, fanatical, terrorist networks of radicals from France, the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, via criminals too violent to maintain in their own prison, were released, and the United States, where everyone was basically a criminal, and elsewhere, formed the international brigades to aid the Republican cause. The most significant contribution of these foreign units, aside from untold atrocities, was the, for a time, transitionally successful defense of Madrid till the end of the war. In June of 1938, the nationalists drove to the Mediterranean Sea and cut Republican territory in twain. Later in the year, Franco mounted a major offensive against Catalonia. In January of 1939, Barcelona, its capital, was captured, and soon thereafter the rest of Catalonia fell. And that was the victory of the fascists in the Spanish Civil War. Everything after that is collateral aftermath. With the Republican cause all but lost, its leaders attempted to negotiate a peace, but Franco rightly refused, and on March 28th of 1939, the nationalists entered Madrid in triumph, and the Spanish Civil War came to an end that the international community recognized, even though the true end was the fall of independent Catalonia, the same nation which seeks independence today from Spain, that had been the bulwark of communism in the Mediterranean. Up to 1 million lives were lost in the conflict, the most devastating in Spanish history. The outcome of the Spanish Civil War altered the balance of power in Europe. From 1936 to 1939, you had this civil war raging in Spain between those loyal to the newly established Republican government and those who favored a conservative, militaristic system. The outcome of the Spanish Civil War altered all balance of power in Europe, testing the military power of Germany and Italy, forging them in fire and steel, and pushing the Espanyol Republic away from the peace movement and into the ranks of the Antifa, the anti-fascists fighting for collectivization that form the nebulous bogeyman of America today, but were a very real threat on the ground back then. It was in July of 1936 that the military uprisings occurred throughout Spain, and General Francisco Franco led his revolt of Spanish troops in Spanish Morocco, which galvanized Adolf Hitler by September to agree to aid the nationalists. With Franco and his troops returning to Spain, France and England deciding to stay out of the war other than for running convoys. And the 1st International Brigade, which was a multinational group of volunteers largely organized by France, consisting of communists and American so-called liberals, arriving to bolster the strength of the defenders of the Second Republic. So, the Spanish Civil War became a struggle that was propagandized in the West as Antifa, or anti-fascist. And, of course, the fascist movement in Spain, the Iberian Peninsula, styled itself the Falange. And, like its counterparts elsewhere in Europe, extolled prosperity, anti-colonialism, the kind of economic reorganization where corporations would fall beneath the helm of the state rather than the other way around. With Franco's victory, the Falange had become a part of the nation's political establishment, and the regime borrowed freely from its symbols and slogans. Phalangists occupied key posts in the Franco government, and the movement's adherents were not at all shy about urging in great public demonstrations that Spain now join its former German allies and enter the war against France. Now, for a century and a half, the Spanish people had struggled against oppression, which the Soviets promised. Their history during this period was a century, 100 years record of poverty, insurrection, administrative incapacity, class warfare, declining world influence, and determined resistance to foreign domination. Above all, a conflict between conservatives and radicals, between the desire of the church, the army, and the propertied classes to preserve the medieval Spanish Catholic tradition by the discipline of a powerful state machinery, and the wish of an anti-clerical caste of intellectuals and impoverished workers to collectivize Spain into a communist dystopia that thrived on mass ignorance. Since 1800, the Spanish people had undergone much brutalizing violence, fought two of the bloodiest civil wars of modern times. Although they stood apart from both the world wars of the 20th century, they had more years of fighting in the 19th century than any other people in Europe. Spain was dealt a rude shock by the Spanish-American War in 1898, which arose out of the restlessness of ill-governed, mistreated colonials and the vigor of the American Empire, with its interest in neighboring remnants of Spain's colonial empire. The loss of Cuba, Puerto Rico, and the Philippines awakened the younger generation in Spain to critical analysis of their country's plight. So the generation of 98, as in 1898, produced the first large group of disaffected, radicalized intellectuals and writers Spain had known since the Great Epoch. Meanwhile, two industrial areas were developing, the populations of which were to expand considerably in the 20th century. The area in Catalonia, centering on Barcelona, in which grew up a large textile industry, and the Bilbao area in the Basque country, where an iron and steel industry developed. And as both these regions were progressing more rapidly than the rest of Spain, they tended to develop, on the basis of ethnic and linguistic differences, Basque and Catalan movements for autonomy, actually independence. In Catalonia, moreover, the anarchist ideas of Bakunin found wide response among the uneducated workers attracted to Catalonia from less prosperous provinces. In Madrid, at the same time, Pablo Iglesias, influenced by Karl Marx, was founding the Spanish socialist movement. Both the anarchists and the socialists developed trade unionism. The Great War, to end all wars, as World War I was propagandized, although it did not directly involve Spain, affected Spanish life because it provided an artificial stimulus to industry. An expanding industrial economy widened the influence of the anarcho-syndicalists and the socialists and accentuated the contrasts in Spanish society. Leftist intellectuals began to point out that the monarchy rested on three pillars of resistance to communism: the church, the army, and the aristocracy. And these groups, they allege, governed the Spanish Empire in their own interest. Now, alleging that the people received neither education nor good wages, and that capital was squandered abroad by rich ne'er-do-wells, while Spain was economically exploited by foreigners, and the Spanish wealthy classes devoted neither time nor enterprise to the utilization of Spain's resources, the communists made propaganda inroads that enabled them to convert entire masses to their siren serenade of revolution and godlessness, to the point where they would use statues of the Virgin Mary. And remember, this is the nation in which we have the appearance of the Virgin Mary at Lourdes and Medjugorje, I mean to say. Lourdes being in France. And in terms of the miracle, of course, at Medjugorje, you had the justification of the faith in the sightings of the Virgin Mary that resulted in many Spaniards feeling confirmed the only way that the communists could combat that was to declare statues established by the church as idolatry of Catholicism, and their attempt to destroy it through desecration is what helped to trigger the response of those who wished to conserve the faith in what then became a religious war against the communists. So, in terms of the return to the situation in Spain, property inheritance was most certainly very unequal. 1% of the population owned 50% of the land, while 2 million agricultural workers, which was 2% of the total population, owned no land at all. These problems were intensified by the economic bad times which followed the war boom. Matters were made even worse by the drain upon the treasury from the war against the rifts in Spanish Morocco. The army, top-heavy with officers, inheriting their position since the loss of the American colonies, wanted to exploit Morocco. Campaigns against the Moors satisfied Spanish traditions of military honor and provided officers opportunities for graft. However, the war in the 1920s was fraught with disaster for Spanish arms, and the people were angered by the high casualties. General Miguel Primo de Rivera, Captain General of Catalonia, with the king's connivance, took control of the government in September of 1923, just a few months before my own late and sainted Cyrus, the woman who gave birth to me of her loins, was born into this world. And they took the power from the constitutional prime minister. This marked the end of the parliamentary system established by the Constitution of 1875, and the Primo de Rivera dictatorship had a certain success. During the world boom, Spain was prosperous. New highways were built, and like Mussolini, Primo de Rivera got the trains to run on time. Of course, being a dictator, he handled Spain's fundamental problems by eliminating opposition criticism and imprisoning subversive elements. The great CNT, anarcho-syndicalist trade union, for example, formally dissolving itself in anticipation of forcible suppression, maintained its existence by secrecy. But although this Andalusian general had a flamboyance and moral laxness that somewhat endeared him to the people, he had no constructive political ideas, so the intellectuals attacked and ridiculed him. And by 1931, the Spanish monarchy fell and was replaced by this democratically elected government dedicated to major social reforms. And that newly elected government, called the Second Republic, was largely originally middle class and promoted policies that attacked the traditional privileged structure of Spanish society. Their reforms including the redistribution of large estate lands, the separation of church and state, as is claimed in the United States, and an anti-war, anti-militarist policy dedicated to undermining the power of the aristocracy, the Catholic Church, and the armed forces. Now, the right, the landed aristocracy, the Catholic Church itself, a large military clique, the monarchists, and the new fascist party, the Falange, resented this attack on Spanish culture itself and united and rebelled against these so-called government reforms. And the government's own idealistic reforms failed to satisfy their left-wing radicals or gain support from any of the workers who increasingly engaged in protest movements thereagainst. So the Second Republic struggled to stay in power by forming a series of weak coalition governments from the 1933 election, which took place at the same time that Franklin Delano Roosevelt rose to power this side of the Atlantic, and my biological father Adolf Hitler established himself as consular in the European continent across the Atlantic, on the other side of Atlantic shores. And that's when, of course, the Spaniards started these weak coalition governments from that period of time, while Hitler and Roosevelt were establishing themselves as well as they could. Roosevelt far more aggressively by total dictatorship and a theft of all gold in the United States, a demand that all people turn all their gold in, and Adolf Hitler declaring himself as the Führer, or the leader, only by the next year of 1934 in response to a series of national and international emergencies, particularly the sanctions imposed by the Western nations as demanded by the Jewish diaspora, when Judea declared war on Germany, as made the headlines in 1933. Spain struggling with its weak coalition governments all the way until 1936, when the Communist Popular Front swept them from office and established a communist dictatorship. Now, the 1936 electoral victory of the Popular Front, this coalition of collectivist socialists and communists, underscored the desperation for social reforms for those neglected by the Second Republic and the fears that reform posed to the conservative right. The nationalists, who were the rightist opponents of the Second Republican government, soon took up arms against the Republicans, who were the anti-monarchist supporters of the Second Republic. So, this national bloc, the smaller coalition of monarchists and fascists, who had sought the army's cooperation in restoring Alfonso XIII, was led by José Calvo Sotelo. Sotelo was murdered in July of 1936, supposedly in retaliation for the killing of a police officer by fascists. Calvo Sotelo's death was a signal to the army to act on the pretext that the civilian government had allowed the country to fall into disorder. the army issued a pronunciamiento. Now, under pronunciamiento, a coup d'etat was expected, however, and the urban police and the workers' militia, loyal to the government, put down revolts by army garrisons in Madrid and Barcelona. Then Navy crews spontaneously purged their ships of officers, which is deemed the lowest form of mutiny and treasonous. That was caused by the left. These uprisings on the high seas, based on radio orders from the communists in Moscow. The army and the left rejected the 11th hour efforts of Indalecio Prieto, who had succeeded Azana as prime minister, to arrive at any compromise. The army was most successful in the north, where General Emilio Mola had established his headquarters at Burgos. North-central Spain and the Carlist strongholds in Navarre and Aragon relied on the army and rallied thereunto. In Morocco, elite units seized control under Franco, Spain's youngest general and hero, and transport supplied by Germany and Italy ferried Franco's African army, including black African Moorish auxiliaries, to Andalusia. Franco occupied the major cities in the south before turning toward Madrid to link up with Mola, who was advancing from Burgos. The relief of the army garrison besieged at Toledo, however, delayed the attack on Madrid and allowed time for preparation of the capital's defense. Army units penetrated the city limits, but they were driven back, and the nationalists were able to retain the city. A junta of generals, including Franco, formed a government at Burgos, which Germany and Italy immediately recognized. San Giorgio, which had been expected to lead the army movement, was killed in a plane crash during the first days of the uprising. In October of 1936, Franco was named head of state, with the rank of Generalissimo and the title El Caudillo, the leader, the Spanish version of Il Duce, or the Führer. When he assumed leadership of the nationalist forces, Franco had a reputation as a highly professional, career-oriented combat soldier who had developed into a first-rate officer. Commissioned in the army at the age of 18, he had volunteered for service in Morocco, where he had distinguished himself as a courageous leader. Serious, studious, humorless, withdrawn, and abstemious, he had won the respect and the confidence of his subordinates more readily than he had ever won the comradeship of his brother officers. And at the age of 33, he had become the youngest general in Europe since Napoleon Bonaparte. Franco had opposed San Giorgio in 1932. Still, Azana considered Franco unreliable and made him Captain General of the Canaries Islands, a virtual exile for an ambitious officer, and essentially the base for the Spanish Foreign Legion. Well, by nature a conservative, Franco did not wed himself to any particular political creed, and on taking power he set about to reconcile all right-wing, anti-republican groups in one nationalist organization. The Falange, a fascist party founded by José Antonio Primo de Rivera, the dictator's son, provided the catalyst. And the Carlists, revived after 1931, merged with the Falange in 1937, but the association was never harmonious. José Antonio's execution by the Republicans provided the Falange with a martyr, and the more radical of the early Falange programs were pushed aside by more moderate elements. The nationalist trade unionism was only a shadow of what José Antonio had intended. The nationalist organization did keep its fascist facade, but Franco's strength lay in the army. and nationalist strategy called for separating Madrid from Catalonia, which was firmly Republican. Valencia and Murcia, which the Republic also controlled. The Republicans stabilized the front around Madrid, defending it against the nationalists for 3 years, isolated Asturias and Vizcaya, where the newly organized Basque Republic fought to defend its autonomy without assistance from Madrid, fell to Franco in October of 1937. Otherwise, the battle lines were static until July of 1938, when nationalist forces broke through to the Mediterranean Sea, south of Barcelona. And throughout the Civil War, the industrial areas, except Asturias and the Basque provinces, remained in Republican hands, while the chief food-producing areas were under nationalist control. The communists, of course, always had a fetish for industrialism. Industrialization was nothing rational. It was religious. As atheists, whatever man produced by his own hand was considered to be man's. Unlike the harvest turned by the farmers, which they credited the yields unto God, the people in charge of the centers of machinery thought that they could eat lead and concrete and plaster of Paris, but that soon proved to be unappetizing. So, you had a situation when the communists were garnering considerable political strength in the tangled web of Spanish politics of that area. There was a strong anti-Comintern bias to the coalition of the left. Just to the left of center, the major element, the socialists, were strongly anti-communist until the pressures of the Civil War drove them into the arms of their former rivals. To the far left, the anarchists of the FAI, the Federación Anarquista Iberica, the Iberian Anarchist Federation, were militantly anti-communist in theory, but basically anti-society in general. And within the Communist Party itself, anti-Comintern forces long dominated those elements that favored the Russian brand of communism. And this bias was again ameliorated by the necessities of war, although even in the worst of times, during the struggle of 1936 through 1939, a strong anti-Comintern element known as the POUM, P-O-U-M, Partido Obrero de Unificación Marxista, gained many advocates within the Republican ranks. The Republic lacked a regular trained army, though a number of armed forces cadres had remained loyal, especially in the Air Force and the Navy. Many of the loyal officers were either purged or not trusted to hold command positions. The workers' militia and independently organized armed political units, like those of the Trotskyite Workers' Party of Marxist Unification, the POUM, the acronym derivative from the original Spanish language, of course, Partido Obrero de Unificación Marxista, bore the brunt of fighting in the early months of the Civil War. For example, the anarchist UGT militia and the assault guards, the urban police corps established by the Republic to counterbalance the civil guard, the Guardia Civil, and the paramilitary rural police, who were generally considered reactionary, crushed the army garrison in Barcelona. Moscow provided advisors, logistics experts, and some field-grade officers, and foreign volunteers, including well over 2,000 from these United States, formed the International Brigade. The Communists pressing for and winning approval for the creation of a national conscript Republican army. And the Soviet Union supplying arms and munitions to the Republic from the opening days of the Civil War, while France provided some aircraft and artillery. The Republic's only other conduit for arms supply was through Mexico. The so-called spontaneous revolutions that plagued the industrial centers, hampered arms production within Spain. By that time, some 3,000 American communists had volunteered to serve in the Abraham Lincoln Brigade during the Spanish Civil War. The Abraham Lincoln Brigade was a volunteer unit comprised of United States citizens from all ethnic backgrounds, you could say all religious backgrounds, but all of them were atheists, and walks of life, all equal in their resolve to promote totalitarian communism onto a foreign people. The Abraham Lincoln Brigade had at least 900 Jewish soldiers and around 100 black soldiers in its ranks. And together with the British, Irish, Canadian, and other communist nationals, they formed the 15th International Brigade. The black soldiers were the only ones with experience, mostly as World War I veterans, and that brigade served at the front lines of key Spanish Republican victories against the National Fascist Army under General Francisco Franco. In the month-long Battle of Jarama, Madrid was temporarily communized. In the losing Battle of Brunete, the Americans suffered 100% casualties. America's official reluctance to aid the Spanish Republican government did not deter those fanatics, these ideological communists who perceived the consequences that a conservative society standing would present to their ultimate objective of worldwide revolution and anarchic chaos. So these chaos cultists, along with 45,000 volunteers from over 100 different countries, fought side by side during the early struggle to generate collectivized dystopian anarchy. Their foresight in recognizing a world communist empire was a call to arms that was tolerated and secretly sponsored by the so-called free world. Later, the veterans of the Abraham Lincoln Brigade were propagandized as premature Antifa, pre-Antifa, premature anti-fascists. Historians estimate that about 1,000 Americans died in the Spanish Civil War. Some notable Americans who fought in Spain include Ernest Hemingway and Paul Robeson. Now, most war correspondents observe wars and then tell stories about the battles, the soldiers, and the civilians. But as I said, George Orwell, that novelist, journalist, sometimes socialist, traded in his press pass for a uniform, fought against Franco's fascists in the Spanish Civil War during 1936 and 1937, before he realized he was on the wrong side. He had put his politics and his formidable conscience through the toughest tests during those days in the trenches in the Catalan section of Spain, affiliated with the POUM, the POUM, that far-left revolutionary Marxist party led by Andres Nin. And then, after nearly getting killed, he went back to England and wrote Homage to Catalonia, that gripping account of his experiences, as well as a complex analysis of the political machinations that led to the defeat of the Socialist Republicans and the victory of the Fascists. Nationalist strength was based on the regular army, which included large contingents of Moroccan troops and battalions of the Foreign Legion, which Franco had commanded in Africa. The Carlists, who had always maintained a clandestine militia, the Requetes, the Requetes, were among Franco's most effective troops, and they were employed, together with the Moroccans, as a shock corps. The Italian dictator Benito Mussolini, the fascist premier from 1922 through 1945, dispatched more than 50,000 Italian volunteers, most of them army conscripts, to Spain, along with air and naval units. The German Condor Legion, made infamous by the bombing of Guernica, provided air support for the nationalists and tested the tactics and the equipment used a few years later by the Luftwaffe, the German Air Force. Germany and Italy also supplied large quantities of artillery and armor, as well as the personnel to deploy this weaponry. A non-intervention commission, including representatives from France, Britain, Germany, and Italy, was established at the Lyon Conference in 1936 to stem the flow of supplies to both sides. France and Britain were concerned that escalating foreign intervention could turn Spain's civil war into a European war. The commission and coastal patrols, supplied by the signatory powers, were to enforce an embargo. The net effect of the non-intervention agreement was to cut off French and British aid to the Republic. Germany and Italy were forced to breach the agreement by the intervention of the Soviet Union, which was not a signatory. While the Republicans resisted the nationalists by all available means, another struggle was going on within their own ranks. A majority fought essentially to protect Republican institutions, but others, including the communists, were committed to finishing the Civil War before beginning their anticipated revolution. They were, however, resisted by comrades in arms, the Trotskyites and anarchists, who were intent on completing the social and political revolution while waging war against the nationalists. Largo Caballero, who became as prime minister in September of 1936, had the support of the socialists and of the communists, who were becoming the most important political factor in the Republican government. The communists, after successfully arguing for a national conscript army that could be directed by the government, pressed for elimination of the militia units. They also argued for postponing the revolution until the fascists had been defeated and encouraged greater participation by the bourgeois parties in the Popular Front. The UGT, increasingly under communist influence, entered into the government, and the more militant elements within it were purged. And on their purging, the POUM, the POUM, which had resisted disbanding its independent military units and merging with the communist-controlled National Army, was ruthlessly suppressed, as the communists undertook to eliminate competing leftist organizations, just as the Viet Cong was sacrificed during the Tet Offensive, so that the Vietnamese communists would be forever dependent on the communist government of North Vietnam, rather than active as their own independent communist government in the South. The entire purpose of the Tet Offensive was to fling the Vietnamese Cong, the Viet Cong, as a fighting force into mass sacrifice, so that the People's Army of Vietnam, the PAVN, or the National Army of the Communist North, could ultimately take their place without the independent resistance of the South standing in their way. So, anarchists were dealt with in similar fashion, suppression, and in Catalonia, a civil war raged within a civil war. The anarchists, of course, on the side of the Republicans, but ultimately out to destroy all government and eliminate any order of governance whatsoever. Now, fearing the growth of Soviet influence in Spain, Largo Caballero attempted to negotiate a compromise that would end the Civil War. He was removed from office and replaced by Juan Negrin, a pro-communist socialist with little previous political experience. Throughout the autumn, the nationalists won major battles and consolidated their power. Germany and Italy quickly recognized the new nationalist government and provided Franco's troops with planes, tanks, and other material. Unable to match the nationalist war machine, the Spanish Republic sought outside support and turned to the Soviet Union for more military supplies. The Soviet aid increased internal divisions between communist and non-communist supporters of the Republic, and the anti-nationalists began to splinter into factions tied to differing political goals. In 1937, the United States forbade exports of weapons to Spain, Germany conducting large-scale aerial bombardments on undefended civilian targets that were housing insurgents, the most famous of which was Guernica, immortalized by a painting by Pablo Picasso, and the nationalists conquered the last Republican center in the north. And in a series of attacks, from March to June in 1938, the nationalists drove to the Mediterranean and cut Republican territory in two. The Republican Army, its attention diverted by internal political battles, was never able to mount a sustained counteroffensive or to exploit a breakthrough such as that on the Rio Ebro in 1938. Negrin realized that Spaniards in Spain could not win the war, but he hoped to prolong the fighting until the outbreak of a European war, which he thought was imminent. The last Republican hopes for a military victory that might have produced a negotiated settlement to the Spanish Civil War evaporated in November of 1938, as General Franco's armies beat back a desperate Republican offensive on the Ebro River and stood poised to invade Catalonia, a former bastion of the Second Republic. 20,000 Republican soldiers had perished in the operation, and perhaps another 55,000 were critically injured or captured. In the early years of the war, the Soviet influence grew, as Russia provided much-needed material assistance and as the Russian-backed elements demonstrated the only truly cohesive political force in the still fragmented Republican ranks. However, from this position of strong advantage, the Russians and their surrogates overplayed their hand by a cold-blooded suppression of all the other leftist elements in the coalition. Anarchists, Pumistas, and even some who simply showed anti-Comintern leanings found themselves imprisoned and always executed alongside Franco supporters who had fallen into the hands of the Republican forces. Seeds of mistrust and even hatred were thus sown in the leftist ranks that later were to bloom in the rich soil of abject defeat. Late in 1938, Franco mounted a major offensive against the anti-nationalist stronghold of Catalonia. Christmas 1938 brought the nationalist counteroffensive, which within a month captured the Catalan capital, Barcelona, and on February 18th of 1939, carried the Generalissimo's forces to the French border, and after months of fighting, Barcelona finally fell in January of 1939. The nationalist capture of Catalonia sealed the Republic's defeat. Hence, the date of victory for the fascists. In all of Spain, the capture of the capital was merely collateral aftermath, the follow-up. Barcelona fell to the Nationalists in January of 1939, and Valencia, the temporary capital, fell in March. Republican efforts for a negotiated peace failed in early 1939. Great Britain and France recognized the Franco regime in February, and international recognition quickly followed. When factional fighting broke out in Madrid among the city's defenders, the Republican army commander seized control of what remained of the government and surrendered to the Nationalists on the last day of March, thus ending the Civil War entirely. Finally, on All Fool's Day, April 1st of 1939, the victorious Nationalists entered the final Republican stronghold of Madrid and received the unconditional surrender of the conquered Republican army in Madrid. There is as much controversy over the number of casualties of the Spanish Civil War as there is about the results of the 1936 election, but even conservative estimates are high. The most consistent estimate is 600,000 dead from all causes, including combat, bombing, and executions. In the Republican sector, tens of thousands died of starvation, and several 100,000 more fled from Spain. Across the globe, the conflict was portrayed by those who sympathized with the Spanish Republic as an epic duel between the forces of democracy, the Popular Front, and the proponents of fascism. In the autumn of 1936, as the Spanish capital successfully resisted bombardment by German planes, Italian tanks, and Franco's legions, the proud banners of the Republic proclaimed, "Madrid shall be the graveyard of fascism." This Manichaean appreciation of the Civil War in Spain was abetted by Soviet propaganda, since the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics was the only great power to openly support the Republic. The fact that General Franco's cause was sustained by German aviation and Italian armor seemed only to validate the view that for some reason Spain had been chosen as the battlefield between two of the 20th century's most powerful ideas. The Hitler-Stalin Pact of August 1939 shattered that simplistic interpretation of events. By that instrument, the Soviet Union joined Nazi Germany in partitioning Poland and in echoing my father Hitler's propaganda against the plutocratic democracies. Democracies run by monies. The Popular Front ideal had perished, and now England and France stood alone against the fascist beasts, or the beast of fascism. And even though Hitler and Mussolini were ultimately to be defeated on the surface world, the fascist dictatorship they had fostered in Spain remained in power. The self-purportedly victorious Western democracies eschewed intervention in his homeland to bring down the Franco dictatorship, leaving Hitler's standing victory on the continent throughout the 20th century. Now, to go beyond the baseline human aspects of all that happened. Veronica Barrera says, listening in. God bless you, honey. Deeply appreciative. Thank you so much. And checking in as well on some of the other appearances and the people listening in. So, in terms of that other aspect, which so many don't know about, when I speak of this in the book that's available now, we will be replacing this book or superseding it with an expanded edition that includes much of the manuscript that we've uncovered since the publication of Amphirology. What's available now is worth the purchase. We will be releasing the expanded edition, expanded greatly by twice the amount of pages in publication, as soon as we can, hopefully simultaneously to the Roswell book. One is one of the biblical quotes that's brought to mind by the experience of those who were not human by baseline definition, was Leviticus chapter 17 verses 10 through 11. I will even set my face against that soul that eateth blood, and will cut him off from among his people. For the life of the flesh is in the blood, and I have given it to you upon the altar to make atonement for your souls. The human need to wreak destruction upon Vamphardima, or that subspeciation of humanity that is Anglo-corrupted into vampire by terminology, seems to be a cyclical phenomenon coinciding with mass outbreaks of pestilence or plague. Perhaps an understandable phenomenon in light of the Nosferatu contagion so painfully detailed in some of my transmissions before. The final extermination of the Vepr, the Latin European Vapor, took place as late as the year following the Spanish flu pandemic, the American Army and Navy flu, propagandized as Spanish influenza, unleashed by the Americans in 1918, which effectively ended the Great War to end all wars, World War I, by eradicating 200 million people in 18 months, averaging, 200 and, some 300,000 souls per day, and superseding the Black Plague in ferocity, which itself had killed 2/3 of the European population. In terms of the exact numbers, I remember it calculated on the Cray supercomputer that the Presidio Command had access to. Let me see if I can recalculate on a much more primitive level what I remembered the numbers to have been. And if we add this, if it will go in, yes, the amount of people who died a day during the American Army and Navy influenza, the so-called Spanish flu, was 370,370 folk a day on average throughout a period that was less than 2 years in length. And allow me to write that down to remind myself. Now, the advent of modern industrial urbanization had engendered a form of childhood's end for vampyrdema, or vampire kind, in disambiguation from Homo sapiens, in which a single calendar year, 1919, the year my late and sainted sire, the man who raised and guided me, Chief Petty Officer George Joseph Henry Dietrich of the United States Navy, was born, has become branded into the vampire racial recall as mutually painful to some and frightening to all. That year, anarcho-syndicalist demagogues initiated a purge of archaic Eurovapor, or the Eurovanfer, parasitizing the body politic of France and Spain in the aftermath of the collapse of the European monarchies, as it was propagandized by the communists. The Vampire recall it as the Great Slaughter of 1919. Now, a few thousands of adult Vepr and some hundreds of Vepr genetic so-called rape babies were staked and burned or beheaded. Now, note that in, proportionate to the vampyrdemon, or vampire population, those numbers are staggering, statistically equivalent to the genocide of many millions of human beings if applied in numeric equivalency, proportionate to the human population base of that same year. The Vepr of Latin Europe had foolishly proliferated when the lights went out in teenage Europe of the 20th century. Feeding flesh came easy with all the breeding age human males dispatched onto the front. Women even offered themselves to Vepr, posing as troops on leave or in the Spanish lands as French deserters. The butcher's bill arrived as apprehended Vepr blood sons and intercepted Vepr genetic infants, easy enough to identify once one knew what to look for, were roasted alive on spits or nailed to the doors of their succoring mothers' homes to twitch feebly while they gushed out blood like punctured water balloons, always in the merest of moments, because that's how blood spurts out from Homo nocturnus, or nightman, in disambiguation from Homo sapiens sapiens, the wisest of all the wise men, as baseline humanity so flatters itself. The anarchists had found the perfect recruits for their radicalized carnage. They offered communal whores, women and girls who were involuntarily press-ganged into mass sex services, and free or forcibly collectivized alcohol to the newly displaced French and Belgian veterans of 4 years in the trenches and on the killing fields of the Western Front, the ones cheated of their youth by shot, shell, and gas, who had nothing to return home to except hunger and repression in the streets. Then, too, the anarcho-syndicalists enlisted the Communardos, the French socialists, who would later cleave to the Soviet-sponsored Popular Army of the Spanish Republic. And these hollow-eyed former cannon fodder, still stinking in their field uniforms, needed something new to kill. The gobernitos, the Communist España's regional governments, found willing revolutionaries in the men to whom the industrialized meat grinder of barbed wire, artillery, and the machine gun had become the only normality. The communized Spanish Republicans hunted down and ultimately massacred few thousands more Vepr throughout the deadly bright murderous days, scouring the peninsular countrysides for Veprized sanctums, to the point of firing churches and libraries suspect of harboring clutches. Again, one has to understand the enormity of such fatalities in proportion to the comparative numeric insignificance of the vampyrdema to their human herds. Vepr who survived did so by evacuating Low Country Hispania and Gaul to actually shelter in the very trench and bunker systems that had been so recently fought over during the war to end all wars. Ironically, in the happier times of active hostilities, between 1914 to 1918, death on such a heretofore incomprehensible scale was the best natural cover Vepr had ever enjoyed. when 50,000 human men could die in a single day. Charging machine gun fire, the Wehrpffer had no reason to restrain themselves, until the Americans disembarked in nominally neutral Spain, hence the misnomer Spanish flu, and commuted the avian strain flu with them to the New World. Well, from the New World to the Old, incepted by shipping live chickens on troop trains with recruits commandeered out of San Quentin Penitentiary in an age before refrigerated boxcars and incubated in the training camps of the military base at Fort Louis, Kansas. Prior to United States biointerventionism, circa 1917, which included coffin ships porting naught but avian influenza contaminated bodies of American troops on arrival to Iberian shores, Wehrpffer fell under impression that European human civilization was going to butcher itself into functional extinction, and that the Wehrpffer-Nation, the Wehrpffer nation, would replace humanity as the dominant species on the continent. If nothing else, the slaughter compelled a collectively ahistorical species into experiential circumspection. When Wehrpffer become casually brazen, without preparedly staking the borders of their own sovereign national boundaries of territory as a perimeter of defense, catastrophe becometh inevitable. It was promise of just such recognized and demarcated national parameters that mobilized the Wehrpffer, the Germanic Wehrpffer of Central Europe, to voluntarily integrate, albeit autonomously, their all-male minority populations into Adolf Hitler's pan-European crusade against Soviet Bolshevism. By 1940, the Soviet Union had invaded and occupied Moldaviani, or Moldavia, the anti-Romanian, meaning off the borders, the anteroom or pre-entry into Romania's Bessarabia and northern Bukovina that comprised Moldavia. In a 2-month, 60-day campaign through the months of June and July that year, the Soviet Union invaded, extending the greater Soviet Union's borders up against the Romanian region of Transylvania, the former vassal state buffering the Islamic Ottoman Empire and the Catholic Kingdom of Hungary, Magyarország, by August. With the pedigree of mass Wehrpffer slaughter that communism had established for itself, the Wehrpffer-Dema, vampire kind, recognized the truly ultimate blood enemy of their people and rallied in response. Because of the decisive importance of Romanian oil to the German war economy, German troops assumed primary responsibility for the security of the Romanian oil fields in September of 1940. The Russian annexation so close to Transylvania justified an even stronger German commitment, and after October of that year, a large German force comprising 12 German divisions was stationed in the country. But Romania was never, properly speaking, a German-occupied territory for the government under Romania's premier, Marshal, or Marshal General Ion Victor Antonescu, who was the Presidente el Consiliului de Ministri from 1940 to 1944, the president of the Council and Ministry, who was ultimately martyred by execution, was left in absolute control over the nation's affairs, including the production and export of Romanian oil. When he was executed, it was by communists, of course. The conjugator, the Führer of the Romanian people, conjugator al statului, the leader of the state, Ion Antonescu, was regarded by Adolf Hitler as the strongest personality among his European allies, apart from Il Duce Benito Amilcare Andrea Mussolini, who of course was the first head of the government of the Kingdom of Italy from 1925 to 1943, and then the head of state of the Italian Salo Republic, who was martyred via communist lynching. And, of course, the Romanian troops proved themselves valuable partners in the crusade against Bolshevism by taking the war deep into communism's own home territories. The Royal Fascist Romanian army was heavily committed into the siege of Stalingrad. But Hitler's greatest reason for restraint in dealing with Romania was based on his personal experience in investigating the harsh national lessons of the Great War. In that conflict, the Germans had conquered and occupied the Kingdom of Romania, a military success that had resulted in the destruction of Romanian oil installations and the almost total loss of the Romanian oil supply. Hitler could not afford to repeat that national experience in his own phase of prosecution of the Greater German War. For as Hitler never ceased reminding his colleagues, the life of the Axis depended on Romanian oil. The black blood of Romania was the blood of the Reich itself. Yet, in spite of this intrinsically sensitive, energy-dependent relationship, Hitler compelled Antonescu to yield Transylvania to Hungary, ostensibly in effort to control part of Hungary's foreign trade. Even as the Greater Soviet Union was digesting its conquest of Moldaviany in August of 1940, Hitler allowed Hungary to retake the northern half of Transylvania, including the city of Cluj-Napoca, or Cluj-Napoca, which Hungary had lost to Romania at the cessation of hostilities of the first phase of the Greater German War, World War I. This geopolitical maneuver generated even more hostility between Romania and Hungary. Most Romanians interpreted it as, well, they thought of this as punishment for siding with the Allies during World War I, but Hitler was far more concerned with the perpetuation of tensions between his allies in order to distract both of the regional Balkan superpowers from focusing on the primary National Socialist zone of occupation, situated in the very heart of the Balkan Peninsula, the Banachka, now an exceptional position in the territories administered by the German military government in Serbia, was accorded to the Banachka, the area east of the Tisa River, which was claimed by both Romania and Hungary. On the 12th of April, in 1941, Hitler placed the Banachka under temporary but direct German military control, as opposed to administration under the civilian auspices of the Nazi Party bureaucracy, rendering this entire swath of territory legally equivalent in status to America's Guantanamo Bay, supposedly so as not to offend either of Germany's major Balkan allies, but in effect denying any access to the Third Reich's civil administration. The Banachka itself is 9,300 square kilometers of rich agricultural land directly north of Beograd, the capital city of Serbia, transliterally White City. The population in 1941 of the Banachka was 640,000 peoples, comprising 280,000 Servin or Serbs, 130,000 ethnic Germans, 90,000 Magyar or Hungarians, and 65,000 Romanians. The Germans were destined to be uprooted altogether to aid in the colonization of the newly conquered eastern territories, while the remnant population was to become the nucleus of an even larger concession, united with the Tisa Valley region of Vaslui and the Doineria, or Danube Valley region of Karash-Severin, with its capital to be established in the city of Timișoara. This was intended as the new Danubian Valfiore Gau. Now that means vampire district. Now, such a greater Banachka, when envisioned within context of National Socialist plans for the reorganization of Europa along Volkish or ethno-national lines of demarcation, would have bordered no less than 6 surrounding nations: Magyarország, or Hungary, Transylvania, to be united and recognized as an independent Zekli, or Zekler homeland, in order to provide a buffer state between fractious Hungary and Romania, and Romania itself, along Bulgaria, Serbia, and Croatia, or Croatia. The united Banachkin population base, depleted of its Volksdeutsch, or Germanic peoples, and swollen as it was to become with such territorial acquisitions, was to be awarded in toto as blood chattel to the newly established Vampernation, a Vamperdiman nation, or vampire estate, fiefdom, that was expected to confront the new post-war European order of Das Dritte Reich, a Third Reich, triumphant, with both the challenges and opportunities of coexistence with an internationally recognized state ruled by non-human intelligence. And of course, this was all part of a bargain. There were consistent assertions, albeit scattered far and wide among the multitudinous volumes of World War II-era military intelligence documents that I myself was ordered to destroy, which stipulated that, in return for the consolidation of a national homeland for Europe's Vamperdima, Adolf Hitler was expectant of voluntary Vampfer participation in non-lethal German medical research into the Vamperdemic condition that would ultimately gift himself with Vampferdization, so that he could, with continued genetic improvements already sourcing from radical German experimentation on human test subjects, both willing and unwilling, rule all 1,000 years of the Third Reich, either on the surface of the world or in Unterland. It is irrefutable historical fact that Adolf Hitler underwent an inordinate amount of Blutwerk, or blood works, via transfusion, ever increasing in proportion towards Der Gotterdammerung, the twilight of the gods that heralded the great dislocation of the Third Reich from European soil. Hitler's physician, Dr. Theodor Morell, became very secretive regards to Führer's conditions, beginning on the 26th of April in 1944, distinctly because Hitler's all too obvious diurnal dysrhythmia, his daylight dysfunctionality, was already a factor around which the Allies had been blatantly formulating their combined military strategies. By December 11th of 1944, Dr. Theo Morell entered into Hitler's medical records that Der Führer's urine was beer brown. Now, decades into the future, I myself would personally incinerate around half a dozen separately sourced reports, which had filtered out of Festung Europa, or Fortress Europe, during that time frame. Reports which insisted that the Führer of the Reich, tremulous with Parkinsonian symptoms, was only playing the role of the literally shrinking sick old man of Berlin, utilizing to the fullest both the distortions of the cameras and the acting skills he had been taught by master thespians during the early days of Der Kampfzeit, the time of struggle, pretending to be sick and in despair and to be contemplating suicide, presenting a false face not only to his enemies but also to his immediate inner circle of leadership, even to his Volk, his peoples, yet actually betraying a physically inhuman level of hyperactivity in unguarded moments, and obviously energetic enough to take on a fresh and fertile young bride, Eva Anna Paula Braun Hitler. These allegations emerged exclusively out of foreign, including Deutsche, or German, resistance movements supported by the United Nations, which was, of course, established on the 1st of January in 1942 at the Presidio military base of San Francisco, where I later ran the ovens for a decade. And they were always contemptuously dismissed by their contemporary American analysts as delusional exercises in Resurgent continental European hysteria's mass oppression induced medievalist regressions worthy of nothing other than professional derision. But of course, Adolf Hitler escaped. And with that, we can return to a more current arc of narrative. Let me check into the live stream. And into the chat room. And let's see how many hours we have left. We have 10 to 11, 11 to 12, 2.5 hours approximately, a little less. And with that, we can go into why Biden's inaugural address succeeded. Now, people who know myself know I do not share Peter Moon's politics, where he says he finds it impossible to even look at Biden. And of course, well, I guess I can understand it. In the old days, I would have thought such a artificially immaculate individual would have been just too well groomed to even take seriously. But really, after the nightmare we've been through for 45 years, let's analyze why Biden's inaugural address succeeded. In 20 minutes, our president signaled how he will approach this job and this moment in history. Political speeches follow a surprisingly simple set of rules, or at least the successful ones do. Newly sworn-in President Joe Biden observed them all in his inaugural address. Although his 20 minutes at the lectern are not likely to be parsed and studied for rhetorical flourishes, as people would do with my biological father Adolf Hitler's. With this speech, Biden accomplished something more important than the study of mannerism, comportment, and projection. He signaled how he will approach this job and this moment in history. The first rule in political rhetoric is authenticity. Does the essence of the speech, its vocabulary, its rhythms, its cadences, its tendencies toward plain versus fancy tone, match the essence of the speaker? Does the rhetoric call attention to itself, or does it mainly serve to transmit the mood, intention, and ideas the speaker hopes to convey? Now, the Right Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was modern America's greatest rhetorician. But the very words and cadences of his speeches that have gone down in history, "I've been to the mountaintop," "I've seen the promised land," would have sounded forced and stagey from most other prominent Americans. They would not have rung true even from the first black president, Barack Obama, whose single greatest speech, his Amazing Grace elegy for the victims of the racist gun massacre in Charleston, South Carolina, was delivered at the historic Mother Emanuel Church, where Martin King himself once spracketh. Obama's eloquence, as I believe I've argued in the past, is in the paragraph scale development of ideas, rather than the sentence-by-sentence coinage of standalone phrases. The American politician I can most imagine presenting a Martin Luther King speech and sounding authentic would have been Barbara Jordan, the late Democratic representative from Texas, who indeed gave a very king-like speech at the Democratic National Convention in 1976, the bicentennial of America. When it comes to rhetoric, many politicians would love to be considered another King, another FDR, another Jordan, another Churchill. But the wisest of them aspire to sound like the best possible version of themselves. And the wisest of speechwriters aspire to make us their own work invisible, to serve in essence as glaziers, creating transparent panes through which the speaker's intent can be most clearly seen. Joe Biden sounded like the best version of himself on Inauguration Day. Few, if any, of the sentences he uttered will be chiseled into marble. The exception illustrating the rule was Biden's summary statement about foreign policy. We will lead not merely by the example of our power, but by the power of our example. That line, which he has used in other speeches, and which Bill Clinton also used in his speech nominating Obama back in 2008, was both a distillation of a swing away from Trumpism and a handy case study of the rhetorical technique called chiasmus, or reversing terms. A homely example being, it's not the size of the dog in the fight, it's the size of the fight in the dog. A high-flown example being, ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. But the speech in its entirety was admirably plain and direct, and therefore plausible. It sounded not like any John Fitzgerald Kennedy or Barack Hussein Obama or Franklin Delano Roosevelt or any other Democratic president, but like Joseph Biden. It sounded like the vice president who served loyally for 8 years under Barack Obama, like the candidate who stuck and stayed true to a "can't we just get along" tone from the start of his 2020 campaign, like the president-elect who would not rise to the bait of Donald Trump's taunts or sink to the depths of Trump's discourse, but instead calmly reasserted his plans to address the nation's crises. But it also sounded like the person who had learned from the bitter fights Obama had when trying to get his legislation and nominees approved, and from the assault on the democratic process itself launched by Trump and many of his allies. The speech's tone matched the speaker, and thus the tone was right. The second rule in political rhetoric is realism. A speaker must seem to understand the world in which the listeners live. By definition, a president, prime minister, or other leader operates from a privileged and powerful perspective. But the effective ones open their ears, their minds, their hearts, and ultimately their voices, to the hardships of their society, and also the long-term hopes. This is why virtually every effective speech in a time of crisis follows a three-part sequence. Empathy for the pain, fear, uncertainty, and suffering people are going through, for instance, at the beginning of the Great Depression, after the preemptive strategic surgical strikes like those at Pearl Harbor, or surprise attacks or terrorist conspiracies on 9/11, and during civil unrest or a pandemic, confidence about the strains and struggles the society has withstood before, and thus about the hope of success again, and a plan about ways to turn things around. In our first 100 days, we will... If a speaker omits the first part, listeners feel that their government is hopelessly out of touch. If a speaker omits the second, it's all the harder to make his progress. Despair is a poor motivating tool, and without the third, hopeful promises are just talk. Joe Biden made good on all parts of this formula. His speech was coldly realistic about the bleak prospects ahead. From the pandemic, from economic collapse, from the climate crisis, from the assault on democracy and truth, he called for a moment of silence in memory of the 400,000 Americans who have died of COVID-19 thus far. A silent prayer for those who lost their lives, for those they left behind, and for our country. In calling repeatedly for unity, he seemed aware of forces who do not share that goal. He summed up the larger situation, again with trademark plainness of language and non-sugarcoating of reality. We face an attack on democracy and on truth, a raging virus, growing inequity, the sting of systemic racism, a climate in crisis, America's role in the world. Any one of these would be enough to challenge us in profound ways. But then Biden switched the theme of becoming, or rather switched to the theme of becoming, which has been at the heart of all great American rhetoric. The idea of the endless process of improvement links the authors of the Constitution's ambition to form a more perfect union to Abraham Lincoln's appeals in all of his major addresses, to Martin Luther King and I Have a Dream, and to virtually all the presentations at Biden's inaugural ceremony, including the memorable poem by Amanda Gorman, A Nation That Isn't Broken, but Simply Unfinished. On the campaign trail, Biden frequently fell into the pattern of saying, "Folks, we're better than this." The proper formulation, the realistic and convincing formulation is, "We should be better than this. We can be better." What I think of as conditional optimism, not the naive assumption that things automatically will get better, but the determined conviction that they can, as, well, was the central motif of his speech and of all the presentations of the day. As Biden put it, "We will be judged, you and I, for how we resolve the cascading crises of our era. Will we rise to the occasion? Will we master this rare and difficult hour? Will we meet our obligations and pass along a new and better world for our children? I believe we must, and I believe we will. And when we do, we will write the next chapter in the American story." Memorable line by line? No. Effective and right for the moment? In my view, yes. And, again, absolutely in keeping with the day's explicit and symbolic presentation as a whole. And, fortunately, Biden did not have to belabor the "here is my plan" part of his presentation, both because his speech was already getting long by inaugural address standards, and because a few days before being sworn in, he had given a very detailed address about what he proposed to do. The third rule in political rhetoric, which applies to most speeches, but above all to inaugural addresses, is to tell two stories. One of those stories is who we are. The other story is who I am. Who we are is the story of the country, where it stands along history's arc, what it can hope and what it must fear, what its strengths and shortcomings are. Who I am is the story of the person taking responsibility to lead. The who we are part of the saga is as a foresighted, a nation that is unfinished rather than broken, that is bloodied but unbowed. The who I am was an explicit and implicit presentation of a man who understands others' suffering, who himself knows the unpredictability and cruelty of fate, who thinks of the country as us rather than us and them. We can do this if we open our souls instead of hardening our hearts, if we show a little tolerance and humility, if we're willing to stand in the other person's shoes just for a moment. Because here is the thing about life. There is no accounting for what fate will deal you. There are some days when we need a hand. There are other days when we're called on to lend one. That is how we must be with one another. Now, I myself cannot remember a presidential address in which the values of the speaker's faith were as evident as in this one, and not through loud exhortations of piety, but through statements and commitments reflecting compassion and empathy. The one line I wrote down as soon as Biden said it was, the line that I'll read now, playing off a quote from Abraham Lincoln upon his signing of the Emancipation Proclamation. Today, on this January day, my whole soul is in this, bringing America together, uniting our people, and uniting our nation. My whole soul. The President, Jimmy Carter, whose absence from the ceremonies Biden graciously acknowledged in his speech, long ago similarly based his entire campaign on the need for moral balm after a disastrous decade. He was, and is, deeply spiritual, but I don't remember Jimmy Carter ever so plainly talking about devoting his whole soul to the nation's cause. Joe Biden might not prove to be the right person for this moment. We do have the terrible lesson of an unheeded warning in our own history to draw from here. Lincoln, in the face of civil war. Abraham Lincoln was elected the president of an already badly divided Union in 1860. He had only won 40% of the popular vote because 2 Democrat candidates ran on a split ticket. On his inauguration day, as he prepared to give his first speech as president, 7 southern states had already announced their secession from the Union, and more were expected to join them soon. The arriving crowds were met with patrolling cavalry, infantry guarding intersections, and sharpshooters on rooftops. Washington was awash still with Confederate agents and sympathizers bitter over the defeat of the Democrat Party, and it was feared they would instigate insurrection. Lincoln's speech, given in the plain vernacular of our American language at that time, was not that of a firebrand denouncing the Southerners as evil slavers, quite the opposite. Lincoln said he had no constitutional authority to end slavery in any state. The states themselves had made slavery legal in the administration of their own internal affairs before the United States was a country, and the states themselves would have to decide to abolish it themselves. Lincoln also pled, even as he warned, that the secession of the southern states could not stand, that the right of states to manage their internal affairs did not extend to a right to break from the Union and endanger all the other states in doing so. The Union existed in perpetuity by implication. The Constitution does not provide for the dissolution of itself, but seeks a more perfect union between the states by being adopted, enforced, and protected. Secession was not the perfection of the Union under the law, but the destruction thereof. Lincoln arguing that a desire to secede was steeped in an impulse towards tyranny and anarchy. No country can expect or hope for unanimity in everything or expect to survive in the pursuit thereof. The states do not have a shared identity of purpose in all things. Their interests and that of their peoples diverge from state to state. Lincoln argued that it was anarchy for any state or states to simply quit the Union because they could not get their way in everything every time. The Constitution makes provisions for the people to modify, add, or subtract from the powers of the federal government, But no state had any right to abolish the national government altogether on its own. That was the limit on the rights of the states. Lincoln reminded the audience that while none of them had sworn an oath before God to destroy the Union of the United States, he had certainly taken an oath to protect it, and he would keep it. Lincoln, in this speech, rejected the extremism of both the left and the right in 1860. He would not overreach the powers of his office and end slavery, nor would he accept the secession of southern states on the fear that he might. As he closed, Lincoln tried to remind all Americans that the decision to fight a civil war was theirs, not his. To read his paragraph, "In your hands, my disaffected fellow countrymen, and not mine, is the momentous issue of civil war. The government will not assail you. You can have no conflict without being yourselves the aggressors. I am loath to close. We are not enemies, but friends. We must not be enemies. Though passion may have strained, it must not break our bonds of affection. The mystic cords of memory, stretching from every battlefield and patriot grave to every living heart and hearthstone all over this broad land, will yet swell the chorus of the Union, when again touched, as surely they will be, by the better angels of our nature." Sadly, tragically, America did not listen to Abraham Lincoln that day, and a great civil war did occur. One that took some 600,000 lives and laid waste to the lower half of the country. And after it was finally over, and the country set about rebuilding and reconciling, Lincoln himself was murdered in a final spasm of extremism. It's not up to our elected leaders to decide how we treat each other. That is up to us as individuals. A choice very clearly exists between political extremism and moderation, between civil war and union. Let's hope we listen to the better angels of our nature this time. And as I argued recently via this program, Joseph Biden taketh office facing more emergencies than any predecessor since Abraham Lincoln. But his own story and his version of the country's match as well as any president's could at the beginning of a term. At 78, and the oldest president that's ever served, Biden sees a world completely changed from the one he was born into. When Joseph Biden took the oath of office as the 46th president, he became not only the oldest newly inaugurated United States chief executive in history, but also the oldest sitting president ever. Biden was born on the 20th of November in 1942 in Scranton, Pennsylvania. He was 78 years, 2 months, and 1 day old when he was sworn in on Wednesday, midweek last. 1 week agone. That's 78 days older than President Ronald Reagan was when he left office, suffering senile dementia circa 1989. We should take a look at how the country Biden now leads has changed over his lifetime and how his presidency might reflect that. Now, in terms of recollecting all of that myself, at my age, I'll have to dig back a little deeper to before I was born. Yes. Let me see if I can do that. Now, we've got a bigger, more diverse pie. The American population is approaching 330 million people, dwarfing the 135 million at Biden's birth and nearly 60% greater than when he was first elected to the Senate in 1972. The world population in Biden's lifetime has grown from about 2.3 billion to 7.8 billion. More striking is the diversity in Biden's America. The descendant of Irish immigrants himself, Biden was born during a period of relative stagnant immigration after United States limitations on new entries in the 1920s, followed by a worldwide depression in the 1930s. But a wave of white European immigration followed World War II when Biden was young, and more recently an influx of Latin American and non-white immigrants from Latin America, Asia, and Africa has altered the melting pot again. I hesitate to use the term Hispanic. That's the census term. But many people of Latin American descent do not prefer it. In 1950, the first sentence after Biden's birth, the first census after Biden's birth, counted the country as 89% white. I can't even begin to fucking imagine that. Heading into 2020, the country was 60% non-Hispanic white and 76% white, including Hispanic whites. So it's no surprise that a politician who joined an all-male, nearly all-white Senate as a 30-year-old, used his inaugural address 48 years later to promise a reckoning on racial justice and, later that afternoon, signed several immigrant-friendly executive orders. That brings us to Biden-Harris and history itself. Biden took special note of Vice Presidentress Kamala Harris as the first woman elected to national office and the first black woman and South Asian woman to reach the vice presidency. Of Harris, who was a student in the still mostly segregated Oakland Public Elementary School when Biden became a senator, he said, "Don't tell me things can't change." The first time Biden addresses a joint session of Congress, there will be two women behind a president, another first, Harris and Speaker Nancy Pelosi, the Democrat from California, mine own Golden State, as Harris herself is. But change comes slowly. Harris was just the second black woman ever to serve in the Senate. When she resigned Monday, the Senate was left with none, and just 3 black men out of 100 seats. Black Americans account for about 13% of the population, so they are most certainly not fairly represented. Then there's the money matters. Minimum wage in 1942 was 30 cents an hour. Median income for men, according to the 1940 census, the last before Biden's birth, was 956 United States dollars. Today, the minimum wage is $7.25. The federal government's most recent weekly wage statistics reflect a median annual income of about $51,100 for full-time workers. But the question is buying power, and that varies. The month Biden was born, a dozen eggs averaged about 60 cents in American cities. 2 hours of minimum wage work. A loaf of bread was 9 cents, about 20 minutes of work. Today, eggs can go for about $1.50, 12 minutes of minimum wage work. A loaf of bread averages $2, 16 minutes to buy your loaf. So our buying power has certainly gone up, thank the gods. College tuition is another story. Pre-war tuition at Harvard Business School was about $600 a year, roughly 2/3 of the median American worker's yearly wages. Today, the current Harvard MBA class is charged annual tuition of more than $73,000 a year and almost 5 months of the median U.S. salary, and that's before taxes. Biden proposes raising the minimum wage to $15 an hour, a move already drawing opposition from Republicans. He's called for tuition-free 2-year community and technical college and tuition waivers for 4-year public schools, so not Harvard, for students from households with $125,000 US dollars or less in annual income. That brings us to the matter of debt. National debt has soared in Biden's lifetime, from 72 billion US dollars to 27 trillion. But it's a recent phenomenon. Biden finished 36 years in the Senate and became its vice president amid the fallout from the 2008 financial crash, when the debt was about 10 trillion US dollars. Now he takes office amid another economic calamity, the coronavirus pandemic. To some degree, this is a biological bookend. Well, a biographical bookend for Biden, I mean to say. He was born when borrowing to finance the war effort generated budget deficits that, when measured as percentage of the overall economy, were the largest in U.S. history until 2020, when emergency COVID spending, the 2017 tax cuts, and loss of revenue from a lagging economy added trillions of dollars of debt in a single year. Reflecting how President Franklin Roosevelt approached the Great Depression and World War II, Biden is nonetheless calling for an additional 1.9 trillion United States dollars in immediate deficit spending to prevent long-term economic slide. Well, that can bring us to automobiles, as, well, it's the way my mind goes when I think about debt myself. As part of his proposed overhaul of the energy grid, Biden wants to install 500,000 electric vehicle charging stations by 2030, a move analysts project could spur the sale of 25 million electric vehicles. For context, federal statistics counted 33 million cars in the U.S. altogether in 1948, as Biden began his grammar school. And he himself is a first for the silent generation. I, myself, am part of America's 13th American generation, Generation X. Biden is part of the silent generation, so named because it falls between the so-called greatest generation that endured the Depression and, of course, is purported to have won the Second World War, and their children, the baby boomers, who made their mark through the sweeping social and economic changes of the Civil Rights era, Vietnam, and the Cold War. True to the stereotypes, Biden's generation looked for decades as if it would never see one of its own in the Oval Office. The greatest generation produced John Fitzgerald Kennedy, Lyndon Baines Johnson, Richard Mulhouse Nixon, Gerald Ford, Jimmy Carter, Ronald Reagan, and George H.W. Bush. Then boomers took over. Billy Jeff Clinton, George W. Bush, and Donald Trump were born in a span of 67 days in 1946, the first of the boomer years. Barack Obama, born in 1961, bookended their generation as a young boomer. If his inaugural address is any indication, Biden seems eager to embrace the characteristics of his flanking generations. He ticked through the cascading crises, a pandemic and economic fallout reminiscent of the Depression and subsequent war effort, a reckoning on race that's an extension of the Civil Rights era, and summoned the nation to To the tasks of our time. Well, he's had plenty of first-hand learning himself. Biden lived through 14 presidencies before beginning his own. Nearly one-third of all presidents. No previous White House occupant, has ever lived through so many administrations before taking office. And President Joe Biden isn't wasting any time in purging the memory of Donald Trump from America's government, values, diplomacy, and psyche. Every act of Biden's first day in power repudiates the last 4 years. From an inaugural address that promised to defend the truth and stressed healing over Americans, which stressed healing, the speech that promised to defend the truth, stressed healing over American carnage, to a blitz of executive orders. Now, after an interminable 2.5-month transition, the transfer of presidential power was brutal and swift. No sooner had Air Force One lifted off to carry Trump to his Elba on the Florida coast, to the final bars of Frank Sinatra's My Way, then Biden became President of the United States. POTUS, P-O-T-U-S, claimed the presidential beast limousine and Oval Office and got to work. From his first moments in office, it was clear that things were very different. The 46th president paused in his inaugural address to pray for the more than 400,000 people in America who have been killed by COVID-19, a sign that the days of ignoring the coronavirus's threat were over. He went to Arlington National Cemetery with Bill Clinton, George W. Bush, and Barack Obama, reconvening the club of past presidents in a show of respect for his office. Installed behind the resolute desk, Biden signed 17 executive orders that represent the start of an aggressive plan to unpick the Trump presidency. And with a stroke of the pen, the United States headed back into the Paris Climate Accord and the World Health Organization and rescinded a ban on travelers from mostly Muslim nations. Biden wore a mask in the Oval Office and mandated face coverings in all U.S. federal buildings. Of course, it's easier to reset the tone and sign executive orders. To make real progress, Biden will have to pass legislation in a tightly divided Congress, and millions of Trump fans still wrongly think he stole the election. But to quote another one of Biden's favorite Irish poets one last time, last Wednesday, was about showing everything has changed. Changed utterly. So welcome to a new political year in America. A new presidency is a time of renewal. And this country, like the rest of the world, badly needs hope amid the darkest winter of modern times, as COVID-19 ravages the population and suppresses the joys of normal life. Donald Trump became a private citizen but 7 days ago. Still, largely because of his divisive and democracy-destructive term. His successor, Joe Biden, may be tested more than any new U.S. president since the 1930s. The pile of crises that the new commander-in-chief inherits in this new year dwarf the Great Depression-era threat to capitalism confronting President Franklin Delano Roosevelt in 1933. America's wretched partisan fury means Biden has only the narrowest of paths to forging successful policy responses to America's enormous problems. Creating a meaningful presidency from such unpromising beginnings will take his extraordinary political skill, missteps by his political enemies, and sheer luck. In the last month of last year, Biden said that things would likely get worse before they get better, with the pace of COVID-19 vaccination in America lagging behind that of all other countries on Earth. But that they will get better. The president-elect tweeting, "The next few weeks and months are going to be a very tough period for our nation, maybe the toughest of the whole pandemic. But we are going to get through it. Brighter days are coming, but it's going to take all the grit and determination we have as Americans to do it." Let me try and center myself by taking a look into the chat room before I go into all the challenges facing Biden in 2021. There's simply so many that I am truly reluctant to honestly get started, to tell you the truth. It is, truthfully speaking, something that pains me. It's something that is going to require a lot of analysis and explanation. And honestly, this kind of explanation is just, my ability to explain this. Well, even I will be taxed. I will have to go back into history. I will have to also try and peer into the future to a degree. And I will have to provide you something that leaves you with hope, which is going to be a challenge. We just have so much to deal with, all of us. And I don't think that, it's something that it's just hard enough where, all I can say is I hope somebody listens to me. So, let me try and breathe deeply. Check around the internet a bit for some of the latest incoming about the economy in particular, because that's actually one of the first things we're obviously going to have to be dealing with. It's going to be an incredible challenge that I'm not quite sure we will be able to meet. But some of Biden's ideas are certainly practical, and we can work from that. I'd like somebody to tell me if they can hear me, make certain that everything's operating well. We've got 10 to 11, 11 to 12. We've got less than 2 hours left. Doesn't look like anyone new has entered the chat room. I'm hoping that somebody will, and of course they're welcome to speak. I definitely look forward to everyone, providing what they can. Okay. And let me see what I can dig out of my mind. And see what I can provide yourselves in terms of something that will make sense of where we're at and provide us hope for tomorrow. Okay, the first thing in terms of the most immediate challenges facing Biden in this 2021st year of our Lord is above and beyond and most immediately, before all else, the pandemic. The worst public health crisis in 100 years is still raging out of control. There are already signs that the Trump administration's completely botched response to the virus is being replicated by a failure to plan for the vaccine's distribution and administration. Biden's political fate depends on finding a way to quickly scale up the manufacture and administration of hundreds of millions of doses in the most complex logistical operation in generations. In fact, the Biden administration begins amid mass tragedy. You've got a tragic beginning to a presidency. On the eve of Biden's inauguration, the pandemic's toll had reached nearly 24 million cases and 400,000 deaths as officially acknowledged. Then America inaugurated a new president. With the transfer of power came the transfer of responsibility for the COVID-19 pandemic. On the eve of Joe Biden's inauguration, the toll of the pandemic stood at, more precisely, 23.9 million cases and 392,428 deaths. That was according to the COVID tracking project at the Atlantic magazine for January 19th. There were 123,820 people hospitalized. That day alone, states reported 144,047 cases and 2,141 deaths within 24 hours. Ron Klain, the incoming president's chief of staff, has warned that by the end of February, COVID-19 will likely have taken 500,000 American lives. To reach that marker, the country would have to average 2,689 deaths every day until then, all too plausible a scenario. The 7-day average of deaths in the United States first surpassed that number on January 7th. It's currently at 3,000. Some modest signs do indicate that the country could be reaching a plateau or peak after nearly 4 months of climbing daily cases and hospitalizations, followed by more than 3 months of climbing daily deaths. Cases are falling in the overwhelming majority of states right now, and hospitalizations are falling or holding steady in most. If the country has reached a peak of COVID-19, however, this peak is the highest of the pandemic so far, and the more infectious B.1.1.7 variant, which has been found across these United States, could drive the peak higher still, just as the first signs of its retreat have begun. Current hospitalizations are always the most stable indicator of the pandemic's progress, and after peaking at 132,474 on January 6th, the day of the storming of the Capitol on Epiphany, compared to, well, they've declined since then, more than 6%, meaning that 8,654 fewer people are in the hospital now, compared with 12 weeks ago. Hospitalizations have declined as well in every region for at least the past week or so. Still, they are more than twice as high as the spring and summer peaks combined, both of which stopped just short of 60,000. And if the current peak follows the path of the previous twain, the decline will be slow. The spring and summer peaks took about a month to build from the previous low, and then about 2 months to subside to the next low. Across the country, however, regional cases per million have been declining, with a substantial drop in the Midwest since late November and recent short-term declines in the other 3 American regions. Deaths, a lagging indicator, may be reaching a plateau in all regions as a result. There are the first hints of it in the 7-day average, ever so slight changes in momentum visible at the edge of the graphs that have been published by various trackers, Much of what happens next will depend on conditions in some of the country's largest states, mine own Golden California, where the 7-day average of hospitalizations peaked at 22,703 on the 12th of January. Arizona, which has the highest per capita hospitalization rate in the country and has of late had the worst outbreak in the world. Texas, where hospitalizations and deaths are well above prior peaks and climbing. And Florida, where hospitalizations and deaths may be peaking after a steady rise going back to late fall. New York may be hitting a second peak or plateau of hospitalizations at a 7-day average just under 9,000, about half of its awful spring peak. New cases and hospitalizations are climbing in Virginia, which is at about twice its previous hospitalizations peak in May. North Carolina's 7-day average of hospitalizations has been climbing continuously since early November. But at the state level, peaks are not necessarily followed by an immediate decline. Missouri has had a 7-day average of hospitalizations between 2,500 and 2,800 since late November. New Jersey has remained between 3,600 and 3,700 since December 16th, even assuming that we be at peak. Unwinding the damage will take us long enough as it is, at least a couple of months, if the previous lower peaks be any indication. The Biden administration inherits a catastrophe. And now the B.1.1.7 variant of the virus, which may be 50% to 70% more transmissible, has already been found in many states, suggesting that it be widespread. But the administration also has the tools to clean this mess up. It has promised new, seemingly more aggressive action. The vaccine is rolling out at an estimated rate of 777,000 doses administered a day. We may still hope that this will be the worst point of the pandemic, the peak of this horrifying wave, and that from here the numbers will drop slowly but inexorably down. Well, this is what brings us to the economy. Millions of Americans are unemployed, and the rampant spread of COVID-19 threatens to plunge the economy back into an abyss. The latest last-minute relief bill extending unemployment protections, helping small businesses, and staving off evictions is only a temporary fix. And Republicans' willingness to defy Trump on $2,000 in stimulus payments suggests how difficult it will be for Biden to strong-arm Congress into agreeing to his own massive stimulus plan, one critical to igniting growth, vaccinating the country, and getting kids back in school. The American economy that Joe Biden inherits is one that is a trinity of evictions, unemployment, and hunger. The eviction crisis is just one of the economic disasters the Biden administration needs to tackle. It's also staring down massive unemployment and a growing hunger problem. Even with the proposition of a historic $1.9 trillion relief package, President Joe Biden faces an uphill battle to get the economy back to where it was before the pandemic. Yester Septimonia, that's last week, Biden signed an executive order extending a ban on evictions through the end of March. Despite the ban, it doesn't help Bennett or some other people that I've known who've personally given me their stories, whose attorneys are, their attorneys told me their landlord is using legal loopholes that is going common, all too common, during this pandemic. I'd best get off the personal because once I get into that, the stories just break my heart. Now, President Biden proposed about $30 billion United States dollars in additional rental assistance to renters and small landlords as part of his COVID-19 relief plan. He also wants to extend eviction moratorium until the end of September. Now, as I was mentioning, a lady in distress who myself and my gang brother Beaver are determined to help. There are women in the hospitality industry who have been hit the hardest. In fact, all of them have been within that industry. Weekly unemployment rates are hovering near 1 million. Yestermenses, that's last month, the economy shed jobs for the first time since April, and women were hit the hardest. Of the total, a net 156,000 jobs were lost by women, whereas 16,000 were gained by men. As part of his COVID-19 relief plan, Biden plans to extend enhanced unemployment benefits, increasing them from $300 a week to $400. But the food banks are out of money. On a recent Friday afternoon, the line for food at the Campaign Against Hunger in Brooklyn, New York, stretched down a city block. That scene repeats 7 days a week. Since the beginning of the pandemic, this Brooklyn food bank that I saw on video alone served 1.4 million people, made possible in part from government funding that is drying up fast. Last week, President Biden signed an executive order addressing the growing hunger crisis by asking the Department of Agriculture to increase the value of special pandemic food stamp benefits 15%. The extra benefit gives money to low-income families to cover the cost of missing meals in school. But as the need for food grows, many Americans will fall through the cracks. This is really where we have to try and look at what can be done. And of course, we return to history for whatever precedent we can find. Biden should go big, fast, and simple. The new president must not repeat Barack Obama's mistakes. When Franklin Delano Roosevelt became president in 1932, the nation was facing concentric crises. The immediate house-on-fire disaster of rolling bank closures, the broader economic depression, and beyond that, deeply entrenched problems that the Depression had highlighted, including elderly poverty. Roosevelt's first 100 days addressed the first two crises with historic directness. He reopened the banks and directly employed thousands of Americans through measures such as the CCC, the Civilian Conservation Corps. Then, near the end of his first term, he signed the Social Security Act, which has reduced senior poverty and become one of the most popular federal programs in these United States. Now, President Joe Biden also faces concentric crises, which move outward toward the future as you unpeel them. The biological threat of the pandemic, the economic recession, and beyond that, the entrenched problem of child poverty. He also has to contend with the problem casting a shadow over the entire century, the existential crisis of climate change. Biden's first 100 days should address the first two crises with Rooseveltian focus. Quench the conflagration of the moment, then fight the fire of the future. With unified control of government, Biden and the Democrats can accelerate the end of a pandemic, lay the groundwork for the strongest economic growth in decades, eliminate child poverty, and put America on a path toward becoming a world leader in climate change mitigation technology. Now, but To accomplish any of this, Biden will have to cast off some shibboleths of the previous Democratic regime in which he himself served as vice president. Instead of seeking to change Americans' behavior with subtle technocratic nudges, as Barack Obama's team did, Biden must aim to make his signature policies as stupidly straightforward as possible. Instead of threading the needle of deficit neutrality as his predecessor did, he must make a strong case to blow out the budget immediately to fill the hole left by the pandemic recession. Where the Obama administration's approach was too often clever and strewn with budgetary wonkiness, the Biden formula should embrace the opposite. Big, fast, and simple. In 2009, President Barack Obama and the Democrats seized unified control of government during another deep recession. They fought the downturn with the then record stimulus in the first few months before producing the Affordable Care Act, which was signed circa 2010. The stimulus and Obamacare were good laws with important flaws. Biden should learn from both. The Obama stimulus was too small and too subtle. It was too small because the Republican opposition was intransigent and the Democratic coalition was uncomfortable with the multi-trillion-dollar deficits necessary to close the GDP or gross domestic product gap. And it was too subtle because Obama's team, including the regulatory czar, Cass Sunstein, yeah, that was the name, was transfixed by the emerging science of nudges, or sneaky policies to encourage Americans to make efficient decisions. For example, the tax centerpiece of the 2009 stimulus bill got money to families by modestly reducing payroll tax withholding. The nudgy idea was that if Americans got lump sum checks from the government, they might save the money. But if they looked at their bank account and went, that's more than I expected, they might spend it immediately. Unfortunately, the tax cut was so fucking super sneaky that many people didn't even know about the policy, let alone give Obama any credit for it. The Affordable Care Act had the same issues of size and subtlety. It was too small because, once again, members of the Democratic coalition, such as Senator Joe Lieberman, refused to support its most ambitious parts, such as a public option. The Historic Act failed to make itself even immediately felt because its most important components were delayed to reduce the 10-year budgetary impact. Medicaid expansion, for instance, didn't begin until several years after Obama signed the law. Biden can rectify these errors by putting heft, speed, and simplicity at the heart of his agenda. And perhaps he will. According to reports from the New York Times and the Washington Post, Biden's first rescue bill, with nearly $2 trillion United States dollars in spending, will include hundreds of billions of dollars for vaccines and testing, unemployment benefits, and state and local aid. For inspiration on COVID-19 policy, Biden can look to Israel, which went big on early vaccine purchases, went fast and furious with distribution, converting parks, schools, and parking lots into vaccination megacenters, and used simple criteria for its first tranche of shots: healthcare workers and seniors. The centerpiece of the U.S. rescue will be direct payments worth $2,000 to individuals. That figure technically includes the $600 already sent to millions of households. Direct payments are the opposite of the sly paternalism preferred by the Obama officials in the 2009 stimulus. Americans are not going to see $2,000 appear in the bank account and go, I can't put my finger on it, but I'm feeling subconsciously nudged to buy more socks. They're going to feel very consciously, very fist-pumpingly elated. Checks are the confetti cannon of the economic stimulus arsenal. Not maximally efficient, just maximally awesome. And, of course, awesome is what Biden needs to be. Awesomeness matters. One lesson from the Obama years is that smart policy making isn't just about doing brainy stuff. It's about doing good and popular stuff in a way that keeps you in power so you can do more good stuff. The Democrats' failure to properly stimulate the economy in 2010, or thereby get credit for their very real contributions, led to catastrophic midterm losses in the House that made it impossible for them to accomplish much of anything in Obama's last 6 years in office. For non-mysterious reasons, polls show extraordinary support for giving $2,000 to every American household as a kind of stimulus qua consolation gift for making it through the year from hell. One study indicated that 7 in 10 Republicans support the direct payments. With stimulus checks, Biden could endear himself to the persuadable middle of the U.S. electorate, which might enjoy liking an American president. For once. Speeding up vaccine distribution and getting families ready to spend when the economy opens up should be Biden's first priorities. The combination of an unlocked retail and leisure sector plus high national savings should lead to a record-breaking economic boom in the second half of 2021. Biden's next focus should be the kids. His current relief bill already calls for expanding the child tax credit. But reducing child poverty should be more than a line item. The United States has a shameful record when it comes to poverty and inequality of its youngest. America's child poverty rate isn't just higher than that of similarly rich countries such as Canada and Australia, it's also higher than that of Mexico and Russia. That is pathetic. America's problem is twofold. First, the United States spends less than half as much as the United Kingdom or Little Denmark on infants and children. Second, too much American welfare spending on children doesn't reach families in poverty at all, in part because the government funnels most of that spending through the federal income tax code, which does little for families who have no taxable income. Duh! Biden's rescue bill includes an expansion of the child tax credit. That's a good start, but tax credits are an inefficient tool for fighting child poverty. More than 1 in 5 households with kids don't claim the CTC, according to the U.S. Treasury Department. That could be because they don't know it even fucking exists, or because they made a mistake filing their return. If Biden wants to make a real difference, he should support replacing the CTC, this child tax credit, with Universal Child Allowance, UCA. How's that for an idea? That means the Social Security Administration would just cut a monthly check for every kid under 18, no questions asked. Matt Bruenig, a welfare researcher and the founder of the left-wing think tank The People's Policy Project, has calculated that a UCA, a Universal Child Allowance of $370 a month, would slash child poverty by about 2/3. A Universal Child Allowance would get money into families' hands immediately. And the political payoff is obvious, beyond drawing a sharp contrast with the previous president. Trump trapped kids in cages. We freed kids from poverty. This legislation would have a useful FDR echo. The Social Security Act took on high elderly poverty. Almost 90 years later, we could retrofit the same institution to take on the American shame of high childhood poverty. I mean, really, when you take a look at what I described earlier about our comparison to other countries, that America's child poverty rate isn't just higher than that of similarly rich countries like Canada and Australia, it's higher than that of Mexico and Russia. I mean, that's fucking unacceptable. That's just fucking unacceptable. Only then should Biden turn to this century's most important issue, the one that will kill us all, climate change. Just as it would have been politically bizarre for Roosevelt to focus on long-term elderly poverty while the banks were closed, Biden shouldn't spend a lot of time talking about carbon emissions while a pandemic is killing thousands of people every goddamn day. But in the second inning of his presidency, which would make sense for Biden to go back, it would make sense for Biden to back a Green New Deal that's about handouts over hand slaps. Rather than try to kneecap America's oil and gas industries, Biden should pledge a subsidy palooza that helps bring down the price of every technology in the clean energy portfolio. Hundreds of billions in guaranteed federal purchases of clean energy technology such as batteries and electric cars, more subsidies for solar and wind energy, and more R&D, or research and development, spending on clean energy and carbon removal. Forget the joke that was infrastructure week. Biden's green energy bill could kick off an infrastructure decade. To pass an ambitious agenda and keep voters on his side, Biden will have to keep things straightforward and easy to communicate. Fortunately, this seems to be his instinct. During the Democratic primary, Obama administration expats recalled that as vice president, Biden had a reputation for interrupting nitty-gritty policy discussions with touchy-feely stem-winders. As president-elect, he's still shushing aides when they start on the technocratic gobbledygook. He tells them, pick up your phone, call your mother, read her what you just told me. If she understands, we can keep talking. This avoidance of technicalities may one day reveal itself to be a weakness in drafting legislation, but for the moment, it is a very great strength. Biden should aim to inject into his public policy the same qualities that distinguish his preternatural gift for emotional storytelling. Perhaps that might serve as the one-line summary of Biden's edit on the Obama style of governance. Once more, with feeling. Let me check back into that live state. Towards 11, we got about an hour left. WTF says, good evening to all. Love ya work, Douglas. We need a live TV channel to reach the masses. God bless you, WTF. Thank you so much. Hugs. Now, we now have, of course, the problem of political legitimacy itself. Trump's... Well, before that, let's finish off with the economics, my thought on that. I guess pretty much I said what needed to be said. We've got a problem of political legitimacy here before anything can be done, in a sense. We can work with ignoring it to the point where we cannot. Trump's pernicious lie that he won a landslide in an election he actually lost by that amount has spread through the empty heads of all Republican voters. This is an immediate challenge for the new president's appeals for unity and for a final national effort to beat the pandemic that includes mask wearing, which many conservative personated reactionaries see as an infringement on personal liberty. And truth won't return just because Trump is gone. Biden's every step will be misrepresented by a conservative-personated reactionary mass media machine still loyal to his predecessor. So what do we do? What to do with the Trump cultists? Perhaps the proper response to these maniacal extremists isn't counterterrorism, it is mental hygiene. At noon, but this day today last week, our 4-year experiment in being governed by the political equivalent of the insane clown posse finally ended. It was ending in juggalo style. Some have called it Trumpalo. Violently and pointlessly, with a handful of deaths, the smearing of various bodily fluids, and a riot on the way out. After any bacchanal of that magnitude, the sober dawn is almost as disorienting as the hysteria itself. And the most urgent task, after wiping all the shit from the Capitol hallways left by the Capitol storming degenerates, is to prevent a repeat performance. First, the Senate must convict Donald Trump. I myself confess bewilderment that the Senate will have to deliberate at all. Inciting an insurrection that threatens to abduct and mass murder members of the Senate, including the Vice President of these United States, seems to me the kind of activity the Senate should instinctively frown upon. Enemies of Ted Cruz like to point out that Trump called Cruz's wife a hag and insinuated that his father killed John F. Kennedy, and Cruz cuddled up to Trump anyway. Any senator who excuses his own near lynching by a shirtless, horned shaman will make Cruz's self-debasement look dignified by comparison. Second, law enforcement should hunt down and charge all of the insurrectionists, from the flex cuff guys, the flex cuff fags, to the granny cunts posing for photos. The vigor with which federal prosecutors have been pursuing them proves that the United States has not been corrupted completely. Prisons exist to hold degenerates such as these. Here ends the easy part. Options for what comes next are harder to imagine, and have left everyone casting into a dark, vacant pool for the right paradigm. The Federalist Papers do not contemplate a juggalo in exile post-presidency, so we search in unlikely places for comparably miserable predicaments to guide us. MSNBC's Mehdi Hasan argues that we should think of Trump's followers as if they were Al-Qaeda members who move freely among us because they are white rather than brown and Muslim. The former Department of Homeland Security official Juliette Kayyem agrees that we should treat MAGA, Make America Great Again, as a terrorist movement, and Trump as its Osama bin Laden. What do we do with terror movements? Decapitate their leadership. Decapitation! I don't know if you remember that. Anyhow, in this case, she says the decapitation should be figurative, isolate Trump, embarrass his followers, make his Trump repudiate them. Make Trump repudiate them. Okay. Now, as Mehdi Hasan suggests, whiteness is one difference between MAGA and Al-Qaeda. Well, another is MAGA's failure thus far to murder 3,000 people in a single day, and promise to keep it up until the survivors surrender. The United States did not kill bin Laden because he prayed to Allah instead of Q, and the latter is going to be much harder to neutralize. Thomas Heghammer has also noted a strange tension in Hassan's position. If Trumpism is like Al-Qaeda, or worse, and the authorities are giving it a free pass, what is the Trumpolo terrorist body count in the single digits? Or why is it such, by our official acknowledgement? Well, you know, this isn't counting, of course, those who died by biological warfare in terms of COVID-19, but you get my point. Because bin Laden still looms as the villain par excellence in the American imagination, to bin Laden we turn for analogy when trying to impress upon one another the gravity of a threat. But when the analogy guides policy and is wrong, and here it's not even really close, it leaves the real threat unbothered and everyone else, well, everyone as defenseless as the Capitol was 2 weeks ago. 3 weeks ago by now. The comparison fails even though the mob in the Capitol included the majority of honest-to-goodness, unambiguous terrorists who came as there with the express purpose of violently scaring hell out of politicians in an effort to change policy by mass murdering the lot of them who were not on Trump's side. It fails because the category of terrorism is diverse, and so is the category of MAGA. Even if we agree that Trump is a terrorist, which, believe me, I'm anxious to pursue, consider how unlike other terrorists he is. Trump resembles bin Laden not at all. One was an ascetic who gave up riches to live in dangerous and squalid isolation. The other avoids even mild danger or physical discomfort and will humiliate himself to add mere pennies to his bank account. One commands the military of the United States, or at least did until what feels like merest hours agone, and the other never had more than a few thousand men swinging on monkey bars in Afghanistan to his name. Trump had powers bin Laden only dreamed of, and that if he had, he would have used genocidally. I consider Trump the greatest threat to American democracy since Robert E. Lee, yes, a terrorist who had at his disposal a great army and used it to great effect. Trump's strategy, by contrast, was to keep and maintain power by gathering very loosely a gang of self-marginalizing Judeophobes, cosplay brown shirts, and flabby gun nuts, plus others who may be high-functioning in normal life, but on January 6th were too stupid to refrain from geotagging their crimes on Facebook. 74 million Americans voted for Trump, and tens of millions believe his lies about a rigged election. These numbers do not suggest that this credulous minority is onto something, but they virtually guarantee that treating the post-Trump problem like a terrorist movement will fail. If you think MAGA is a terror movement, you will trick yourself into thinking that the United States can subdue and destroy it using the tools that have destroyed Al-Qaeda, the Islamic State, and many terror groups before them. MAGA is far more entrenched and impossible to eradicate using any means dreamt of by counterterrorism. This problem cannot be decapitated like a terrorist movement, and it will not go away when one man is drone to bits or apprehended and perp-walked in his underpants. Besides, contrary to Kayyem's suggestion, even terrorist movements do not reliably end with decapitation, and one trait that makes them resilient against decapitation is having extensive popular support. Of course, those who murder cops and raid government buildings should enjoy a long, leisurely prison stay similar to those meted out to terrorists. Someday they can emerge and tell their grandchildren that they committed sedition because a bat-faced incompetent named Rudolph Giuliani told them to, and he was very persuasive. But you cannot treat tens of millions this way, and that means we need to lure back many of the 74 million, including some whose brains have been pickled by exposure to QAnon and 8chan. Start by distinguishing among MAGA subtypes. In the past fortnight, or 14 nights, 2 weeks, some erstwhile Trump supporters have turned on him. In Congress, most of these disavowed him when doing so became pragmatic. Mitch McConnell, for example, saw his majority slip away because of Trump's Georgia strategy. To the extent possible, their repentance must be accepted, even with some light denial of their former MAGA fervor. Well, the Atlantic magazine columnist David Frum once prophesied, "When this is all over, nobody will admit to ever having supported it." That is the way of many sheepish ex-radicals. Plenty of reformed hippies prefer to remember the free love, doobies, and social justice without dwelling on the gonorrhea, heroin, and murder. If Trumpists are embarrassed enough to deny what they have done, then fine. When the denials shade into wistfulness, we have pictures and tweets to remind them of what they said and did. I would rather have gonorrhea than a record of passionate and convinced #MAGA tweeting, believe me. Now, opportunistic amnesia is, like terrorism, a manageable problem. Far worse, and I believe nearer to the source of the disease, is a mental defect afflicting MAGA extremists as well as normal people, a near total vulnerability to the hyperstimulation of our political senses. The proper response to these extremists isn't counterterrorism, it is what I call mental hygiene. A young, successful politician once told me that at his events, he always deals with shouting protesters in the same way. He sends staff to escort them to the front of the audience, where they can shower him with spittle and fan him with their placards. The fight makes better TV, especially if a protester loses it and says or does something really crazy, such as disrobing. Wild TV clips are a source of endless attention, which is a currency fully convertible into power. Unless the camera is on you, you lose. That is the lesson of Trump in a sentence. This annihilating tactic has rendered truth irrelevant, and like some horrible viral variant, it has rapidly come to dominate as a hysterical style in American politics. I mean, fuck what, oh God, who was the... Eric Hofstadter, who lived in San Francisco, as I said, a very respected political sociologist. He wrote the book, The Paranoid Style in American Politics. Fuck that. We've been suffering the hysterical style in American politics. To see the MAGA insurrection and the dissociative, unhinged words of full-blown QAnon believers is to observe the hysterical style in American politics as a way of life. It resists persuasion by ordinary argument because it persuades instead by domination of attention. When Trump said in his inaugural that the forgotten men and women of our country will be forgotten no longer, it turns out his most fervent supporters thought that the best way to resist oblivion is to dominate others' attention for attention's own sake. Exemplified by prancing half-naked, wearing body paint and pelts, and threatening violence if their attention flags. Nothing matters more than the production of images too bonkers to ignore, and ensuring that everyone is looking at you and not somebody else. Some subset of the population lacks natural immunity to this performance and surrenders entirely. Our best hope is to hasten a change in culture that reverses this effect. Call it the Bennett inversion for Senator Michael Bennet, who campaigned for president promising to govern so boringly that voters would go weeks without thinking about him. He was so successful that no one remembers his campaign at all. Biden accomplished a miniature version of this by executing a Fabian strategy and defeating Trump without ever facing him directly on the field of meme battle. I myself must confess I once thought resistance to the hysterical style was hopeless. The struggle is internal and familiar to all who consume media. We overdose on serotonin, or some equally enchanting neurotransmitter, and experience an addict's bliss at the hysterical scenes that pass before our eyes, whether they make us happy or furious. The only thing that displeases us is boredom, and that is why boredom is our salvation. Developing an aversion to hysteria is a long process, as hard as for a drunk to learn to hate the bottle, but it is possible. You just have to learn to feel disgust for it. And for those who retweet it, I feel my own blood seroconverting against hysteria. I once was entertained, then riled, then bored, and now I am disgusted by it. And that makes me hopeful that others can undergo the same process. One sign that herd immunity against this hysterical style of American politics is within reach was the election of Joseph Biden, a non-hysterical fogey. More tests will come. A representative from Georgia has vowed to introduce articles of impeachment against Biden the day after the inauguration for reasons too risible to bear repeating. Those non-incidents are good practice. Follow the beat of your attention. Where does it go? Does it slavishly follow the antics of incorrigible exhibitionists? Do you wish it did not? The greatest of all concession statements was issued by New York Mayor Ed Koch in 1989. He said, "The people have spoken, and now they must be punished." Trump won an election. One generation of political juggalos was punishment enough, but they have multiplied. And the whole wretched experience will be for nothing unless we derive the right lessons, the hard lessons, and not just the satisfying ones therefrom. I myself am clutching my 1-week serotonin sobriety chip. And we'd better patent and start selling those. I'll talk to Brendan Zogit about that. Then, of course, we have this febrile political mix. Republicans did better than expected in the November elections and made gains in the House of Representatives, emboldening them to form a roadblock to Biden's ambitious plans on issues like climate change. Biden will have to convince Republican cultic lawmakers to work with him, but he may be the only person in Washington who thinks the Senate Republican cult leader Mitch McConnell would have actually allowed it had we not knocked him out of place. Thank the gods. Well, let's take a look at... Got an hour left. Okay. France knows how they sense. Polarization, anger, division. French history offers a warning for what might come after Donald Trump. A Jewish military officer wrongfully convicted of treason. Do you remember that? A years-long psychodrama that permanently polarized an entire society. Communities, friends, even families. A politics of anger and emotion designed to insult the very notion of truth. A divide that only grew with time. A reconciliation that never was. A frenzied right wing that turned to violence when it failed at the ballot box. I'm referencing the Dreyfus Affair, the signature scandal of Findesical France at the end of last century, aspects of which Americans might recognize as we arrive at the end of Donald Trump's presidency and are now beyond. After decades of cascading political crises, debilitating financial scandals, and rising Judeophobia, The Dreyfus Affair saw the emergence of political surreality, an alternate universe of hateful irrationality and militarized lies that captured the minds of nearly half the population. That period in France, known as the Third Republic, never resulted in any reconciliation. It turned out to be impossible to compromise with those who not only rejected the truth, but also found the truth offensive, a kind of existential threat. The social divide simply grew wider and wider to the point where bridging the gap became a futile proposition. Even the national mobilization in World War I was not enough to create a durable unity. The wounds of the past proved impossible to heal. In fact, unity turned out to be the wrong goal to pursue. What mattered was defending the Republic's values, a defense never made forcefully enough. As a historian of modernity, I've followed with great scorn the innumerable comparisons between Trump cultism and Nazism that began even before Trump took office. The endless debate over whether Trump can be called a fascist. Of course, I would say no. It's an insult to fascism. And whether American society today resembles Weimar Germany, before, of course, the National Socialists were voted into power. And again, I would say no. It's an insult to the German people, who were able to vote with a sense of cognition. And whether we can really say that the Republican Party is just a confederation of collaborators, of course we can. All historical analogies are flawed, and they might not mean much at all. Even if they underscore the gravity of the moment, they often obscure its causes and might, in fact, prevent us from seeing such. Trump might have left office, but his followers are still, well, they're here to stay, as their numbers and conviction make us clear. In seeking to understand Trump and Trump cultism, we have preferred to tell ourselves stories about violent rupture and hostile takeovers, of Hitler's rise, of Nazism's threat, of the perils of collaboration, but not so much about the valorization of falsehood and a republic that ignores and even embraces its own terminal impotence. That is the story of France's Third Republic and its defining psychodrama. The Third Republic was born in a moment of trauma, in the aftermath of France's total humiliation in the Franco-Prussian War. It was a return to the venerated ideals of the French Revolution after 18 years of imperial Bonapartism, and nobody, not even its first president, expected the new republic to last as long as it did. 70 years, longer than any other system of government in modern French history, including the current regime, which began in 1958. This era, unlike Weimar Germany, which lasted only from 1918 to 1933, was a continuous system of government that spanned several generations of political actors. It's possible to trace recurrent themes in that time, some of which resemble those in contemporary America far better than the Americans always turning back to Weimar and the inevitability of my biological father's ascension. What is most important to remember about the Third Republic is that, as long-lasting as it might have been, it was a parliamentary system constantly stalled in political gridlock. Its credibility was regularly called into question by a number of major financial scandals, and the French Parliament overthrew individual governments for often trivial reasons, petty score settling or insider politicking. Between July of 1909, the bitter end of Georges Clemenceau's first premiership, and August of 1914, the start of World War I, there were 11 different governments. Prominent ministers, some of whom became as celebrities in a game of musical chairs, often put off dealing with the pressing issues of the day, either because they would likely not have had sufficient time in office to do anything concrete, or because they were unwilling to assume the political liability. The goal was to stay in power by whatever means. Despite its unending political intractability, the Third Republic was also a time of unprecedented social advancement in the lives of ordinary people, an era marked by ruthless colonial expansion overseas and cultural refinement at home. The time of the Dreyfus Affair, after all, was also the Belle Époque, the world that appears in the canvases of Renoir and the novels of Marcel Proust, perhaps the greatest chronicler of the age, and a time whose optimistic spirit was embodied in the Eiffel Tower, the tallest structure in the world on its completion in 1889. Yet, much like in America today, there was a self-absorbed intellectual establishment obsessed with decline and the mysterious disease of decadence, which was sprung of in the same pompous outrage that our own pundits use to decry what happens on Ivy League campuses or in major newsrooms. In the end, the opportunism and the cynicism of political elites earned them the distrust of both ordinary voters and the bureaucrats left to run things when they themselves would not. What emerged was a politics of resentment, to use the phrase of the historian Philip Nord, who has written about the way shopkeepers, peasants, and other small business owners grew disillusioned with the failed republic and its lofty ideals, which to them seemed hollow, totally out of touch with the economic challenges they faced. The spectacular crash of the Union Generale Bank in 1882 triggered an economic downturn that would take us years to overcome. This and the corruption of the Panama scandal just 4 years later might be seen as 19th century versions of 2008, the economic crises, whose root causes were similarly ignored by the elite and, among the masses, blamed upon the Jews. By the way, I'm just going to check here for, I guess what I'm checking for is, I really should mention the Benestenius promotion. I don't know how I forgot all about it. I guess I was just so excited to get started on my monologue and so determined with that. I'd best get to my Benestenius promotion soon enough. It'll be kind of a close to the show, really. Now, beyond mere themes, there were multiple Trump cultic moments and characters in the Third Republic of France as well. Most notably, Georges Boulanger, the swashbuckling, garish, hardline nationalist general who seemed to emerge from nowhere and launched a populist movement of mass appeal, an anti-republican crusade that nearly toppled the Republic in 1889, the year my own biological father, Adolf Hitler, was born. Boulangism did not last politically, but it represented a new fault line in French society. A powerful right-wing bloc that united some in the working class along with conservative Catholics and the remnants of the old nobility. It only radicalized from there a few years later, and the Dreyfus Affair was the moment when what was left of the social fabric definitively unraveled. When historians now think about the Dreyfus Affair, which saw wrongful conviction of Alfred Dreyfus, a Jewish military captain accused of treason and forced to serve a lengthy prison sentence on Devil's Island in French Guiana, we rightly remember it as the most significant example of political Judeophobia in Europe before the Holocaust. Indeed, it was the event that inspired the young Theodor Herzl to outline his vision of what we now know as Zionism. And as Hannah Arendt later argued, not entirely convincingly, a 19th century nightmare that somehow foretold the horrors of the 20th century to come. But the reason this episode bears revisiting today is not simply to compare French Judeophobia to American Judeophobia now, although it's worth remembering that the deadliest series of attacks on American Jews in our history has taken place during this latest misadministration. What is especially useful to remember about the Dreyfus affair now is the point of no return it represented, the repugnant embrace of lies by one half of society, educated people who were not ignorant but who had simply ceased to care. For them, the truth was irrelevant. What mattered was preserving their vision of the nation, regardless of the facts. From start to finish, the Dreyfus affair was a seemingly endless social drama. Much like the Trump presidency, it was an all-consuming, emotional experience that left no aspect of public or even private life untouched. It would be hard to overstate the polarization it triggered in France, which found its population split over the fate of an obscure officer hardly anyone had heard of before the episode began. Over time, the controversy far transcended the case of Dreyfus himself, as there was evidence relatively early on proving that he had been framed. None of it mattered. In some ways, the Dreyfus affair was the culmination of an age-old clash begun by the French Revolution. On one side were the defenders of the Republic and its universal values. On the other, the anti-republican faction that preferred the grandeur of the monarchy, the sanctity of the church, and the prestige of the military. You might argue it was what I was presenting in Spain, where I was on the side of the Phalangists and the right. For many opponents of Dreyfus, the scandal was about defending the military's honor at all costs, but this is much too simple a reading of their intent, as is any single explanation given for Trump's appeal and the support he continues to enjoy among his cultists, no matter how much evidence is shown to them or how many of his lies are exposed. Then, as now, these people had undertaken a deliberate embrace of irrationality, an almost primal flouting of decency and all civilized norms, merely because that was possible, and because there were never any real consequences. The writer Charles Maurras, one of the most virulent Judeophobes and anti-Dreyfusards at the time, was even named to the Académie Française in 1938, the nation's highest literary honor. In the end, the institutions of the Republic prevailed, just as ours have, at least for the moment. Dreyfus was exonerated, although he should never have been convicted in the first. Congress officially certified the results of the 2020 election, although not until after a putsch attempt launched by the sitting president and carried out by his followers. But there was never any reconciliation then, just as there will not be now. Those who had opposed Dreyfus, even in the face of incontrovertible evidence, were permitted to remain in their fanciful universe of illusions and lies. There might not be a clear line between the right wing that radicalized during the Dreyfus affair and the events of the 1930s, but what began as something of a club for like-minded bigots locked in the lie of Dreyfus's guilt then started inspiring actual violence. Groups born in the scandal, notably the Actions Françaises, beat up Jewish politicians such as Léon Blum, France's first ever Jewish prime minister, who nearly died from a 1936 attack, and they took center stage in February 1934 insurrection attempt that looked quite a lot like the scenes from the Capitol invasion this month. We should not indulge the illusions of our own anti-Dreyfusards, yet I fear we will. By now, it seems fairly clear that those who stormed the Capitol and those proven to have encouraged that violent spectacle are likely to be brought to justice, at least in some form. But this might not solve the deeper problem, which is that so many in Trump's mob, like so many of his supporters in general, remain comfortably ensconced in the mansion of lies their champion has built. As we have seen for years on end, any attempt to expose those lies with facts or evidence of any kind is a fool's errand. These people deliberately inhabit an alternate universe because it makes them feel powerful, because it frustrates their enemies, and in the end, because they can. Ever since the events of Epiphany, the 6th of January, the line among certain Democrats has been that there can be no healing sans accountability. But this is naive. There can be no accountability for those who engage in surreality. The dark province in which the world is apparently run by a cabal of prominent pedophiles and where Trump somehow retained the White House in a landslide. As long as the president's supporters insult the very notion of objective truth, coddled by conspiracy theories and social media networks that simulate a sense of community, there will be no common ground to seek, no America to reclaim. Perhaps there never was a unified America. But once upon a time, there was a mutual reality. Until there is again, things will continue to deteriorate. If the Dreyfus Affair and the France's Third Republic have any echo today, it is that we have not yet seen the worst. Historical analogies have their limits, of course, and it is next to impossible to learn from history as a useful corrective. But if the past rarely offers lessons, it sometimes offers warnings. So, with that in mind, let me remind everyone that one among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide us historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Baron Estenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us thee to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com for excerpts from his yet-to-be-published book entitled The Unfinished Man, and scenes from his cinematic documentaries in production. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist, are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact thetucsonmurders.com. That's spelled like Tucson, Tucson. Put the word "the" in front of it, thetucsonmurders.com. Or telephone the Baron Ben personally to privately guide your tours at 1-520/323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. And forget not to subscribe to the Man of the Soil YouTube channel. You'll know you're in the right place when you see the young white blonde chick with the set of pins behind the green shirt that says Ace Hardware. I can't remember which hardware company it said. I'm beginning to fade out. And but definitely you'll know it's there when you see her, after which you can regale yourself by taking a look at Ben Estenius in his one piece as he takes his sprint car across the AstroTurf, where of course he informs you, whereafter of course he informs yourself, or maybe even before he starts off he informs yourself that it's an ideal lawn which you never have to water or mow. And you can glide your sprint car across most effectively. So, aside from that, yes, you can see Ben Estenius, the Baron, bringing over the men in brown from across the wall to work on your landscape, which, of course, you're looking for some change since, you're locked indoors all day. And now you're finally looking at all that property outside that you may as well fix. And you call the landscape architects of the Four Corners region, the Baron Ben Estenius, to drop on by and bring his men in brown, yes, those men from across the Great Trump Wall, to fix your property up so you can bear staring at it again. That, my friends, is the greatest show on dirt. Yeah, that's Ben Estenius' words, not mine. Oh my fucking God. It's 4:04. I am feeling rather exhausted. We got about half an hour left. Not quite sure I can make it. Let me see if I can drink this here. Obviously, I don't have to stay up. I don't owe anybody anything. At the same time, I forgot to put the food bin out last night, so I've got to stay up till around 5:30 a.m. so I can stick that outside. Oh my God. I guess I know what I can do. We can call on the man. Let's check into our man, George Knight. He's probably not there. He would have said something inside of the chat room. But, hey, you never know. Okay. Alright. Be there, sir. There we are. We'll find out soon enough. Oh my God, what a hat they've got on that little baby. Jeez. Yeah. They're spoiling his daughter to death. I guess they can't help themselves. That's fine. And I forget his little girl's name. I really need to see it in writing before I can even hope to pronounce it. Oh, there he is. Let's see, he's there. Okay. May I bring you on? Okay. Let's see that. We'll find out. Sorry about my silence here. Sucking on my, they call it Naked brand orange carrot juice. There we are. And, okay, he sees the messages. I know he does. See the icon where it indicates he sees them. He's not responding yet. Oh my God! Oh, I'm sorry. Oh my God, that's awful. That's inexcusable. Honestly, if I were a public announcer, I'd be laid off. But hey, it's my world, right? Let's see now. Check into some of the things here. Man, why isn't he answering? Guess he's taking care of the kid. 3 minutes ago, he added me as a contributor. Yeah. I am very sorry, Douglas. I haven't been on today to listen, I am afraid. I am busy right now with all the family, and I cannot spare some time for myself right now. But I will be on with yourself very shortly. I promise. I apologize, Douglas. Oh, God. Never you care. Yes. Oh, my God. Don't make me feel guilty for asking. Jesus Christ. There we are. Give him that. Let me tell him, you're fine. You're fine. You are fine. You're fine. George. Okay. So, all right. Let me take a look at the other thing I can remind people of is, I can read from this wonderful little blurb put together by the wonderful Selena Khan. By the way, George Knight added me as contributor to the 1,000-Year Reich in Exile, I guess. That's good. That's cute. All right. Let me move down further where I can find my... what am I looking for? Oh, yes, of course. The GoFundMe. Let me scroll down. Jeez. Oh, what a thrill. Oh, yeah. Oh, forgive me. Oh, shit. Oh, I hope Derek Talley's not listening to that while he's driving. Just send him snoring off the road and shit. Alright. I'm looking at the DDD. I should be looking at... Here we are. Oh my god, some of my own photos look alien to me. Okay. Huh. Everybody... Let's see what's going on here. Okay, getting lower. Oh my god. Ah, jeez. Okay, I should be able to find my GoFundMe any second from now. And I could tell people, let me see here, January 6th. Oh yes, that's right, that's when I was told by a Slavic individual, Merry Christmas, because it was Byzantine Orthodox Christmas. Hallelujah. I'm going back through the, what do you call it? The posts here on Facebook. And, of course, looking for, in particular, my incredible ad for GoFundMe. I'm being somewhat facetious, but sure you all can get it. And, sorry I'm putting you all through this. Holy hell, I'm sorry I'm putting myself through this. But definitely enjoyed everything up to this point where I had to start taking care of business. That's always a pain in the butt. Okay, now, let me roll down further. Come on, I had this GoFundMe around here someplace. Ooh, my neck! So thrilling. There we are. Ha ha. Ha ha. No, that's the Sand Creek Massacre. Then that image was used in the GoFundMe. Oh my god. How do people even stay awake? Well, I certainly don't. Half my life is spent sleepwalking, right? Yes, walk with the faith of a sleepwalker. Jameson Reese is just getting up. That's cute. Hey, Jameson. I'm just getting ready to wind the show down. And right now my biggest challenge is I'm trying to look for the GoFundMe. And just can't find the ad. Let me see if I'll find that on a different page so that I could actually link to the GoFundMe. Read off the, read off elements thereof. And, let's see who's here. That's the message left by George Knight. He's done some magnificent work, and now he's like crediting me with the work, which is wonderful. All right, let's see. Turn towards renegade military historian. Soon I'll have to just end the stream because I can't, keep my head up. You know, I'll get a lot more energy as soon as I hang up, of course. That goes without saying, as soon as I stop streaming. Then, anyhow, we're heading into the last 20 minutes. Jesus Christ. Let me keep looking here. See if this gets me anywhere. Roll it down. Okay. Till I get to that GoFundMe. So exciting. Boy, I've got stories to share about that sometime too. Different time, perhaps. Salmon Sheikh is reacting to my photos now. A good man. And peace be upon the Prophet Muhammad. And aside from that, oh, here we are. No, that's the Sand Creek Massacre image again. Jesus Christ. Where did the GoFundMe go? I guess it's not on this side. Here we are. Aside from that, I can remind everybody, of course, of, well, subscribing to the Douglas Dietrich channel. Oh, all this other good stuff. I should just, I'm done for. I'm burned out. Unable to continue. But, you know, might as well promote the GoFundMe before I go. And so if I can find that link, Jesus, what has happened in my world? And so glad, of course, to have George Knight with us. And, of course, so glad to have Salmon Sheikh with us. They're here in spirit, if not in body. And there we are. It's the Sand Creek Massacre memo again. Maybe the GoFundMe somehow disappeared. It's got to be there. Oh, my neck. I don't know if everybody heard that crack. And George Knight added 80 photos to the 1,000-Year Reich in Exile. Holy shit. I'm watching a monster develop before my very eyes. Oh, God. So, what's going on here? Cookie Monster says, oh, thank you. Thank you. One of us is working. One of us has a working brain. Thank you. It's there we are. That's our man. How did you even find that? I can never find that when I'm looking for it. Yes, thank you, Jameson. And good man. Okay, so now I'll read the wonderful words from Selena Khan before turning towards this. Check out live stream. See, we've got not that long to go. Selena Khan said, forever am I grateful to everyone for their donations and contributions. Words simply cannot describe my appreciation/gratitude, but I just wanted to emphasize a little bit about my GoFundMe. As everyone knows by now, the cause of my GoFundMe campaign is that I do need and must change my current YouTube recording studio setting, as in the computer, the headset, and recording devices, lighting fixtures, soundproofing my room, and so forth and so on. Presenting 2 nights a week live transmission to you, all my beautiful lovers out there from my city to all around the world. That's this wonderful, precious language that she uses. Is the only life that I have, God forbid. And you are all my true motivation for my work. I would be no one without all of you by my side, from the closest to the farthest. However, many years of use has left all my studio equipment beyond obsolete by now. Therefore, I have created this GoFundMe fundraising account for donations to update my studio, and this campaign has time limitations. In my case, my GoFundMe campaign, entitled Urgent Contribution, will expire in March of this year. At this point, I urge everyone, please, become a contributing member of my mission, my work that I do as a public informant to bring truth to this world, to those who are seeking truth. Again, to everyone, I am in dire need of studio equipment, please contribute. Donate between now and March of this year. My blessings be unto all. And, okay, good. So, there we have that. Click a heart on that. And, alright, so our man, George Knight is kind of on a spree. And, okay, no one's speaking to me here. Let me check out the live stream. Alright, 15 minutes left. So, as it says on my fundraiser, Urgent Contribution is the title. Look it up on GoFundMe, please. It's subtitled Professional Studio Supplies. And what it explains is, of course, that I am impacted by both mechanical and psychological injuries that be catastrophically chronic in nature, and therefore I am enrolled in the 250% Working Disabled program, wherein disabled individuals are required by law to work so long as our income is maintained at less than 250% above the federal poverty level. We can't go above 250% above the federal poverty level, so long as it remains beneath that level of income, we're free to earn as much as we can. And this is how we thereby become eligible for Medi-Cal via paying monthly premiums based on net countable income. And this enables myself to receive the constant medical care I conditionally require to functionally survive. I meet the 250% working disabled requirements in turn by hosting my bandwidth transmission program, Critical Omissions. To continue my work, by which to literally maintain my very life, I must establish a professional-grade, in-home studio with the latest equipment to meet technological quality standards that will be adaptable to emergent systems technologies as they comest online. So I turn this to all of you, my wonderful listeners, to help me meet this objective. And I thank you all so much for everything you already do or have done in the past. And with that, a last look at what's going on in the chat room, where the wonderful James and Reese was active again. And aside from that, I guess I'll wish everybody good night. And just kind of retreat into the gentle day, where in about an hour I can put the food bin out, a little over an hour, so I'll have to stay awake till then. Feeding myself, and then I guess after that I can go to bed. I should stay awake long enough to bring the food in so that it doesn't get stolen, but we'll see if I can manage that. So, everyone, he says he's back. Thank you, James and Reese. Very helpful. Deeply appreciate it. You were wonderful this morning, and certainly came in to help me out when needed, and that is profound. All right, then. To everyone, blessed be thy day. My love to all who support myself. Thank you for making certain that we always overwhelm the negative downvotes of all the creepy gang stalkers and the cult of Edom that they serve. And very grateful that all of you balanced out their thumbs down with quite a number of thumbs up. Always around 10 times more than what they put down. And definitely glad to have so many supporters, such wonderful people. And again, God bless you all. And blessed be thy week. And we'll see each other again here on Sunday. And all right then, let me stop the stream. And with that, we'll